Hello, friends, fellow traders, and everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find. We have an all-star cast each and every day, and real traders, real educators that give you 100% transparency in their trading. You're not going to find another show like ours that offers education, support, and tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Professor Robert, and I'm his lovely assistant, Madeline. We have an exciting and informative and educational programming for you today. And throughout the week, we'll be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you if you're not willing to risk the usual, you're going to have to settle for the ordinary. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Robert, is your game plan ready?
Check.
Is your checklist checked?
Check.
All right, now ask me if I've got my journal ready.
Oh, I was ready for you on this one. Do you have your journal ready? Because I do have my
I've
journal
got
ready
it.
for me today.
You got one.
Oh yeah.
I was covering for you. All right. How you doing today, partner?
I'm doing great, sir. I'm doing great. Looking forward to this Wednesday, February 7th. Let's rock and roll.
7th of February. Remember, in another 7 days, gentlemen, it's going to be Valentine's Day. So start saving your pennies. Remember, mom, grandma, of course, the wife, the girlfriend, whoever. It is Valentine's Day. Don't forget. So no excuses. All right, let's get on to the news here. Gold just topped a new high. Ford shares. I'm sorry. Yes. Here we go. U.S. stock futures were quiet today as investors weighed the ongoing slew of corporate earnings and fresh interest rate commentary from the Federal Reserve. We did see the Dow and the S&Ps were mostly unchanged. NASDAQ inched up 0.1%. Well, yesterday, if you were with us in a previous episode of Top Step TV, we had comments from Cleveland Fed President Loretta Mester and Minneapolis Fed President Neil Cash and Carey. Mester said an uncertain inflation outlook had clouded the timing for the potential rate cut. Okay, thank you very much for that. While Cash Carey argued that the central bank's fight to tame the inflation is not done yet. Well, get it done. We're paying you good money. Both echoed similar recent stances taken by, of course, Uncle Jerry, and had all been dashed hopes for the imminent reduction in borrowing costs. Shares in Ford Motor climbed in pre-market U.S. trading here today, while the automotive giant unveiled a revenue outlook that topped expectations and they're vowing now to return more cash to its shareholders. Here's something I thought was pretty interesting. ESPN, Fox, Warner Brothers, and Discovery. So that sounds like a trading team, huh? Announced a joint sports streaming venue. Disney, ESPN, and Warner Brothers and Discovery and Fox said they're going to plan to team up to launch a new streaming service that will offer lucrative live sporting events. The as yet unnamed joint venture will bundle up each group's sports network, have a direct to customer sport service, and sports right. They said that the platform aims to provide a new and differentiated experience. Ooh, I'm excited. Moody's. How's your Moody today? I got a good Moody. Moody's downgrades New York's Community Bank Corp. This is a little surprise. New York's Community Bank Corp long-term and some short-term issue ratings have been downgraded to junk. Status. The stock, which had already fallen by more than 50% since it reported steep losses from real estate loans last week, touched its lowest level in over 2 decades following the announcement. So if you see somebody from Bancorp, buy them lunch. They're probably going to need it. Rob, you got the eco for us here. Give us the eco calendar today and then pass it right back.
Absolutely. We have the NBA mortgage application came out at 6 a.m. Central Time. We had a prior the composite index of minus 7.2. We moved into positive territory on that one. It's at plus 3.7%. So there's some increase, significant increase in the mortgage applications. We also have the international trade and goods services came out at 7:30 Central Time. Prior was minus 63.2 billion. Now get this, the consensus, what they were thinking was minus 62.2 billion. Guess what it came out at? Minus
Six.
62.2 billion. How'd they hit that one right
Wow.
on the head?
Somebody
Isn't
won
that
something
amazing?
in the office. Yeah, nice.
For sure, for sure. So we have the EIA petroleum status report coming out at 9:30 Central Time. That's going to be a good one, I think, this time, and hopefully
Hmm.
Deanna will have something to say about that. We have a couple
Yes.
of speakers. Adriana Kruger speaks. Susan Collins speaks. Those are 10 and 10:30 a.m. respectively. We have a 4-month bill auction coming out at 10:30 Central Time. We have speaker Thomas barking away at 11 a.m. Central. Michelle Bowman at 1 p.m. And we do have the 10-year note auction at noon. Those
That,
the
you know what,
4-month
real
bill
quick,
auction. They're not
real
big.
quick, Rob.
Yeah.
Let's watch for that because when that has come out prior, we've seen some market action. So 12 o'clock, high noon, we've got that auction, right? The 10-year
That's
note.
10-year. The 10-year
Right.
note at
Okay.
12 o'clock noon. We
Mark it
will be
down.
around for that. We will be around for
Yes.
that. And you're right, Eddie. You're right. The last time it came out, we were talking about like, well, sometimes maybe, sometimes not, but it just took off. So we'll be keep an
Right.
eye on that one. The last one is consumer credit at 2 p.m. Central Time. That's the last one we have on the docket for today.
Okay. Well, back to me. Back to you, Madeline. Oil prices rise in the Middle East conflict. U.S. production focus. So we did see oil prices rise slightly in European trade here today as investors sought more cues on the U.S. production and inventories from the official data due later today. Forecast for potential drop in U.S. output from record highs had spurred some strength in the oil this week, which were otherwise reeling from steep losses fueled by the speculation over the end of disruptions in the Middle East. Now, we caught that over the wire yesterday. If you were with us in the afternoon, some things crossed the wire here saying that they're looking for. So, as Hoag says, pray for peace. I think it's working. Let's really hope it does. Brent expiring April gained zero point 0.6, while WTI West Texas Intermediate edged 0.7. And there. And Robert, you got any friends in Scotland? You got any Scottish friends? Scottish friends?
Um, it's close. My uncle is Scottish, and he does the whole thing, the kilt and the
Oh,
sashes and
really?
the whole thing. Yeah, yeah.
I
My
think it's
uncle,
pretty cool. Like, see, I knew that was cool when James Bond
McDowell.
wore that.
Yes.
Right, right.
Yeah.
But did you hear about this one? Scotland plans to raise minimum cost of alcohol. That
What?
piss a lot of people off. 6 years after Scotland brought the first minimum alcohol price measure to the UK to curb heavy drinking, the government is planning a price hike, about 82 cents. That's about 50 pence to 65 pence. Under the plan, change the minimum cost of a standard bottle of whiskey, whiskey will rise from about 1760 to $23.
Get in my belly.
Wow. Okay. Another thing too here, we've got a weekend coming up here, Super Bowl weekend. Super Bowl. John, are you out there? Yes, John. Robert, did you know that 1 in 4 Americans bet on the Super Bowl? Did you know that?
Wow. I
Did
did
you
not know that.
know that a record 68 million people will partake in betting the Super Bowl? Nearly 68 million American adults, about 1 in 4, plan to bet on this year's Super Bowl, setting a record by a wide margin, like my butt. It's according to the Gambling Industry's National Trade Association. Figures released Tuesday by the American Gaming Association included bets with legal wink, wink, outlets, and illegal, wink, wink, bookies, wink, wink. The volume of betting participation is projected to be about 35% higher than last year. That's badass, man. You know, I mean, honestly,
Yep.
I haven't put any money on, but the wife was like, "Oh, I got squares." I go, "How much do you spend?" She goes, $200. Jeez, there's our gambler. She's in the other room. But anyway, um, James, how about that tip of the week? And then we're going to get to these charts. There it is. There it is. All right, networking, learning from others. Now remember, not only from others, but learn from your mistakes. Embrace your own mistakes and learn from them. I mean, we've been talking about that for eons. Um, Observe how others handle challenges and setbacks. And we talked about that guy. You watch a lot of challenges here at Topstep, and you see a lot of setbacks, and trying to help you out there. But just remember, mistakes can be powerful lessons. Rob, you got anything on that?
I am in 100% agreement. We have to learn. It's a learning process. It's ever learning. It's always changing. And use your resources, use your networks, and use everybody around you in your group and community to grow your craft.
Grow your craft. I thought you said crop, and I'm looking out my window. Okay, it's still growing. All right. Without further ado, Robert, what do you got for us in the charts? Let's start it out. What do we got?
We're going to start it out with the ES as we normally do.
Yes.
One quick thing, I decided to join Adobe and MP and Snowmass pictures here behind me, and of course that's a fake picture. But I want to say we're there with them. We are there with them in spirit. ES pushing up. Let's get on to the charts here. Not going to spend a lot of time on this, but we are so close to that all-time high. And if you want to take a bet, Eddie, I'm going to bet you that we break the all-time high today. I'll put $1
Hold
on it.
Let,
How's that sound?
let me get my wife. She's got the cash.
Okay, well, we had negative open interest on the ES, all-time high 4997.75 or three-quarter dollar, however you want to call it over there, 75%. 4997.75 is the all-time high. We reached 4990.5. And now that was earlier, and now as we can see in the chart, we hit around 4995. So we are going to break. In my opinion, I think we're going to break it, and I think we're going to crack that 5,000. First time ever in history. I think we're going to do it right off the bat. So we shall see about that. That's a quick look at the 30-minute chart. 15-minute chart we're looking at right here. We are definitely opening outside. We're going to have a gap. I am not going to say anything about how gap rules apply or do not apply. That is Hoag's game. He knows that a heck of a lot better, and he's got that process down. But I can say that we are opening in a significant gap to the upside today. We're going to have to watch that. We'll see what happens once we get up here and we tag that. You on with me for that bet, Eddie? What do you think? We got the whole world watching here.
We got the whole world in our hands. We got the whole wide world. I'll just sing that song, and then, like I said, I'll get my wife to place the bet.
There you go. Way to go. Quickly here, moving on to the NASDAQ. Pulling up a 30-minute chart on the NASDAQ at the NQ. I always call it the NQ. I don't want to call it the NASDAQ, but it is. All-time high, getting close to that one also. 17,793 half. And that was back here on Wednesday, January 24th of 24. I am going to put a second bet out there that we break that one today too, Eddie. You want on that one? You want to go with $2, $1 on each one of them? A dollar.
Okay. All right, dollar,
All right.
dollar.
Okay, dollar. We got it. So we are pushing up. This one here, we can see we're right almost already at yesterday's opening range high. That was just below the high, the entire high of yesterday. I don't have it marked in the chart, but it's roughly 17,768. I think we'll be breaking through that pretty soon. We will be hitting the all-time high. These stocks are just absolutely relentless. These futures. I looked. There was even. I was trying to find some really strong news that was just driving these things through the roof, and Tesla was downgraded, and Apple didn't do a heck of a lot. So I'm like, what the heck is going on here? Probably why I don't trade stocks anymore. I have no idea why those are pushing up. We get the moving averages that came down. They curled off. This is the 50, the 100, 200 that we like to use as standards. They are just starting to cross up. 50, 100 is crossing over itself right now. 200 has a little bit of a bend. We're going to keep an eye on that, watching that, see if it's going to continue. I really think it is. I think we're breaking these highs. Opening outside, we're going to be opening outside of our value. Again, I believe we're really, really, really close. And we are going to be opening with a gap on the NQ also. Follow Hoag's gap rules, and I'm sure there's people out there that know a heck of a lot more about them than I do. Oil or gold next, Eddie? What would you like, sir?
Save the best for last.
Okay, so you
Gold.
want to go gold last. Aha.
Yeah.
So
please.
oil, yeah, oil's an interesting one. Remember, we have that EIA report coming out so pretty soon today in like another hour and a half or so. Let's see if that makes some moves because it's just been chopping around. I was on with Deanna yesterday. We couldn't do anything. It was nothing. It was just chop, chop, chop. Look at this mess from yesterday. It's a 30-minute chart. Look at that disaster. How the heck do you do anything with that? And on the overnight, we went nothing to the positive side, nothing to the low side. All we do have a plus 1,600 in open interest from yesterday through the overnight. We're still very wicky. Not sure where it's going. Nobody likes to see oil go up. We know when oil goes up, prices go up all around the world. We're going to have to wait and see what that happens. Opening range right here, this 1 minute, zoom in on a 15-minute chart here. We're still on a definite slight upward trend, but it's so messy. I am so glad I'm not a crude trader right now. We're just going to have to wait and see what happens once the market starts getting movement and once that EIA report hits, and also once Deanna comes on and explains this whole process to us. The best for last, Eddie, your baby, gold. Did you take a trade this morning, by the way?
Gold. I did.
did.
And I caught this nice little rally to the top side. Took a little heat, but I'm up just over my 420. I'm up 451 on the day, and I'm content. I'm done. Yesterday we were talking about it. 150K combine. I got greedy. I was up 1,100, and then I was down 1,800. Went to the 50K, put up about 700. I am not doing that again. I slapped myself on the hand. Stupid people trick that I should not have done. So, unless there's a good opportunity, but thank you for asking. I had to share that.
Wanted to see that. I'll share mine too. I hit the daily loss limit yesterday because I tried yet again to trade oil and it was absolutely horrible. And it just shows a really good reason why I am not a oil trader. I did that in 2 accounts now. I had the 150K mid last week when I tried jumping into oil, and then the same thing yesterday, tried jumping in oil. It just doesn't work for me. I am done with oil. But gold, I'm going after gold next, Eddie, because I want to follow along. We're always in Q and ES, and I just tried oil. I'm just not good at it. We'll try gold next. So where are we at? We had that big drop off down here we talked about a few days ago. We're moving right back into that area. Yesterday, our volume profile did reach up. We did go over the point of control from Friday. Remember, we were talking about that yesterday. We're still opening here in balance. We don't have a lot of overnight. What do we have for gold? We have plus 1,000 on the positive side here for gold. The high from yesterday, 2055.4. I think we're going to be breaking that also. So quick look at the 15-minute chart. We'll throw it back on over to you. Does not look like we had any type of a gap on the opening over here. Everything is nice and centered. I am looking for what I know about gold, which is not a heck of a lot, but I don't think we're going to go a little higher. I don't think we're going to go through the roof like we are going to go, in my opinion, on ES and NQ. I think those are going to continue to push higher. I think we stay in balance here. We're not going to go much higher than this on gold. We have a few rejections, just simply couldn't get past over these levels, that 2055 area. I don't think we're going up much higher than that. I think it's going to be a choppy day for gold, but we will wait and see. I do want to do one little tribute for Hoag. We just, that staying, patient, staying humble, and staying centered and pray for peace. Can we just do that quick, everybody? That quick little deep breath in. Let's do that now. In and out.
Well, it took forever.
Can't wait to see him back on the show tomorrow. Eddie, back to you.
All right. Remember, futures trading is risky. Yes, it is. And TopstepTV is solely for trading education. We call tradertainment, not for financial advice. Before making any investment decision, it's strongly recommended that you seek advice from a qualified broker or investment advisor. So just to let you know, just to keep it on the up and up, we're going to be starting out here today. We've got fast markets coming up here with Deanna. Jack's going to join that. That should be fun.
Yeah.
Shoulder tap. Robert, you're going to be busy again here today again, I think. You got shoulder tap with Ben. I like Ben. Hey, young buck over there in the risk management department. Power players. Andre and myself will be talking to Richard O. We've got Top Quiz with Sarah Hecker. Oh man, she's cool. She's totally cool. Don't miss that. It's going to be 11:45. Robert, you're back again, center stage with group coaching. We've got the patience trading with KV. KV, I like KV. Very, this is the interview where you take a lot of notes. Very smart gentleman, very educated, and take notes. That's going to be Andre and Dolby, and then of course, excuse me, Power Hour. Andre Dolby going to stick around for that, and we've got Isaac Suffren going to join. And just a reminder here, too, before we break here, before we go to break, if you'd like, and we'd really appreciate this, if you like what we're doing here at Topstep TV, great value out of Topstep TV. We're hoping that happens. You truly believe that Topstep is helping you become a better trader. Please take a moment to leave us a review on Trustpilot. Okay, we'd really appreciate that. All the kind words and feedback we receive here, we do love to see that. And we're going to drop a link. Cortland's going to drop a link in chat. Good morning, Cortland. We're going to drop a link in our chat. I think he might pin it up top. So if you feel so inclined, please do so. No pressure at all. But we would love to see how you feel about Topstep and Topstep TV. So we're going to take a break. Roby, I'll meet you at the coffee station. They've got this really strong coffee. It's called Death 3000. I think it's all caffeine, no coffee. So I'm going to get myself a drink of that. But otherwise, all right, we're going to take a time out. Don't go away. All-Star cast today. Lots of good stuff coming up. And Robert, thank you very much for being with us here, filling in for the Hoag. We love him very much and miss him very much. And he will be back tomorrow. So
Yes,
we'll
sir.
be right back. Don't go away.
Welcome back to Fast Markets, and we've got Tiana with us again, Andre, and MP ready to go. And we're in our last minute here before the open, so let's get our horses in the gate and get ready to go. And Andre, I'm going to pass this to you, and let's have a great day here, folks.
Thank you, Eddie. Eddie, big day, up early. Good morning, Deanna. Good morning, Michael. How are we feeling today?
I'm feeling great.
Guys.
How are you?
Good morning.
Oh, Deanna, are you sick?
Yes, I'm still sick, but pushing through it. I'm all right. Yeah.
Look at her point.
That was worse than it is. Okay.
We're open.
We're up.
S&Ps, are we going to see 5,000 today? I'll say yes. We're going to probably test it. It'll print at least. We're not too far away. NASDAQ on the up and up as well. We're up big overnight. Let's see if we take any trades today. Deanna, how are we looking at crude?
I will know a little bit more in half an hour. For now, the initial balance is still low in size.
Okay.
What I want to see today, because we've been very range bound on most of the days, and it's been a total pain. So I want to see, first of all, to have the initial balance bigger than 60 ticks. If that happens, then I might get a trade after the inventories, because we do have that on the schedule today. So all in all, not rushing. So just waiting to see what the initial balance does. And then depending on the size, I might decide what's going to happen. We are opening with a slight gap up. We've just gone back to the value area, and we're trying to bounce off of that. I wouldn't really be looking for shorts unless the inventories report is completely off the mark. So yeah, there is some upside on the daily. We have rejected daily demand, and it's pushing further away from that. And this is why ideally I would like to get along someplace. However, if crude oil doesn't behave itself, I am going to turn my attention to gold, even though gold is not looking that great either. It's opening inside value from yesterday, but it's been having slightly bigger ranges than crude oil. So, we'll see what happens. I see that the equities are screaming upside. So I get some action there. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, let's see what we've got in ES and NQ, guys.
Take a peek. Three just came 3 ticks away from ES 5,000. 3 ticks away. Came off a little bit. Do you see that? 400 less sitting at 5,000.
Yeah.
We gotta have some confetti.
Yeah, I was gonna say fireworks or confetti. Confetti when we hit 5,000.
I remember NASDAQ 5,000. NASDAQ 5,000. That was pretty
a while ago.
CNBC, that was a while ago. CNBC did a whole confetti thing. They're all
Dow 30,000.
That was another one. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. But yes. Oh, you sound really good, Mike. You sound crystal clear with your new setup over there.
Yeah, I got this stupid things in my ear, but I'm going to deal with it.
Mac insists, but it's
I just have the regular earbuds because I find them. I can't be bothered with like charging things. There's so many things that are just wireless, and it does my head in. So I just literally bought like a regular pair of in ears, and that's what I've got. Much less headaches.
Well, just like an AirPod, iPod thing.
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah. Some kind of pod.
All right.
Yeah.
Deanna, real quick. Also, you're talking about crude. Also, it's always subject to headline risk. It's a news-driven market right now. What'd you say?
Yeah. Yes. So we had some news yesterday from Hamas. Obviously, they positively responded to a proposition of ceasefire. So we'll see what that brings. If that happens, we could have some risk-off moves. But as we've seen yesterday, that was very, very limited,
Yes,
and
it
it
was.
just snapped right back to where it came from and continued its boring barcode chop, whatever. And I did get a bit chopped up. So I am down about $300 on the week. Nothing major because at the moment I am using 2 lots as a default position size. So that's not even like 0.3R. So yeah, it's still early days. Obviously, I always play the long game. So no rushing. Just staying patient and seeing whether we can shake out this weird juju that we've been in. With
Go
crude
somewhere.
oil.
Go somewhere already.
Yes, I have to do something. Yes, I don't even care if I lose a trade. Just go $100 pigs, please.
In yesterday's, what was it? You were in a session with Robert yesterday. You referred to oil as what was it? You're going on a blind date with someone that posted a profile picture when they're in their 30s, and they're actually. What was that? What was that analogy?
Like yeah, so yeah, if you go on a date with someone who has a picture of themselves that's like from 30 years ago, and then you turn up and the guy's like 75, like 1 foot in the grave. So that's how it was with me trading crude oil yesterday. It just wasn't happening.
This wasn't happening. That's awesome.
No, it's like star setup, fail. Another star setup, fail. Range trade, fail. I was like, Jesus, man, I'll give up. I'm done. Luckily, I caught the drop from the announcement, so that kind of saved the day. But still, I was a little bit underwater, and I'm going to try not to do that today. So sitting on my hands, on my wings today, because I was a bit of a grasshopper yesterday, so I should really be wearing my grasshopper hat today. But yeah, just for punishment. So we'll see what happens. Like I said, I'm going to stay super patient. And yeah, I mean, if you guys have some levels, that'll be good. I can see the Nasdaq is opening on the with a gap up, and it's opening inside that fixed daily range high. Now, whenever that happens, you have a decent chance of it going at least to yesterday's session high. So but we're already there though, so that's a bit of a clash. So that's not helping. Yeah. All right. So I don't have a setup in Nasdaq either.
How are we doing, Michael? How are we doing with those ear things so far?
I hate them. Start off uncomfortable. Not like being uncomfortable when you're trading.
Yep. We just got to fight through it. You can actually make it a little easier.
MP has joined the vest crowd, I can see.
Oh, he's got his full Colorado look, yes.
I'm Captain Colorado now. Took it over thick. All right, Eddie.
all right. To get you ready for that, buddy.
All right.
There you go.
Hey, Eddie, all right. Eddie, really quick, what do we got today on the calendar?
Well, I got something for everybody here today. So get in line, no pushing, no shoving, single file. In about an hour, we're going to have crude oil inventories. Prior was 1.234. They're looking at 1.7. Also, we've got some other numbers coming there. The crude imports, we've got distillates, EIA, stocks, gasoline, and so forth. Also coming up here today at about 10 o'clock, FOMC member Hoagland. Kugler. Not familiar with that person, but anyway, be at 10 o'clock. One thing I want to make sure that we're all ready for is our 12 o'clock 10-year note auction. Now, that has recently put a spin on the market, so we will be ready for that. And Fed Collins is going to be speaking here at 10:30. Basically, that's about it besides Bowman at 1 o'clock. And that's it. And back to you, Andre.
Thanks, man. We've got a full schedule today. So a little bit something for everybody. Those treasury auctions we have been seeing some volatility come from them. So be sure you're going to walk away, grab that sandwich, bring that sandwich back to your trading desk, your trading console, because we might see some action.
Sandwich.
All right.
Sandwich.
Yeah,
Right,
Michael.
so levels. So we have the overnight VWAP in NQ at 177.11.
Okay.
There's settlement from yesterday at 17664, and right underneath that is the value high from yesterday at 176.57 and 3/4. So those could be some very good levels where you might want to look for a continuation. If those break down, then we may have some shorts stepping in, some more serious shorts stepping in. But again, it's early days. It's just the start of the initial balance. So let's see if we can find some levels somewhere today. What do you reckon, Michael? You seeing anything of interest?
Michael.
I'm not seeing anything yet. I'm trying to stay patient. I just did a couple dipping the toes on this pullback. Jab. Yeah. But we're tilty on 70%. People,
Yeah.
we've been short, but we've had a short bias out of the gate for the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's really different than what we typically have. We typically have a long bias. I want to say for the whole month of January, it felt like a long bias.
As we rallied.
Yeah, I mean, it is a gap up day, so that opens up a possibility for a move closer to the value area as well.
Yes.
Although, like I said, when I have the daily range high, fixed daily range high, I would like to be away from the session from yesterday. So that is kind of bringing maybe some bracketing, some ranging on the larger time frames. Just have a quick look. Yeah, so we do have a 3-day overlapping value situation happening.
What does that
and
mean?
The
What does that mean,
supply
Deanna?
it means a bracketing. Bracket means a range bound market. So when you have overlapping values, that means that the price has stopped moving for whatever reason. So on my charts, I can mark up all the values from the last 3 days, and you will see that they are pretty overlappy.
Overlapping. Technical term.
Technical term, overlapping. Well, a lot right up there with Robert's Wickety market. So yeah, shorts might be in play because this overhead supply has been very, very resistant. It keeps kind of pushing into it, but then there's a reversal, and every time we do that, the same thing kind of happens. So this would be in line with the gap rules that we have some sort of a chance for a return. Now, this is Nasdaq. I don't trade Nasdaq, especially not at this time of day. If I do trade it, it's usually for the last hour. So I don't really follow it that much, how it moves and breathes for this time of day. So I can't tell you, oh yeah, definitely. Anne Marie is your girl for that because she trades it a lot. It's her main market. She's very good at it. So we're gonna ask her tomorrow what she thinks.
Big day tomorrow.
Looking forward to that. Big day. Yeah, can't wait. Oh my god, I'm so excited. You have no idea. Yeah, so yeah, but I know that VWAP has been known to cause a bounce. So that 177, well, now it's 07, so it's changed a little bit because of the volume. So that is a level to look out for as a potential bounce. If we break that down, like I said, the next area to look out for is that settlement and the value high from yesterday. And again, might be a turnaround, at least for a while. If we get a failed auction at any one point, especially to the downside. So if the downside auction fails, look at it very closely because that is a high probability setup in NQ and in ES. It's something that I've been keeping a pulse on.
Deanna, what downside? What downside are you looking at on that one? What downside were you talking about specifically?
Yeah, well, it's basically once the initial balance is over. So once the first hour of trading is done in NASDAQ, and then if we try to go even lower, but then we fail and break the price action back into the initial balance range, into that first hour trading range, that constitutes a failed auction. That means that if the market participants are looking to go lower, they, at this point of the day, they couldn't find any business in further down. So therefore, they pull it back up into that first hour of the trading range. And very frequently, if you have a market with a strong upward bias, the market will turn around and go all the way back to the start of the initial balance. So it's a very powerful setup, especially if you have a reasonably decent sized initial balance range. And do not ignore that when the auction fails to the downside. because this is the equity index, it's very, very upward biased. So that,
Hey, have you heard
that's
the have you heard the quote from George?
I saw
George
that.
shared it. It's from George. All roads lead to the VWAP.
It's true.
I like that. Yeah.
Hey,
So we
by
have Coach
George.
Ray. We have
Yes.
Coach Ray who loves VWAP. So he says, have you hugged your VWAP today? So we're going to be doing some VWAP hugging. Yeah.
Lots of love for VWAP. Real quick, we got
Lots of love.
S&P's ES 80% short. It's pretty heavy. Don't typically see a number that biased in ES. Might be a little pullback here. It's heavy shorts.
Well, we just had a run here in gold.
Gold
We have
making
a
new
run in
highs.
gold.
Big run.
Markets aren't moving right now.
Yep.
Michael's
Gold is running.
displaying his new patient side of his trading style. It's been working, right? What's going on?
I have not putting myself in deep holes. I'm still. Yesterday I ended up, which is nice. High water mark was 900. Ended up the day up 300.
Okay.
Nice.
I'm
Okay,
doing light and tight. I'm doing light and tight. It is February of patience.
I like it.
And so
84% short. Yes, 84%
that's
short.
just really, really short.
Very heavy, but we're breaking.
Yes.
Could not give 5,000 a kiss. Not even a little peck on the cheek.
I know, but
we
that
are
almost. Yeah, we are
86% short. Yes,
but
we are.
looking at NASDAQ, there is a little 5-minute demand that is still giving some upside for now. So if that goes, then we have some more serious space further down to those other relevant levels that I was mentioning. But if we cannot break the 5-minute demand, this is going to go back up again.
Yes, 85% short as we break.
This is really, really short. Everybody and their
very, very
sister
short.
wants to get shorter on here. So the 30s, remember guys, the 30s and the 40s will actually like the 30s, 30 range, 17.730s, big heavy shorts. Just remember that during the day. It's a level that a lot of people got short on. So I'm writing that down.
You're gonna see how it reacts from here.
I'm gonna see how. Well, I'm long one from 30.
Okay.
And I've been in the money, but then it won't. It almost feels like it wants to break or floor come out before it.
They keep smashing it down every time it goes back
Still
up.
pushing
So we'll
out.
see.
Still pushing.
But at the same time, it's outside of the demand still.
So what does that tell you?
It tells me that the price is having trouble closing into the demands. That's one of the things that I look for when I'm looking at price action. So if either one of the candles on the 5-minute chart manages to cleanly close into a demand, that means it's got a very high chance of breaking it. If that doesn't happen and we keep getting these buying wicks, then that spells that there's still buyers around and you don't want to go against that. So for now, it's just teasing in and out, dancing on the line. So nothing has been decided. Very spiky. I don't know how you guys can trade this stuff.
I don't know how he does it either. I don't know how he does it.
Well, everybody trades
like 40 years overnight.
Yeah, everybody trades the Russell. Everybody trades the NASDAQ here, so I figured, why don't I just
I
become
get
a
it.
NASDAQ dude? Like a tequila guy, Andre. No more vodka, just become a tequila guy.
We're tequila guys now.
We're tequila guys now.
80% long in gold here, 84% short in ES, 77% short in NASDAQ, crude 50-50. So it's interesting to see how the tilt changes as the market moves lower. In the equities, we see these shorts still building up, catching the move to the downside. See if they get paid on this, though. We'll see if we reverse out of it. Hey, Michael, yesterday was a very busy day at the office, it looked like.
Oh, my God. We had a guy drop off his resume. And then about 3 hours later, we had another guy that just got funded that's in here from New York skiing with his girlfriend.
That's awesome. That's amazing.
Yeah, stopped by and we did pictures and all that kind of stuff. And he's like, "Oh, I saw the Topstep trading floor sign outside the window." I'm like, "That's us." Mm-hmm. He's like,
"That's wild."
He's like, he goes to me, "Do you work at Topstep?"
I do. I do indeed. I do indeed work at Topstep.
Yes. And then I go, "Yeah." He's like, like, "What's your role?" I go, "I'm the founder." He's like, and he does this whole, "Oh my God." I'm like, "Well, dude, I mean, like, I'm just how you trade, So we started talking about trading.
Didn't know? He didn't know you were the CEO.
He didn't know. He just started 3 months ago. I know. Okay. I'm like, read your damn email. I'm like, read your damn email.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Michael Patak, CEO, dude. Come on, the picture and everything.
Right.
You are looking at Mr. Topstep himself.
Yeah.
Well, that's
So we're
funny. That's
gonna-
awesome. People are
Right.
stopping
Yeah,
through.
so-
That's so cool.
Two guys in a day. And bottom, I took Dolby out for lunch a little bit later in the day. He's wearing a Topstep hat. Now we're like, no, it's just, out of everybody walking by this table, this guy like, hey, pulls him aside. I'm like, no way, 3 people in a day. But the guy was not asking about Topstep. He was asking for where he could buy his girlfriend weed. I don't know why he picked Dolby out. I don't know why he picked Dolby out of everybody.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
That's funny.
I'm still long 2 lots from 30. I'm gonna get out of one.
Wow, nice bounce. Nice bounce. All right, well, we saw how that tilt played out. All the shorts are definitely taking
30s.
heat if they haven't gotten out yet. Yeah.
Remember the 30s. Remember the day. Remember the 30s. So we're gonna keep my 1 lot 30 on for a little bit.
Mhm.
That was a really, really heavy long. Maybe they're doing a running start to this 5,000.
Is that what we're doing?
these-
We got to back up to gain some momentum here to push the upside. Okay.
Yeah.
We got
So Dolby's here. Dolby's here right now. He's over there. He's visiting. He's not visiting. He's working out of what's up. He's working out of the Aspen, or his parents live here, so he's here. And there's, long story short, he can tell it during power hour. Power hour. Stick around during power hour. It's actually getting cooler. Not actually. It is getting cooler and cooler by the day. It's a very, very fun segment. Yeah. It might take.
I love
we might
doing
need
equities in the last hour.
Yes,
well, we
Deanna.
might need a disclaimer, Deanna. We might need a disclaimer because they're using the word pulled pork, full port, way too much over there for
Why?
for our disciplined teachings here at Topstep.
Yeah.
They get it.
And
All right, we're still
jumping around when trades work out, that's not a great look either, but hey ho.
Yeah.
Oh, what are you referring to, Deanna?
What, me? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just saying.
All right, I got out. So I got
nice trade.
Two lots at 30 and then a 49 and a 56.
What'd that pay? That was real nice.
That paid like almost 1,000.
Yeah, sir.
Because I was down like 500 when I put it on. There was a bottom in there somewhere.
Yes, we did, Roy Jenkins. Yeah, there really was. We didn't even get down to VWAP, but we just turned around, get that running start. Well, we see 5,000 on this push to the upside. Everybody will make history today on TopstepTV.
It's going to keep trying. You know it.
Yeah, of course. They got to touch it. If we run through it or not, I don't know. But someone's got to.
Anybody wants?
Someone's got to.
Yeah, the running start, Andre. What do you consider a running start?
Well, I think we saw it here in the S&Ps. That we got to 49.99 quarter. We came off of it, bull all the way back down to 49.89, and then we got them. Yeah, we got the momentum building up for another push to the upside as we're seeing here. So basically, we just put the brakes on that sell-off. Turn out to just be a pullback, and we're gonna make another run. You know, someone up here is gonna want to just print the 5,000, just one line uptick it, just to say they bought it. But I remember we used to do that. Yeah, we used to do that all the time. Like, oh, yeah, I bought 5,000. Just dumb
it's
trade.
sitting right there. You're like, screw it, guys. That's me.
Yep, I want to print it. That was me. The whole world can see me print it. Like, it's so
the
dumb.
Whole world.
But, yeah. Nice trade there, Michael. Very good. Nice patience. That was heavy tilt. Was short there. What was it? Was on the 30s, about 80% short. And sure enough,
it was coming up to the VWAP on the what's that? What George say? The famous line.
All roads lead to VWAP.
All roads lead to VWAP. Yeah. So he said that. Thank you, George, for the quote from another George, or probably we'll keep it anonymous on that, George. But he said that the VWAP was there, and I just pulled back. Everybody was getting short around the 30s. And I had got a fairly good entry at the 30s. And
welcome. George says you're welcome.
Yeah, buddy. Thank you, George. You're the man.
Deanna, we're starting to see some sell pressure here in crude. It looks like it's not following through, though. It's a bit choppy.
Yeah, it's very choppy, and it's still sitting at 54 ticks for the initial balance range. I want to see it go through 60 at the minimum, but ideally I would like to see it at 75. That is when we have pretty decent days with decent follow through. I will not be getting excited and chopped up if we start to have like a low initial balance range and then kind of exit. I'm not doing any momentum trades until proven otherwise. So just sitting on my hands. I'm actually looking at gold. So it
Yes,
does look
ripping.
like it's a screaming upside. Yeah. Right now, what this is going to do is probably, if we kind of stay where we are, it's probably going to create a pretty significant single print. Now, if that happens, we have a chance of a directional day. And then at some point, I might have a potential to use those single prints as a pullback trade. So again, some patience here, but it looks like there is some demand rejections from the daily chart as well. There is a little bit of an offspring supply. But the originating supply is like 126 ticks away from where we are now. So there's still some range there. Therefore, I'm not going to be jumping into this just yet. I'm literally just staying patient because at the moment we have moved a little bit further out from the initial balance high. And we also created a neutral day type, which is not something that I want to see
Neutral day.
when I'm trying to aim. Yeah, so it means extensions on both sides of the market. But, gold can go into these like asymmetrical trending days that start with excess on one side and then go just ripping to the other side. So that could be the case here. So again, need to stay patient. Just make sure that all of my rules are in place. But yeah, gold is definitely looking much better than
Interesting.
crude oil for me today.
Oh, here we
So,
go.
hey-
Thank you, Eddie. Real quick, guys. We got hot off the wire. A new round of Gaza talks are to start on Thursday in Cairo. Israeli Prime Minister
Okay.
Netanyahu to hold a press conference at 12:30 Eastern time, 11:30 Central time. That's going to be
Okay,
very
so
sensitive.
that would be bearish.
Oil is going to be very sensitive to that, right, Deanna?
Yes, but those are positive news. So we should see some downside pressure if that's the case.
Mhm.
Again, until I get it technically, this is still a
Yep.
chop range. So
Absolutely.
I don't trust anything now.
I don't blame you. After what we saw yesterday and how they just
Yeah.
completely pulled back off that sell-off, I mean, I don't know how you. Yeah, it's very difficult. Very
I
difficult to
was
hold a
in that.
position.
I was
Were you
in
really?
that. I was in a range bound short trade at that point, and that
nice.
was the trade that saved my day.
Oh,
At
really?
least a
Okay.
little bit. Yeah, I was like, thank God for that. Jesus,
Thank
whatever that
God.
was. Thank
Yeah.
you. Because
my
otherwise
God.
it would have hit my daily loss limit. I was like so close to it. And
Gosh.
it just went swoosh.
Yes, it did. That was intense. That was very
Yeah.
intense. And the way it just came reverse all
Yeah.
the way out of it. It's like, man, how do you hold?
Yeah.
How do you
I
And
hang
then
want
on?
to find.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
and then I did a gold trade that went the opposite way. So I did manage to pull the day back
Good.
decently. Not quite
There you go.
enough to get me into full profit for the week, but I was like, that was hairy, man.
Yeah, it was.
Very
That's what
hairy.
trading's all about, though. It's not.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey,
Not
we're
always
back in
easy.
the 30. We're back in the 30s.
Yep.
It's back heavy tilt again. There's sellers in the 30s. People
What-
entering
yeah.
and opening positions in these 30s. Maybe a continuation to the downside. That was a rip higher.
Mm.
Now it's
Mhm.
79. It's 80% short. So telling information about what we're doing here at Topstep. Folks are liking this 17,730s area in the NAS crack. And that's trading 23. So they're getting paid on it now if they take profits,
take
but none of them are getting out because it's actually adding. So it's like,
How do you know? How do you know they're
Well,
not getting out,
again-
Michael?
because
Well,
the percent's not the percent's not changing.
It's not changing, yeah.
It's
You can
actually
see it on the
increasing.
tilt when people
Hey,
start changing, yeah.
Mhm.
Deanna, 1711 or 17,711. Why'd you like that level?
It was just a lower time frame overnight VWAP, but we still have the VWAP on the 30-minute that got tagged earlier, and now it's still 17711. It's still there. You know what I was looking at. The demand that we had earlier on a 5-minute chart got taken out by one tick, which is very interesting.
One tick. Oh,
Now,
wow.
if we keep below 177.35 half, that will constitute a bearish engulfing on a 30-minute chart, and that could be tested at some point for more downside. But this is all looking very, very much like a gap fill. So we're going to see whether that value high can be reached. At the very least, the edge of the demand on a 30-minute chart, which is 176.78 half. So we might be looking at some more serious shorts here.
Yeah,
But we still need to
80%.
stay below the 177.35, 34.
All right, Mike, are you looking at the same type of setup here? Try to do the same trade?
I'm watching her. Well, I'm
Okay.
listening to her. Yeah.
Well, now you're gonna save the cash, yeah?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Made some money.
Uh-huh.
Now we save it. Uh-huh.
Oh, I know.
While you're talking, I got two lots stuff.
I knew it. I knew you did. I knew you did.
I mean, I thought I'm here to trade. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, yes, you are. Oh, he's starting to get his swagger back. He's getting.
I know.
He's getting his swagger
The
back.
grasshopper,
No.
the grasshopper
Yeah.
is kicking in. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Very
Yeah.
nice,
That got
Michael.
me in trouble yesterday.
Thought I'm here to
I mean,
trade. No.
It's gonna keep. I don't know. It's one of these that is so close to the 5,000 big fat round number.
I know.
That it's like it's one of these that it's just like it's gonna keep teasing like it's going down, and then it's gonna get everybody caught short, and that's gonna feed this effort all the way up to the moon.
Hmm.
You should be the one that uptakes 5,000, Michael.
I'm going to.
I know you are. You should be the one.
I'm
that
going to be
uptakes
the
it.
first one. I'm
Yes,
going to be
you
the
are.
first one. It's going to be on. I'm going to do 100 lot there. No, I should
No.
do something there, and it should be on and say
Good.
I got us to get to 5,000, and I'm going to
Top
say
step.
it.
Top
Yeah,
step.
and then we're
Tick
gonna
up
clip-
to 5,000.
and then get the confetti gun and go.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Exactly.
Well, don't get me wrong. I'm going to do it. I'm
I
going
know you
to. If it's a 1 lot or 10
You
lot or whatever
should.
lot,
You
should.
One lot.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not joking. You should definitely do it.
all-time highs. Yeah,
You set the record.
I'll set the record. Yeah, be like,
First time.
remember the day, Deanna? Remember that day where I lifted the offer 5,000?
Yeah.
Took me a while to
All right.
figure out how
20
to
years from now.
lift off,
We're
lift
like,
offers
remember
and
that
hit
day?
bids. Remember that day?
Yeah.
Exotic car blacklist wants you to do 100 lot on that. I don't know if we're gonna do 100 lot. That's more of a power
Yeah.
hour trade.
No,
One lot
I-
up. One lot uptick does it.
hurt yourself.
One lot
Let me see if
uptick
I can
does the
put-
trick.
Let me see how much I can put on real quick.
Yo, repump.
And I'm not. There's a level of. There's a level of just like. Hold on, let me see if I can put on.
No,
Whoa.
we're not.
No.
Mick,
What was
Mick, if you're
Computer says
listening,
no.
no, Mick. Don't listen.
Mick, if you're listening, I need my clip size. It's called clip size. That's
Yeah,
what
I
we
know.
call it, clip size.
Clip size.
I need my clip
yeah.
size at a hundo. I'm gonna go down to 50. Can I put 50 on?
What are you
All I have to
doing?
do is just call them and they'll put it on.
Yeah.
Well, you are the boss. Yeah, I mean, you can do it.
Yeah.
But Mick will have a cardiac event.
Yes, you will.
No.
Yes,
It's
you
gonna be a
will.
very awkward shoulder tap here, talking about risk managing,
Yeah.
and then they got you slinging hundos around.
I'm gonna text Mick.
All right.
Mick has put his phone in the microwave and left the building for parts unknown.
The microwave, man.
As soon as he heard 100 lots, he was just like, I'm done.
No, what can I do? All right. Well, we got something to look forward to today, folks, as we approach. If we do get to 5,000, we'll see if Michael can be the first one to uptick 5,000 here. Make history at TopstepTV. Deanna, nothing popping in crude at all. This is really
I know, man.
testing your patience.
Yeah, 55
Is it easy-
ticks for the initial balance size. That's certainly not 60 or 75 that I was looking at. So yeah, it's not looking like a great day today.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. Do you find at this point in your career, you've been doing this for quite some time now and seen some success? Has patience come? Is it coming easier to you on days like this and days like yesterday?
Oh
Is
yeah.
it okay?
I mean, I'm very good after a bad day. I'm not one of those traders that kind of wakes up the next morning and I'm like, right, let's pull myself out of a hole. I actually do quite the opposite. So I will have some alarms on my phone just to remind me not to sit at my desk at 10 a.m., which is the London session still, when very rarely things happen properly in crude oil for London, because London likes these momentums. And if you're not up like very early to catch those, it's just not really prone to reversals like the New York session. So I don't really like trading crude oil. If I'm going to trade anything, I would prefer to trade something like the German DAX or something that actually moves and uses the London session as the main session. But whenever I have a losing day, the next day I will give it as much as possible as long as possible to get more data in the profile. And even if that means missing the main move for the day, and then come towards the last sort of 3 hours of the day, I might try and find a super high probability trade. But that's after we've had, whatever the market's going to do. I then can read the market pretty well. And in fact, if I was aiming to increase my accuracy to like 80%, which I have had before.
Nice.
Typically, those were the times when I only traded for those last 3 hours, bizarrely.
Exactly.
And that's because you have so much information in the profile already, and then you can just find that high probability trade using all of that data. I always feel like for the initial balance in the first sort of hour and a half, unless we get a failed auction or something like super obvious, it's very difficult to find a proper trade. And many people find that their first trade of the day around that time of day is a losing trade, which then puts them on tilt, and then they do stupid things. And then by the end of the day, when we have all of the data, they've already blown their daily loss limit, or the whole combine or XFA.
Right.
So they get themselves into trouble really early on. So whenever I'm in a hole, I try to do quite the opposite. And this is why you will see my trading frequency drop down to about 3 trades per day, as opposed to my normal sort of 5 or 7 or 10 or 19 that I did yesterday as a grasshopper. Boing, boing, boing.
You hear that, Michael?
I mean, I totally own it.
It's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah. So yeah, it's never worked for me. That I wish it did. I wish it was all like, you sit and you do loads of trades and it all works out. But unfortunately, that's not. It's never worked for me, and that's why I want big chunks from the market. It kind of suits me better. I feel like I'm not as nervous. I'm not as strung out. I can sleep better.
Yes.
So yeah, it's just like a personality thing. I think,
Awesome.
even though I'm a pretty high energy person normally, right? I'm very passionate about what I do.
Yeah, absolutely. I've noticed that. Even if you have a tough previous day, you don't come out guns blazing. You do keep it slow and steady like you are today. It's really good to watch. Hope people are getting inspiration from something like that.
Yeah.
Michael, what do you see over there? I think that pullback, that play would have worked again, wouldn't have?
Yeah. I think
you're
you're muted.
Mute. He's on mute now.
Oh, yeah, I just told Delby to go to the car and get my ear pods. I'm like, I'm not doing this. Like, this is.
I knew something was up
last time I had wires connected to me, I was in intensive care after a motorcycle accident. So
there we go.
16.
There we go. Lovely.
Yeah,
let's not revisit those days. We're back in the 30s, and we're back in the 30s, and it's 75% short again. So. Yeah, head fake lower. I mean, is it another head fake lower and then getting?
Yeah,
this is like they keep getting short right here. 30s.
Yeah, what I'm seeing on a 30-minute chart, we have a failed attempt at a bearish engulfing. That's usually a continuation pattern. So long buying wick and a bearish candle that is still inside the body of the previous candle. That's usually a continuation. So I would say you're right that they are faking it out, but it's a pure guess. We have a bounce from VWAP. And we have a fake out attempt at a short.
Another running start here, Michael.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
Did you get him? Let's watch this pit change here.
Ooh, check out what I can do now.
what can you do?
50 lots. 50 lots. The 49.88 evens.
Holy moly.
I just did a 50 lot. And I told him to put it at 10 grand. Now, why am I doing this? Because it's
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know.
I want to get a clip of me lifting the offer with a 50 lot.
50?
And I'm going to probably 50 lot. I'm going to put a 2-handle stop.
Enough, man. NASDAQ, come on. Massive.
No, not on NASDAQ.
Oh, on ES. I see. Okay.
5,000. There's 5,000.
Yeah, 5,000 ES. Sorry. Yes.
Be like Topstep lifted the offer. Topstep lifted the offer. Was the first one to lift the offer.
Here we go.
Fun, stupid story to tell your kids.
Yeah.
Yep. We could clip this and put it on social media or do something with it. We got to make content out of this thing. Maybe it's a winning trade.
Flip it as a YouTube.
Maybe it's a winning trade.
Maybe it's a winning. If not, it's $5,000 of marketing.
Yeah.
Yikes. I know how those.
Jack.
Yeah, you know how the
game
works.
I know how those traders.
Everyone gather around. Everyone gather around your screen here. If we get a chance to trade 5,000s, because we're gonna make some history, I guess.
Yeah. We'll lift the offer and we'll be here.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch gold now for a possible long entry.
Okay, gold has pulled back here, Deanna. About
I know. Yeah.
I'm watching. Okay, I'm looking at
so there's two options that we basically turn around before we get to initial bounce high. or we tag the previous value high and initial balance high, which are actually within like literally a few ticks of each other. That could be my area of interest, and that is, I can tell you now. So initial balance high is 2054.1, and value high is 2054.5. But because we left single prints pretty high up, there is a chance that we just randomly turn around and create a brand new demand area on a low time frame, which can then be used to get into this directional trade. So I don't want to fight this just yet. Like, I don't want to go against this. I don't want to be a contrarian when we've left single prints and we've rejected the value area. So all of that is telling me that longs are still on. Just the question is, where?
Yes.
Question of the day.
All right, we're going trading sideways here, Michael. Take a look at tilt here. Gold 50-50, crude 50-50, ES a little heavy, short, 68% short. NASDAQ 50-50. We're going to barcode here for a little bit. Don't forget, coming up at 10 o'clock, we have a speaker at 10 o'clock, speaker at 10:30, speaker at 11:30. Then we got 10-year auction at noon and a speaker at 1 o'clock. Those are all central times. So stay on your toes, stay agile, and be ready. Don't be blindsided by some of these releases come out here at TopstepTV. We'll be sure to keep you updated throughout the day. Deanna, we have, I think we have some energy numbers today, no?
Yeah, crude oil inventory is in about 22 minutes.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yes. You are correct.
Yes.
All right. Looking around here, yes. All right, we're trading sideways here. And someone asked earlier in the chat, why is tomorrow a big day when Deanna says a big day? Well, in fast markets tomorrow, it's going to be Anne-Marie and Deanna, Hoag, myself, MMP. That's a crowded fast markets. But yes, we have a little party in the morning, get the ladies together, and they're going to trade it up, chop it up, and make some money together. So it should be very cool.
That sounded like you're getting some strippers together. Get the ladies
Deanna. Deanna. Jesus, early. PG. This is PG show. No, make some money. Oh, you're making me blush over here, Deanna. You're making me blush.
It's a job like any other, you know?
Yes, it is a job like I don't know like any other, but it is a job indeed.
It's like, what?
Yes,
we're going to go to Vegas. You think that's going to be PG?
Yeah, you do bring up a good point. No, all right, Chad. Calm down. We're trying to make a run up here to the 5,000s and the S&Ps. Let's see if we can do this here. But yes,
it's going to be a big day. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yes, awesome. It is. It'll be very cool. Let's see if we got any orders sitting here. Michael,
so NASDAQ kept pushing up. So so it did push back up. Continuation pattern, yeah.
Yes, it is.
Inside bar with a buying wick. That is a continuation pattern. In case you didn't know.
Crude. It's this pullback.
Yeah, crude is still inside initial bounce. I don't want it.
Okay, very good. Yep. Good for 9:15. Hold on, sorry, I'm talking to Jack here behind the scenes. Good for 9:15. All right, Michael, did you swap out those earbuds?
I'm working on it, but I might have feedback a little bit. But we'll be okay. Probably don't sound as good right now. But
good thing we're tuning on TV, right?
Wow, here we go. We can do a 50 lot here. We're gonna lift that off for 5,000. Get the hell out of here. It's one of it's gonna touch the 5. What's 5 handle stop on 5,000? It's $2,500 or 25,000.
It's 1250 per tick on one contract. So go 1250 times.
Jack,
50, that's 625 per tick. And what are you doing?
Did you say?
Tick. That's about.
Did you say 5,000 contracts?
No, Jack. Are you insane?
Okay.
Unless Mick fat fingered it.
Oh, jeez.
There we go.
Yeah, it's 625 per tick. That's what you're looking at on 50 contracts.
I can see it. Here we go. $2,500 per handle.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. 50 lots for oh boy. Here we go. All right, guys.
No slippage. No whammies.
Keep it on the screen. Keep it on the screen.
Keep it on Patak's screen here.
On the screen.
Keep it on
I ain't going anywhere.
Yeah,
there.
Right.
Hold on, I gotta touch it. I gotta be the one that touches it, not the one somebody else triggers me.
Here we go.
Come on.
Come on, here we go.
That's why.
It's the train. Come on. Yeah, here we go. Buckle up, everybody. It's not power hours, it's fast markets. You all right? Are you nervous, Michael?
No, but I just over here my stuff isn't working because
You're ready.
I unchecked it.
You're ready.
Should I have a stop here or should I?
I don't know,
should I lift
man. I don't know. Do your thing.
No, no,
Get
no,
the stop ready.
yeah, you can
it? It's a
get the
stop to
ready,
enter.
yeah, but-
Here we go.
No, don't do buy stop because then you're not going to have a guaranteed price.
Oh my
Limit
god.
order
Yes,
is
you're
better,
right.
yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
shoot.
Just do a.
Here
So
we
what do you
go.
want to do with it? Do it. Sell
I'm getting nervous.
sell limit.
Here we go.
What if it's one of those? And guys, I'm just doing
Here we
this
go.
purely.
Go. Oh, got it.
Do it.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
Got it.
Take
Yes.
profit. Take profit. Take profit. Take profit. Take profit.
Take profit.
Take profit.
Look
You
it.
got this,
Look
What are
it.
you doing?
Button. Button.
Come on.
Get out.
Yes. Yes.
What'd you do?
Take it.
What'd you do, Michael?
What do you mean? What I know?
Did you get out?
He's
Oh,
still
No
in.
way, baby.
Oh my god. Come on, baby.
Oh.
Go. Oh my god. This is crazy.
Dude.
Dude, don't give me a hero. Don't be a hero, bro.
Why can't I get out?
Just
What?
Take it. Take it.
You get him out.
I got half of it out.
Holy
Okay.
shit. Holy shit.
Did it not let
Alright.
you get all of it out?
Dude, come on.
I got 10 lots on.
Come on, dude. They're gonna pull back off this shit. Oh my
I got
god.
10 lots
Pushing
on.
so
We're
far.
gonna ride this one.
Follow the money,
We're gonna ride this
baby.
one.
Come on.
I got
We got
5
we got
lots
four-
on.
Nice, babe. We got 400 lots in at 5,004 quarter. Wow.
I'm
this
gonna
is insane.
let this 5 lot go for a scratch. There you go, guys.
Woo! Hey, yeah,
That's
zoom
called
in on
stupid
that.
trading.
Hot damn, son.
This is bad. This is not good trading. Just so you
That
know.
was badass trading. That was badass trading.
Yeah, you
dude.
don't do that. That was just for pure trade.
Holy
trader
shit. That was sick.
Yes.
That was sick.
Awesome.
But the whole point of this, guys, is to get like the idea that they take a running start sometimes. When you got these
Yeah, they
big
do.
fat round numbers, they'll pull back, and all that kind of stuff.
Dude.
That was also just giving it a college try.
Look at
That's an
that.
easy
Zoom in on that
trick
P&L. That's a real ass trade. That's real money right there. Real account. Wow. That was sick. Dude.
That was cool.
I wonder
Yeah.
if this thing's gonna keep
Michael.
going. I wonder if
we're
it's
gonna
gonna keep going.
Dude, when you couldn't get out for that second, dude, you went silent. Go, what is happening?
I couldn't change my clip size. I didn't want to get out of all 50 right then.
Damn. Wow. Well, there you go. Fast
So if it
markets,
pulls back
everybody.
to my- if it pulls back to my break even, then I'll get out. But if this thing continues to run, I'll see you guys at the 6,000 mark. No,
See
there
at
you
the
go. There's
airport.
50 lot. We the highest ever. Well, actually, the 5,004
That was
even is the highest ever.
wow. Now that's entertainment. That's train right there. Look at that smile. Look at that smile on his face. He's loving it, dude. Look at that smile. He's peacocking.
You know,
Look at his
This
peacocking.
is a perfect example. Like I'd rather be lucky than good. Well,
Look at
that was like that was lucky.
Yeah, but you knew that they were going to run through it and the stops were going to take it moving to
knew
the
that.
outside.
Yeah,
Yeah, we knew that they were building up.
Whew.
This thing,
Yeah.
so short in the 30s, which is probably in the S&P was like 80% short. You could see a continuation here possibly happening because when
Yeah,
it gets that
exactly.
short, when it gets that short, this could keep going.
Yeah, I did say the failed bearish engulfing. I think you went to get your headphones. The failed bearish engulfing. And on NQ, we had the similar situation where we touched VWAP
God.
and we had a failed bearish engulfing. That's usually a continuation pattern. So it wasn't like, oh, yeah, you're just going to put PCP trade. Like you were expecting them to run through it. And you also went in with what I really liked is that you had a buy stop order there. And then you literally, like 2 seconds, you were like, click, click, and you got in the market order.
Ooh, baby.
I would say that's the biggest size I've ever put on, but it's not. I had a 300 lot
Yeah.
on in the Dow Mini, the YM. No, 600. I did 300 bigs. 300
Wow.
bigs. I did a 600 lot, and I was hitting it 50, 50, 50, 50, 50
Yeah.
to get to like 600 over time.
The biggest one that I traded was, I think, 220.
Wow.
And that was in gold, and that took forever to scale in and out of. It was just painful.
Ugh, how do you get out?
Because it's a thinner market, you don't have that
Ugh.
many contracts. So you're just sitting there going 10, 10, ew, 10, ew. Okay, 5, ew. Okay, 5 filled, great, 10, ew, 10, ew.
Ty, put that 5K, put that 5K payout hat on, man. That was a 5K right there.
Yeah.
I got to wear 2 hats here shortly.
What's the
You
other
call
thing?
Mick now and
We're running.
move your
We are
your
still
limit for
running
the day to $2,000.
Yeah, I know. Wow. Show your penal. He just did. He's up 7 G's, OT. It's right there.
I took a couple lots on. I have 3 on.
Okay, well, whatever. Compared to 8K, what is
Wow, that seems pretty cool.
We just push to the upside here. We are still running, Michael.
I have 2 lots on.
Look at the runner.
All right, gold. My gold didn't bounce from my desired areas. This is now definitely a neutral day.
Mhm.
So I'm going to be waiting on my hands.
Okay. Wow, that was fun. All right. Well, we are still running the upside. Michael.
I got 1 lot on now. I took 1 off, 2 off at 07.
Yeah, there's the
Couple
P&L.
ticks
You guys
on
asked
it thus far.
the P&L. There's your real
Wow,
P&L.
guys, that was incredible.
That was
just
really
It was great. Yeah, that was great.
I mean,
We can now talk about it 20 years on. You remember this?
Yes, we can.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're gonna
try that again.
we're gonna be at the assisted living center, which they're,
Yeah.
they're the big thing in the States. They're not called old folks homes anymore.
Remember
They're
that
called
one day in
assisted
February when we
living.
when we
We're
updated?
sitting there and we're like,
Back in 2024, when we were young.
Oh, put that up for content for sure, Jay Cook. That was good stuff. Only here at TopstepTV.
I dare you to try that again.
We are well, these are all-time highs in the S&Ps here, so we're seeing history right here.
Strike number, 5K, man.
Yeah, look at that smile on his face. Look at that peacock over there. He's just dancing around. He's
It's
loving
fun.
it. He's peacocking around today.
this is the part of trading that is fun. And then there's the paint dry, which is the paint dry trading is the longevity game. This right here, what I just did, is the short man's game, or the short lifespan game. When you're doing stupid like big size and YOLO or whatever. But
I would
every
say
now
it's
and
YOLO. All kidding aside, I would say it was YOLO, but we've seen stuff like
hold
this.
on, it
happen
wasn't
before.
YOLO, Andre. We got to tag it. It was pulled pork.
That was pulled pork. Shout
Yeah.
out to Dolby. Shout out to your
Pulled
office mate over there.
pork, yeah.
That's pulled pork for sure. But yeah, we saw, we've seen run through there. There are going to be stops above. So it wasn't complete YOLO 50-50 gambling coin flip trade, I would say. I think we've seen it
No,
happen
because it's
before.
not the first round number, historic round number that we've seen get tagged. This kept happening in like 2012, 2013. Like when I started trading, I think we were at 11873 in the ES or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then we saw the 2K get tagged. And it was like, wow, 2000.
Yes.
And here we are, 5K.
That was good. You got your lucky earbuds in there. All right, back to the markets. Eddie, gold is pulling back. Yes, we've given back pretty much.
It's tagging settlement.
Yeah, the
Tagging
entire rally.
settlement. Yeah. It is a neutral day, so what can happen is that we bounce from settlement here as well. But again, I'm not going to do anything until I see some. Oh, we've got some demand on the 15-minute too.
Okay.
What did we ever know? Did we ever know what a 50 lot one handle? So it's 4 ticks, 50.
He's loving it.
50 times, that's 2,500, right?
He's loving. Yeah, that's what someone in the chat said. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
Still running, man. What if we never see 5,000s again? We should just keep going. Oh, he's just looking at me. He just left the camera. What is he doing? All right. Anyways, you and I, Deanna, let's get back to some trading.
Let's do it, Andre.
Yeah, look at him. Look at him. He's doing his victory lap around the office right now. All right, we're still pushing the upside. We got some liquidity here. 405,007. Liquidity upside. S&P 29s. Yeah, it's pretty thin here to the downside. All right. Hey, real quick, guys. Deanna, real quick. I think we got to squeeze some news in here. Jack, if you got a second, let's squeeze some news in as we watch these markets and at least the equities continue to rally.
I am just going in long in gold.
Okay. Deanna's
long in gold.
Yeah.
Jack,
I'll
go ahead.
update it in the chat.
What happened, Jack?
What news can live up to that? All right. China.
This was the news.
The real exciting thing, 50 lots are fun, but China replaced its top market regulator. Stocks have been getting beat down there, and this is a pretty big, shoot the messenger sort of situation, because I don't think it all has to do with him. But it doesn't help that the guy that was let go earned the nickname when he was in banking, the broker butcher.
No.
So that might not have been great. And then we have some news in Spain that a sexualized Jesus painting is becoming extremely controversial here. Now, I don't know, but I went to Catholic high school, and what makes this sort of weird to me is, hasn't all art through all time depicted Jesus as being like yoked,
naked?
Yeah.
Snack. Yeah, he's been a snack since the beginning.
Yeah,
I don't know if
1606.
that's the right word, Andre.
What do you
Caravaggio. He either looks jacked or like a little bit like in Da Vinci's, like a little bit of like a cool stoner bro or something like that. But
Yeah,
That's an expensive painting right there.
it is. I think
that
it's
one
on a
looks like
Saudi
Jared
yacht.
Leto.
Yeah, that's
Go back
that's
to
a
that
couple.
first picture.
That's a couple
Jared
$100 million right
Leto.
there.
There it is. There's Jared Leto right there.
So that's that. Let us know how many push-ups
It does
Jesus
look
can
like
do.
him,
I saw
yeah.
some people commenting. And there's your news for now.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
All right, let's take a look around these markets here. Boy, crude is a snoozer right now. That's for sure. Nothing really
Yep.
popping. It's okay. It's all right. Well, I'll ask these markets at Top Step TV. We are the patience king over here. Man, goodness, it is a very sideways trade over there. But the action was in the S&Ps, and we are still pushing to the upside, new highs. We've got 600 lots sitting at 5,010. 5,010. We got 600 lot pushing. Wow, we just buried. Incredible. Mike, you still got anything on, or are you flat?
Just the one guy, just a little one lot.
Hell, man.
Little pea shooter.
Hell yeah, man. Let it run. I think it looks like 10s are about to get taken out here. We got 500 sitting there. The market, yes, loves to fill liquidity. Anytime there's paper orders, it does get filled.
Yep.
So, wow, that was exciting
That was
stuff.
fun. That would have been really not fun, Deanna, if it would have been the high print of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been a different story.
Yes, it would have.
Yeah, who here?
No.
Let's do a poll. Who here has ever had a dream about being in an absolutely horrible position in trading? Because I have, like, a lot. Like, when you're like, oh my god, like I forgot to close the position, or oh my god, I'm long 100. How'd that happen?
Well, when I was
definitely
a
had
swing
5
trader,
minutes
you
remaining.
always done that. I was
Pick a
always
number.
sleeping with one, with one eye open. So I was always like waking up, going, "What's happening? What's
Yep.
happening?"
Yeah.
I just
Yep,
couldn't-
a trade you can't get out of, a position. Yep. Oh, the worst.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
All
Here
right,
we
we
go.
got
5 minutes.
crude oil inventories in about 5 minutes.
Yep. Yep.
Prior
Double.
1.234. They're looking at almost double that.
Clutching your pillow tight. Yep, that's a Metallica song, isn't it? There, Salil.
We're gonna shake out.
I actually think it'd be pretty cool to give away a reset or combine with the money that I did. Like, call it giving back to pay forward. I don't know. But the guys who are asking about this, we have to work out some things internally on our process to make it quicker. It's not as easy as just doing some code for us, but
What's that?
we'll work on it. We'll have stuff coming. Trust me, we'll have stuff coming. I did promise you guys, those that tune in for Bell to Bell, you'll get something for sure.
Really?
Yeah, and we're starting that. The kid yesterday came by with Jordan. I shouldn't say kid. Hey, Jordan, what's up? If you're listening, out of Newcastle, Colorado, said he's a Bell to Beller.
All respect.
So that's awesome.
Oh yeah. Hey,
Nice one.
were these people? Were they just on vacation in Snowmass?
Yeah, they were walking around Snowmass Mall, and they like looked up, and then they just came up here, and then they walked in. I think Dolby is streaming, and then I like looked over there. I'm like, hey, what's up?
Yeah, always.
And then we started talking, and then next day I'm like, whoa, you just got funded? He's like, yeah.
Nice.
So, yeah, I know.
The office is working. All right, we got 500 sitting here at 50.10 in the S&Ps. No trades here.
So I don't know
Heavy.
whether anyone's looking at the chat, but I'm long 2 lots in GC at 2053.9.
Nice, very nice. Okay, Deanna. Well, with that being said, it is a 81% long bias in gold right now. It's just
Yep.
give you some information there, but she's got a nice little entry. As we got about 3 minutes to the energy numbers, we'll throw it to Eddie here when we get closer to that release. Don't forget, after that, about half hour after that, we got speakers staggered every half hour. It seems like I don't know if they have Q&As coming up either, but like we see, the prepared text only gets you so far. It's the Q&As. Here we go. Oh, we went through those 510s, didn't we? I wasn't even 5010s. I wasn't even looking. Damn, Michael, you still got that one left. Dude, Patag, let that sucker run. Who knows where this ends?
Oh, that one.
The 500 lot got pulled. It got pulled. Gotcha. Thanks. Thank you, chat. But yes, we have Fed speakers staggered throughout the day. We got four Fed speakers today, and we got the 10-year auction. So starting at we got 9:30 here. We got the oil numbers at 9:30. Then from then till about 1 p.m. Central Time, we've got events coming on the hour, at the bottom of the hour, every hour. So stay nimble, stay on your toes, and keep it light, because you never know what they're going to say. And also, don't forget, we've got a lot of news breaking out of the Middle East. So it's a jam-packed Wednesday. And boy, the markets have been pretty decent these last couple of weeks. I mean, I don't know if oil needs to be woken up with a stick or something, but besides that.
Yeah. Or somebody needs to poke it to see whether it's alive.
Poke it to see whether it's alive, right? Well, you see, Deanna has switched over to gold. She read the charts nicely, read the indicators, technicals nicely, and is in.
Well, for now, we'll see.
For now. Well, yes, I know. We got it. Michael went full pork. Pulled pork,
off the table. Full pork.
1 minute.
I mean, look at the 30-minute. Look at my 30-minute. Am I coming through okay? I got this new. I'm doing Deanna now, headset wise. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Look at this 30-minute bar. Boom.
Yeah.
I mean, if Rips was here, we would say Rips. This is a ripper, because this is like ripping. Yeah, 13 handles off. I mean, just straight up.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Rack bar.
Yes.
Black bar. Yes.
We good for that. Good for.
Zoe, I did lock in my 99% of my profit.
Nice
If
one.
you're trading crude, make sure if you want a position on, check, double check, triple check. If not, you got 10 seconds to react.
I just took my one lot off. I am out. That's officially out.
Nice one.
That was fun.
You got out exactly at the average big range high, by the way.
Look at him. Look at this guy.
Yeah.
All right.
Good oil.
What's that say?
All right, coming in at 3 million, 146,000. They're looking at 1.5 coming in at 3.146. And we're launching here.
Blast off!
See what happens.
Still inside initial balance, though. That's not a good sign for crude oil.
Oh, gosh. Look at this chart. All right, Eddie, when you're ready.
It's horrible. Bing. Only like 55 ticks.
Oh, wow. What a day.
So just you wait. It's going to turn around with the supply and just go right back.
Oh my
What's
God.
crazy?
Go
What's
right back to
crazy
sleep.
That if I held that,
I knew you were going to do this. I knew you were going to do this calculation. I knew you were going to do this.
What we just asked in here. What would have
50.
37,500 if I held it up to the 15 handle right here. 50-50.
Yeah.
15 handles times 2,500 on a 50 lot. Right?
$37,000.
I mean, why stick with 50 when you got 100? Mick, listening.
Here we go.
and guys, I appreciate you saying great trade, but that was not a part of my trading plan. So there's, to me, that's not. Yeah, it was just fun. That was just fun. That's all it was. The great game of trading can be, you can get stupid every now and then. I mean, traders, I've seen them do it. They instead of taking bets, they put on trades on numbers. So
that was gangster as hell, man. I don't know what you're talking stupid. That was gangster as hell.
Just remember,
I said 100 lot this year.
Go ahead. I had a
Yeah,
good
no,
soundbite for that one.
Oh, fired it away, Eddie, because 100 lot is
This
is
isn't
what I said I do in
monopoly money we're
2024.
playing with.
Oh. Again. All right. Just for you, Michael.
This isn't monopoly money we're playing with.
No, from your favorite movie.
That is God, I know that movie. It's not Billions. It's what's his face? The
Trading
conglomerate.
Places. Trading Places.
Oh yeah, that's Funny Money. It sounded like what's his face? What's that movie? Or it'll come to me.
He's still basking in the glory.
No, I'm not.
It's good though. Bask.
Sounded like my husband there. You know that movie with that guy?
That guy in that thing. What are you doing with that,
Just looking
Deanna?
back.
What are you supposed to do
Nothing.
with
I
that?
just look at him and look which movie. But you know the one.
I
Again,
will.
not clear. Yeah. This makes me laugh.
Okay, here we go. Take a look around the tilt. Boy, some of those heavy shorts there, Michael, in the equities. Heavy shorts did not. I don't know if they took their profits or not, but they got squeezed to the upside there, and we just saw it kept running and running and running.
The 17.730s.
30s.
And
30s.
that was the area. Watch my 5-minute chart right here. Let's see. Pretty much the open came out very quiet. This is a 5-minute. Nothing to shake a stick at on a 5-minute, but it came quiet. This is the range from here to here. And they're getting really short. The world is getting really short here at Topstep, which only leads me to believe that the world of active traders outside of Topstep, all the other funding companies, all the other personal brokerage accounts that people have open, they had probably, in my opinion, a similar bias right around here. How can we have thousands and thousands of people with open positions at Topstep be short 80% here and not be fairly similar to a personal brokerage account position that you put on? Everybody here is motivated to be correct. Everybody here is motivated to be correct, unless you're just coming in here pulled pork in it all day. But yeah.
But I would argue that Topstep traders probably have more skill because obviously this is the XFA and lives, and you have to have a skill to actually get to that point. So it would be more relevant than just a random brokerage dude who's like making all the rookie mistakes, right?
Yeah, live isn't in here though. We don't put live trades in the till.
So
that's our own proprietary folks. Yeah.
2053. All right, how are we looking over there in gold, Deanna?
Well, so far it's bouncing. Someone's talking. Let's hope it talks in my direction.
I like that. I like that. Yep, we got some more fireworks coming here at 10 a.m. Markets are kind of pulling off here a little bit. Equities. Let's see. Jack.
Trying to do something.
We're trying to do something. Jack, I think we got a little bit of a pause here. I think we can do news pack number 2 if you're down. Otherwise, we can get back to these markets. Your call, Jack.
One moment here. If it's quiet, sorry, my headphones fell off.
All good. All good.
Some hot streaks.
I think we can see some hot streaks right now. Yeah, let's check it out.
Hey, Jack,
let's get them going.
Wow. Oh, we lost one.
Streaks.
We lost someone.
We did. Swan broke a 25-day win streak yesterday with a loss in the ES, unfortunately. Elaine B also dropped from the list after 14 days. But that means there's some new names on the board, led by Carlos, who is no stranger to this list. He has been here before. So good job, everybody.
Good on them.
Let's get to the 20s.
Let's get to the 20s.
What
What's the highest
we've
ever seen? What's up, Michael?
36 is the highest, right?
36, the highest.
A month and a half. A month and a half of just no losing.
Yeah, dude, my highest is 21, and I still, this day, be like, that was pretty awesome. Hot streak I was on.
We also have
Deanna, what's your longest? Sorry, Jack, go ahead.
Sure. Here is yesterday's best. Matthew A with nearly 34K across 3 XFA accounts. Everyone else in the teens and tens, but big days. Michael, you're within striking distance of that 5th spot from yesterday, but Tread careful.
Wow.
Don't show him that,
You know
Jack.
what?
Do not show him that, Jack.
I know.
Come
I know.
on.
I'm like, if I
Oh,
could just
no.
make a little bit more, if I could make a little bit more, I could be on that leaderboard. It is a good feeling to get on a leader. I want to. I know Rips has said he wants to get on that leaderboard. I do too. So
See, I think that's a little bit of a dangerous way to think about trading,
is.
because then you have this
100%.
this almost like a resistance in your head. It's like, I have to get there, I have to get there, and there's so just stupid things to get there. I've done plenty of trading competitions, and I usually go the opposite way. I trade less, just trade my normal system, and it all works out much better than me kind of trying to chase. So when you chase, that's when you get yourself in trouble. So just do whatever
agree.
you're doing already. And it also, Rips, you're doing just fine, man. Don't try push. You'll get there. I'm pretty sure.
You shouldn't.
That's why when we talked about putting the trading league together, we're like, people are like, well, they're gonna change their trading style. We're like, no, not if you have a coach and the
No.
coach picks him on Friday and they say you
Yeah.
just trade, and it's a combination of everybody's profits. So it's like,
Yeah.
you don't have to
Yeah,
race.
just trade as normal.
It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, it just trade as normal. But when it's me
Yeah.
only, and I'm number 4 on the leaderboard, and they have these competitions that are out there, I totally think it could change the way you trade and disrupt your
Oh, yeah.
your mojo or your strategy. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Because you're chasing numbers. At the end of the day, you start to trade
Yeah.
your P&L. And where does that lead?
Not
Nowhere
good.
good.
Not good. Hey, one of our favorite funded traders, Isaac Rivera, said, boy, thanks for your transparency in the chat here. I got smoked today. I didn't get to trail my stop when I was up $975 on my short. This run up was strong. It was, but thanks
Yeah.
for sharing that with us. Let's not compound it,
Yeah.
right? I know you're on the live leaderboard. I think we'll see that here in a little bit.
Yep.
So let's make sure you stay on that live leaderboard. I know you, Rips, Coach Dakota, you guys got a nice little team brewing there. So this reach display patience. There will be more opportunity. Isaac Rivera, I know you will make that back. But man, thanks for sharing that, and we look forward to having you on the show here shortly.
Thanks, Isaac.
Thank you. How are we looking here? Crude made a run up to the upside, but then quickly got rejected. I wonder what that was about.
Well, that's what that was.
That's exactly what that
Crude
is.
oil doing crude oil things that it's been doing for the last couple of weeks. And then we have one day where we go 180 ticks. Woo! Instead of going 250, 300 like it normally does, and like it's been doing for most of the months in the 11 years that I've been trading it.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, this is nonsense. I don't like you, crude oil.
All you crude oil traders, just a heads up again, in about 2 hours, or less than 10 hours, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu is supposed to have a press conference, surely to
That's
discuss.
probably what they're waiting now. Yeah.
I would imagine.
That's going to get jumpy.
Yep, I would
Yeah.
imagine there's something to that. So please be on your hands and toes there, and we'll keep you updated on what comes out of there in the middle.
What time is that? What time is that?
11:30 Central Time, so 12:30 Eastern Time. We'll also have more speakers. Yeah. It's going to be action-packed here, starting in about 20 minutes. So hang on tight.
Yeah.
Deanna's sound effects are gold. She doesn't have a sound machine for those either. Those are all naturals.
Yeah, those are all just me.
naturals.
Yes, there's no
All
soundboard.
natural.
No soundboard there. That's
Hey, I'm a musician. I don't need a soundboard.
true.
I am a soundboard.
you are a soundboard, is right. All right, Michael is flat. I guess we could do this. Hey guys, we can do the schedule right now while we're waiting. Just to give you a heads up, preview for what's coming up today. After fast markets, we got shoulder tap with Robert and Ben, and then we'll have power players Eddie, myself, and Richard O. It'll be nice to meet Richard O. Get him in here. Everyone get to know him. After that, everyone's favorite segment, Top Quiz with Jack and Sarah H. Group coaching with Robert and JD. Hey JD, let me know if you want to have to pin the form for more coaching questions for Robert. We'll be sure to get those in there. Load up some questions for group coaching. Then we have Patience, spelled P-A-Y, Patience, with KV. That's always a good segment. Dolby and myself, KV, will be joining us. Followed up with power players, Andre, Dolby, Isaac Suffren. Jam-packed day. We got a lot of speakers coming out. Don't forget about the 10-year auction at noon. Yeah, let's get this party started. This is a good day.
Patience came out of KV being on, and his tone and his approach and all his demeanor. We're like, hey, KV, you need to come on here for a session. What would that session be called? And somebody came in here, and whoever came in here, it's like Andy came up with Fire Drill. Who came up with Patience, P-A-Y, Shins, of course. But That was good. I know it's been done before, but it was very fitting for him. So we're like, let's call it patience.
Yeah. He's
with
very calm.
KV.
He's very calm. Very, very,
Very
calm,
calm.
collected. Yeah. Knowledgeable.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Michael.
Okay, guys, you're saying Dakota and Rips are killing it right now? I'm all over our risk management's ass asking them if that's true. I assume it's true, but I haven't heard it.
They were
and we
streaming
usually get
on
updated.
together this morning. I was watching Rips' stream. So Dakota was on, like, looking really sleepy. Poor guy.
Yeah, off hours.
He's been working his ass off. He got funded, and he's been working his ass off.
Yeah.
And he's been pinging
I
me.
know,
He's been pinging me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, hey, you're doing awesome, blah, blah, blah. And I go,
Yeah.
hey, I think they're going to bring you up live. And he's like, oh,
Yeah.
great, that's good to know. And then he's talking about put the team together. Well, I mean, they have been talking about. So now, like, I don't know, guys. Whatever you name your team, we're Shy City Locals is sitting right here, and we're doing okay.
Exactly.
We're doing okay. Day one.
Just follow
Hey, I'm
Michael.
scaling up slowly.
Michael, dude.
I'm scaling up slowly. I always scale up slowly on reasonably new accounts. So
Yeah.
yeah, I
It'll be
mean,
10
you
lots.
know,
Come Vegas, there'll be 10, 15 lots for here, Michael.
yeah, exactly.
I mean, I said
Give it
I
a
would
month.
this year.
You did. Oh, Michael's getting hot here in the trade. What do we got
Well,
here?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. I want to know what these are live traders, and I want to know what they're doing right now because they're crushing it. Apparently, you guys in the chat are saying that, and I want to know. And they're all in meetings. Everything says they're in meetings.
Okay. Well, he's getting frustrated. 80% long in crude. 50-50. I'm sorry, 80% long in gold. My apologies. 80% long in gold.
I was gonna say why.
Why? My bad. I didn't mean to do that to you. I was right. It moves around on me when I'm reading this. Gold, 80% long. Crude, 50-50. ES, 50-50. All right, everything else is 50-50. Saw a little pullback here in the ES, a little pullback in the NASDAQ. It's like another running start, as Michael likes to call it, to the upside. We'll find out. Yeah, team pulled pork for the win, Dolby. That's right, man. Your office mate. You guys are office mates now.
Yeah.
15 quarters. 15 quarters is still the high water mark. Okay.
Isn't that crazy?
It's crazy, dude. 15 handles off the. It actually, like,
power through it.
Where was it? It was
just power through it.
Power. That was 15 handles after hitting the all-time highs.
Yeah, never looked back.
Handles, just like boom.
Yeah, never looked back. Go figure. Yep, Dakota, the 50 lot. Right here, power or past markets.
Hey, Dakota, what are you up? My real-time updates from risk managers aren't real-time, so I need to get 50 your update because I want to celebrate if you are up healthy. I want to celebrate you anyway because you're at the live funded level.
Mm.
They're saying 10K. It's a hell of a session so far.
Yeah.
All right. Back to the markets. What do we got here? It's starting to get
10K, 12 hours.
Just to say quickly about crude oil, these sort of times of crude oil not doing much, they don't last long in crude oil. Sometimes you might get this for the second part of August, and usually whenever it happens outside of the regularly quiet periods, it won't last long, right? So something happens, and crude oil just starts reacting to things. So we just need to stay very, very patient. So don't get involved, don't get chopped up in these markets. If you're a range trader or a scalper, this is probably awesome for you. Which doesn't usually work in crude oil, but if you are a scalper, then this is your playground.
Hey, D, you were saying yesterday when you were on with Robert, what's your best month of trade? What is crude most profitable? What months were you saying? Are you have your best months?
Yeah, I don't really vary that much. I will be honest. I know that February is not traditionally my best month by any means. Yeah, so February is usually a bit kind of patchy for me, but I usually end up profitable, not wildly profitable. That's also one of the reasons why I didn't want to take a payout just yet, because I know that February is like, and just don't want to, stress myself. So we'll see how we do once we're over the another week maybe. then
Very good.
I'll know where I am. But you can
Very,
see
very good.
why, right? This is not the
Yes.
first year that I've seen February doing weird stuff. So this is actually within
This
the
is weird.
statistical expectancy. I said that very, very weird expectancy. So yeah, so crude oil does have moments where it slows down. But it doesn't last long. So my really good months, although like I said, I don't, like you've heard Ben talk about me, like I don't have much of variance. It's not
Mhm.
like I have massive months and then really crappy months. Like I just don't vary that much. So it's usually either pretty decent
Mhm.
or it's okay. I don't remember last time I actually had a scratch month. It's been longer than a year, I can tell you that. Maybe even I
A
think
scratch month.
2018 was the last time when I had a losing month. So it was a
Wow.
long time ago.
Talk about a hot
Yes,
streak.
but yeah, so I don't really look at my trading on a day-to-day basis. I like to focus on a weekly and a monthly.
Agree.
So I'm not freaking out if I'm, down one day. I just look at it, okay, where am I on the week? Where am I on the month? And that sort of puts me outside of the whole, oh my God, I need to make this so I can't lose this or whatever. So it's easier for me to stop because I know there's still a lot of time in that accounting period, if you want to call it that.
Yep.
But yeah, so for my really good months, I find that April and May tend to be so easy. Just like
That's what it was.
taking candy from a baby, right?
Oh, okay.
Don't say
That is-
that.
Diana.
Don't say that.
Yeah.
Don't say
It's just the
that.
way
market.
I'm saying that. No, I'm saying that in the ease of me finding setups and
Right.
them working out. Like I don't ever remember going, "Oh my God, this is like so torturous." But I do remember
Sure.
other February months where I'm like, "God, just stop!" Like,
Why can't it be
stop
March?
torturing me.
When's March going to be here?
Yeah, yeah,
And,
exactly.
Deanna and Andre, you'll probably relate to this. When you say that, what you just said about like easy
Yeah.
peasy or blah blah blah, the grim reaper of the markets turns around and
No, but I'm not saying that
catches
it's like, oh, it's
attention.
super easy. I'm not
Oh yeah, I
sort of
know, but
saying
like,
I'm just gonna get confident and just do stupid things, right? I still have my systematic method. It's just the ease by which I get into a trade and it does what it's supposed to do. That kind of is easier. Like it doesn't. It's not even related to maybe the outcome because sometimes I can mess it up in trade management. But it's just the way that it went in my favor properly, and then it depends how I managed it, right? So I don't really remember any of the months apart from February being super torturous. It was just like, yeah, it's happening. I'm doing one trade, second trade, third trade, and it's all just within a very nicely generous range of around 200 ticks per day, per session, in fact. That makes it easier to trade. So whenever we fall below that, like look at us, we're well into the 9x session. We're sitting at 78 ticks profit. It's like just, give me a gun. I'm just gonna go.
Deanna's on one today. I like this,
Why-
Deanna.
This is why I don't trade bonds,
Oh.
right? Bonds are kind of like that. Bonds just kill my will to live, man. I don't know how
Yeah.
people can trade fixed income products. Every time I tried, I'm just like, what is this?
It's definitely
So
yes.
I
It's
need
a
something that
different
moves moderately, I suppose, to have to do a trade. And it just runs in one direction. It gives you an opportunity to make a decision of what you're going to do with it. Are you going to keep it? You're going to take it off. But when it's in such a tight range, you have to like nitpick with entries and targets and be super careful. I find it exhausting, man. I'm not, I'm 43. I don't want to be doing that at this point when I know that there are better days coming. So don't get caught in crude oil nonsense right now. Let's see what they do with this meeting that they're going to talk. It's probably going to be pretty tumultuous. It's going to be jumpy. So again, don't get caught in that. But I'm hoping that this will be the catalyst to push crude oil out of this funk that it's been in. So let's see. But until then, gold is my baby.
Until then, we're long gold, baby.
Yes, exactly.
How are we looking over there? We're
It's-
chopping around. We're
it's
chopping around.
going.
Nothing's really moving. Yeah.
Chop around.
Yeah. We got a
Yeah.
speaker here in about 9 minutes. 9 minutes till Fed
Right.
speakers start going, and then the party gets started till into the afternoon.
Nicholas Farmer, that's a great question. I'm glad he asked that. Can you offer any insights into whether a product traded affects the longevity of an XFA or live account? It's a great question for shoulder tap. They would probably know that way
Yeah.
better than I would. That's a very interesting. We would have to probably run data on it, but they could go off what they've seen. I mean, they watched thousands of traders for years, so I don't know. I would say Nasdaq is a pretty quick blowout rate,
Mhm.
in my opinion. That's
Yeah.
my guess. Even at the brokerage houses, they're like, "What's the?" Well, I'll tell you, the slowest or the one that gets you out of account the quickest is Nasdaq. That's what my guess
Yeah.
would be of a
I believe it.
brokerage, and also here at TopStep.
I believe it. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why shoulder tap? Oh, I guess they're looking at all that data all the time, right?
They
Yeah.
should.
And they know probably from their experience of watching
Sure.
thousands of traders do this. So
Well, they should. Let's see what we got here. Crude up. One of those days. It's all right. We'll see. People are asking when's Netanyahu speaking. Bibi is speaking at 11:30 Central Time, so about an hour and a half, hour 40 minutes. We'll be hearing from them about peace talks, hopefully peace talks, ceasefire, or something a little bit more definite here, because a lot of news coming out there, nothing been confirmed.
which is probably why
neat.
we're stuck.
Yeah, I think it is. We're in a holding pattern. Absolutely. As we see new highs here in the S&Ps. Boy, I'm sorry, not S&Ps. NASDAQ just touched new highs, pull back off that. I mean,
Just touched. Yep.
just touched him, came off of that. Unbelievable. What a rally. So what a rally. Unbelievable. The way we take this sucker higher.
I don't know. It's not. It's actually not unbelievable.
It's not unbelievable. It's not.
If it happens every day, it's not unbelievable.
It's not unbelievable. But the fact it happens every day, I just can't, it's hard to wrap your head around every day.
Yeah,
every damn day.
Yeah.
Buy the dip. Don't trip.
You look at it daily and it's just like melt up.
Yeah, it's just
why would you get short?
up. There's no breath, like anything. It's just like shooting up.
Let me see. Yeah. Why would you ever get short?
I would love for these markets to
What?
put the brakes on and just take the elevator down.
Which happened during COVID, didn't it? It fell like the rock.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, that was a trade. That was an all-timer.
Oh, every day. That was nerve-wracking here at TopStep, because I'm like, every day it's limit down. We're like, holy shit, it's limit down every day. And then you got like
scary.
people that have never traded before, and they're like, why can't I? I mean, dude, like we had to get education. We had to hurry up and get education.
Yeah,
We had to hurry up and get
why
education
can't
out there on
why can't I
limit down.
trade when it fell 5%?
Yeah.
Because it fell 5%.
Yes. So we were like, I'm like, can we please get some like risk is like, they don't know their limit down. This guy's caught in limit down. This guy's caught in limit down. He still put a position on. And then we put a rule out there, because you have to have rules in here to get people to, you cannot trade within X% of a limit down, because that gets you in a really bad spot, the firm in a really bad spot. You personally, on your personal brokerage account, shouldn't even be playing that game. Hey guys, we're 80% short right now. Shorts are coming in here at this range, in this area.
What are you thinking? Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I don't know what would be a pull, but there's not, the levels up here don't mean too much to me.
Could roll over here. Could be a rollover. We'll see. 80% short NASDAQ, 81% short NASDAQ, 78% short ES, 77%. Where does it go? 60% short crude, 68% long gold.
Mm-hmm.
We're might be rolling over here, Michael.
Well, considering it's been all bids in here, I'll play this first pullback on a one.
We got downside liquidity in the S&Ps. 300 lot sitting on 5,005. Just beneath that, tick beneath that, we got our 200 lot there. Got resting bids in there. See if it gets filled. I bet if we check in 20 or 2 hours from now, I bet those are good fills and they're in the money. All those resting bids down at 49.50, 49.39. I want to say there was some resting bids, just 1,000 lot down there getting filled. But they're happy campers right now.
Yeah. Who's talking at the top of the hour, did you say?
A Fed speaker, Kugler.
Kugler.
I'm not familiar with them, but
Kugler.
yeah. I don't even know if they're a voting member or not.
Yeah.
We got Collins at 10:30, so we got a few here today.
I just got word from risk management. Today's shoulder tap is going to be killer in all capitals.
Killer.
Yeah, killer. So
Awesome.
be sure to tune in and a fire emoji. So everyone be sure to tune in. Stay tuned in for shoulder tap. It sounds like we got a lot coming up. I have an idea who's going to be one of the cards. I have a hunch. I think I know who's going to be on one of those cards.
Who? Not me.
But, yeah, I'm just going to say, I don't know. That'd be my,
No, I didn't do it. I did nothing special. I did.
that would be
I
my
did,
guess. That would be my
Yeah,
guess.
I got up. I got up there like the Joker, and I danced in front of the king, and made him laugh. That's kind of all I did.
It worked.
So
Rips me.
And you
Yeah,
ended
they
up
were.
in profit. So it's like, what's your
Yeah.
problem?
Uh-huh.
Rips, Dakota, Michael, the dream team. Okay. Hope maybe we got the three amigos.
No, they're already recruiting each other. They're already in cahoots. That little group over there. So they're getting a team together.
I like it.
Rips
I like
texted
it.
me yesterday and says I'm really stoked about TTL.
Nice.
And I am too, but Deanna, Andre, and Hoag, we got to pick up one ringer to make a team of 5.
Yes. Is this for Vegas? How's it going to work?
Oh,
Is that just
Topstep
the?
trading.
Yeah, I know. Are the finals going to be in Vegas then? Is that what you're thinking? And we're going to have the competition lead up
Yes,
to
but
that?
not the Vegas that Topstep team is going to. Topstep's going out to Vegas. We do it every year because it's like, how do you house? I don't know, 80. I think there's 80 people going, so we have 80 rooms at the Caesars. If they're like, oh god, he goes, no, it's like $60 a room, something like that, 70, whatever.
Yeah.
It's cheaper than like we do a Lake Lawn up in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. So we do 2 things a year together. We fly everybody there, and we all have kind of this hangout. It's more about hanging out and having a good time. So we're doing that in a month and a half or so. But this TTL that you're talking about, the
Yes.
World Cup or whatever we're calling it, I think it's might be
Robin's
the World
Cup.
Cup. Yeah,
Robin's Cup.
no, definitely not Rob. No, my grandpa's in that one. It's so dumb.
I get you every time. On that
It's
one.
like
Yeah.
it's the old guys in the industry over, and I have nothing against their brokerage firms over, but it's just whatever. Go with the
Works
new,
every time.
The new.
They get a plastic
So-
trophy at the end.
Deanna feisty today. I like it.
With some credits to the assisted living center.
All right, come on now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just teasing. Come on, I'm gonna get old too. Everybody gets old.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
Everybody gets old.
Just
Yeah.
a number.
I'm looking
That's why
forward to
if you
being in
can't-
an old people's home.
I have no problem with all that. Look, we're all going that direction, whether you like whether we like it or not.
Just a number.
It's coming.
Uh-huh.
It's coming.
It's coming indeed. It's inevitable.
Yeah, if you can't have humor with age, if you can't have, I've always like never been like, oh, my best days are behind me. No, my best days are in front of me always. So if you can't have humor with age, then man, you're gonna get old then really quick.
Yeah.
You're gonna be bitter. All right,
Yeah,
starting to
don't
see
be
some
bitter.
spellers here. Don't be bitter. I'm starting to see this. It looks like it's just in the 5 minutes. The Nasdaq rolling over here, Michael. Or is this just a pullback? Simply some profit taking up top.
I think the Nasdaq feels like it's rolling over, even though I'm long long one lot from right here, right now.
See that?
Just on this pullback, it's a pretty big pullback. A lot of people are getting short again right here, but this could be the rollover. I'm gonna get out of it. Woo! Oh, look at that.
What a run up.
This
This
is a rollover. Yes,
downside
rollover.
move, slight downside in gold looks like it spooked
Yes, it
some
is.
gold traders.
Mhm.
Where's their levels around here?
Where?
Nah.
In the
What's that?
Nasdaq, is there any levels around here? Yeah, that you have.
80% short.
Yeah. Okay, so I do have the average daily range high in Nasdaq that has caused some reversal here. The next level that I have is the demand on a 30-minute chart at 17774. Is that right? Yeah. So 17774.50, let's say. And that's pretty much it for now. Those 2 levels. Bounce.
Hey, shout out to Ches Maxwell. I just passed my first combine, $50,000 combine. Well done, Ches. Good job.
Well done.
Congrats.
Well done, Chad. For sure.
Take it slow.
Take it slow.
Take it slow in the XFA.
Yeah, Deanna. Okay, let's.
Yeah.
What would you? Yeah, what are your next steps? What's your advice after someone passes the 50K combine and they're what's take it slow?
Yeah, so first of all, whenever you achieve a big goal that you've been lusting after for a while, it throws your dopamine levels out of whack, which is
Uh-huh.
generally good in other jobs, but not very good in trading because what the extra dopamine does is that it increases your motivation and productivity. What does that translate to? Overtrading. And we've seen that many times when people get funded and then already like the Sunday evening, they are opening up their first trade. It's like, no, what are you doing? So that's something that you shouldn't be doing. So try to trade very small until your dopamine levels come back to the baseline. It is by far the biggest reason why people blow the account in a day or 3 days, the extra dopamine and motivation, because you want to trade it. It's exciting. It's something you've wanted for a really long time. But be careful, be aware of it, and just let everything settle down. Trade very small. Don't dig a hole for yourself. Don't overtrade. Set a limit to the number of trades that you do in a day and walk away if it's not doing right. In fact, I would say if this is your first XFA, trade micros. Trade one micro. That way you're not going to dig a hole for yourself. It's not forever. It's just
I call it.
trading.
I call that when you start thinking you're God's gift to trading. That's what I like. I call that like that moment in time where you're like, I can do no wrong. I'm the greatest thing ever.
Yeah, overconfident.
Whatever I touch turns to gold. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I never really have that. Even when I'm on a hot streak, I'm like always like, I haven't had a losing day for a while. What's up with that? And then I'm kind of almost expecting it, and I get even more kind of like, oh God, that worked as well. I'm almost in awe that I have another day when things work out, and then when the inevitable losing day comes, I'm not like, oh, woohoo. I'm just like, okay, there it is. So I'm just very mindful of whenever I'm doing super well, I know that a losing day is coming, if that makes sense. So I'm kind of like the exact opposite to whatever people do as traders.
All right, Eddie. Oh, it's 4 minutes past the top of the hour. Eddie, do we got any headlines coming out of Kugler? Did she say anything?
Kugler the juggler. Yes, he had a good cup of coffee. There's a lot he said, but I'm going to pick out some of the main ones. He did say that at some point, cooling inflation and labor markets may make a rate cut appropriate. He also did say, I'm pleased with the great progress on inflation. I'm optimistic it will continue. He also said that I expect consumer spending to grow more slowly this year, and it should help the disinflation. So those are some of the top ones I picked out. He's still talking. And then just a reminder here, we do have Collins, not Phil Collins, but Feds Collins, going to be speaking here at 10:30.
Awesome. Thank you,
Back
Eddie.
to you, Andre.
I think that's probably contributing some of the sell-off. D, I love it, D.
Yeah.
I love it.
He said Phil Collins. Come on.
Phil Collins, yep. Oh, that was the drum solo. She was doing the drum solo right there, Michael.
Yes, I'm doing
Yeah,
the intro to In the Air. Yeah.
Yep. Oh,
Yes, in the air. Oh.
Yeah.
Just don't quote Gooseby. Yeah, Gooseby. He's a hack.
What'd you listen to today, Andre, before the markets opened? What music?
Song called Vultures. New song called Vultures by Kanye West. How about you?
I thought he's canceled, dude. Come on.
I'm going to see him tomorrow night. He ain't canceled. I'm seeing him tomorrow night at the Night Center. Thank you, Eddie. He's gonna be at the United Center tomorrow. I'm going to see him.
Yeah, no thanks.
I know no one invited you.
Of course, you got to buy tickets.
All right. Let's move on.
All right. He started it, Eddie, not me. Anyways, did you take that long, Patak?
I did at 16s. I got out, and then it rallied all the way up. So you can see right here, 16s and 14s I bought. Then I got out because I was taking heat and I had it on a scratch. So can't get in this spin cycle. Wait for high probability setups, which it is, and then stick with it until it tells you there's something wrong, or not something wrong, until the reasons why you got into it aren't there anymore.
Yes. D, you still into your gold trade? Looking at
Yep,
the chart
still
here.
waiting. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Queen of many hours of waiting for the
Yeah,
trade to do its
great
thing.
patience. So, we
Yeah.
got something. We got something special here at the end of Fast Markets for everybody. I think you guys will really enjoy it.
Ooh.
Production team working their butts off behind the scenes and always bringing fire content here. So stay tuned. We got some cool stuff
It's not
coming
a
in.
fire drill, Andre. It's not
It's
a
not-
fire drill.
I said fire
It's gonna be-
content. I
yeah,
said
be careful.
I don't even use the F word. That's the F word now. The new F word.
That's
Is,
yeah,
well,
the new
double-
F word, yeah.
F-bomb too.
That's the new F word.
the new F word.
The
Yeah.
new F
Mhm.
word.
If you hint at that, then our viewers will double. Yeah, that is because everybody kind of lets them each other know in Discord and whatnot,
Here we go.
which is noble. I mean, whatever. But be here because there's a lot more to offer than a fire drill.
It's like algos scraping Twitter for certain words. You hear the F word here in TopstepTV, and the algos go crazy, and our views go up. You see the viewers go up, and the chat goes crazy. I will refrain from saying that. All right, yeah, that pullback. It's
that pullback, man. I missed that one. That was what was the low right there? The low was 09s. Yeah, man.
80%. What was it? 80%, 70% short.
It was, but it was the first real big pullback too. And then we're starting to tell ourselves it's a rollover without listening to what the market's really telling us. So I don't know. I mean, it's live and learn. What levels did it? It respected on that pullback in the NASDAQ. It respected the 09s, 17,809. Call it 10.
What level was that then? Because I don't have anything there.
I know. I don't have anything either. So that's what I always think in Deanna and Andre. Once it hits no man's land, it starts to go up these levels that have never been there before.
Yep.
Then it starts to paint a picture on what it starts to respect level wise or where sellers or buyers became stronger than sellers or whatever you want to call it.
It just seems like any resistance level, because here I have ADR high, it's just like it acts as a reversal for a very short period of time, and then it keeps going higher. That's a sign of a super strong market.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
It's incredible. It really is.
Like no breather whatsoever. Just little pullback, guess what? Little pullback. Like there's no level. There's no reason why that should be.
Yeah, John Hoag would say this is uncharted territory. So any levels up here, strictly theoretical until the market kind of settles out. Speaking of John, people have been asking in the chat, where's Hoag? He will be back tomorrow. He's attending to some business, and he will be back tomorrow on TopstepTV. So for all those asking, appreciate the love and the concern. But yeah, he'll be back. He's good. He'll definitely be itching to get back in these markets. I'll tell you that, dude. That guy is away from the markets for a couple of days. He's itching to get back. Yes, he would be saying we are in uncharted territory right now. And the S&Ps at least. Michael, can you pull up a daily on the NASDAQ? What's the all-time highs in NASDAQ? Or someone in the chat can tell us what the all-time highs are in NASDAQ. If we're making all-time highs in S&Ps, we can't be too far off in NASDAQ, right?
No, well, hold on. This is contract. Well, this is March contract. Sorry, let me go to active.
Active, yeah. Because we got to plan another... we'll have to do another TopstepTV trade, a banger trade like that one for the next time we hit the all-time highs in NASDAQ.
We are at the all-time highs.
These are? We here?
Yeah, but we need a round number, like 20,000. You know?
18.
Oh, yeah, 20,000 is the next.
Right,
yeah, dude, the new CNBC, I can't believe CNBC isn't already talking about 20,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can hype that up. Robert here saying 17,793 half all-time highs. 17. Wait a minute, we're above that. Yeah, we're above that.
Yeah, we're 178, 76.
My bad. Yeah. My bad.
875 half. Yeah. It's coming off the chat.
Oh, so these are. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, Michael, maybe 18,000. I don't know if 18,000 is a big fair round number enough for you, or you want to do 20,000. 20,000.
I mean, now you're just going. Now you're just creating these. Yep. I mean, it is whole numbers, round numbers, all that kind of stuff. But the big fat ones, in my opinion, are like the big ones. So, but
Yeah.
They're still round
10,000,
numbers. So yeah.
20,000. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do 20,000.
Yeah.
18,000. Nope.
20,000.
200 lots of 20,000. All right, maybe we'll be.
Maybe.
We keep.
I mean, the strategy just works. The strategy just works, Andre.
We're gonna give it all
time.
back. We're gonna give it all back on the 20,000.
That's how lucky trader. That's what lucky traders do, and we all get lucky. That's why would you rather be lucky than good? I mean, good is longevity. Lucky is a trader influencer that can't trade but shows you like a great day in one of their 50,000 accounts. Yeah, so
that was wild. That was wild. All right, well, everyone's favorite stat we got coming up here. It should be interesting to see how the jockeying, who's jockeyed, who's in first place, who's in eighth place. Live trader leaderboard. Jack, this is the one everyone waits for. What do you got?
Let's do it. 6 through 10 with some notes.
Wow.
There's some new faces on the board. One thing when we see the top 5, our good friend Coach Dakota has been moved to a live account. So while he's doing that, he's not on the list today, but he will return tomorrow. Saeed's still there.
He'll be back.
He'll be back. More notes for what we got the top
This is
5
just the
here.
meds.
I love it. I love it so much.
just the meds.
It's the
I'm sick. I'm sick. I like a ton of thinkers.
I like sick D. I like yeah.
Yeah. Thanks,
That's
Andre.
The mask.
I'm messing with you. Sorry, Jack.
The masked trader remains at number 1. Isaac Rivera has moved into 3rd place.
Nice, Isaac.
As we mentioned, Karras is doing a great job, but is merely renting the position from Coach Dakota since he's moving to a live, and since he seems to have made money today, it'll be interesting to see where Dakota falls on the list tomorrow.
Nice. See, Isaac, you're doing just fine.
Well done.
Good job.
Yeah, Isaac, you're fine.
You're Gucci,
You're fine,
man.
buddy.
Okay. Gold catching a little bit of a bid here, D. That's what we want to see.
Yeah.
We got
It's
13.
crawling up to
It's
my
crawling.
1 hour. Yeah, it's not the fastest thing, but we have a sort of a neutral day. However, the trend of the daily is up, and we had a value rejection. So there is some supply here on the daily chart, which is an offspring supply. I was talking about it earlier. So that's giving a little bit of a resistance in time. It's adding on to the trade. But yeah, there's no real good reason why this should just completely smash the other way, given that we've had some speakers that has not really had any negative impact on gold. So I would expect this to keep crawling. This is what gold has been doing for the last several days. So I'm going to keep this. I'm going to hold on to this. I'm marrying it. We're
That's
married.
fine. All right, MP. I know you got a company to run, but after this, you're going to be making any more trades today.
No, today I haven't skied in a week.
Oh,
due to
wow.
work.
Wow.
What's up
I
with
gotta
that?
check my schedule right now.
Is it
Dude,
busy,
I know.
eh?
Trust me. I'm
Mhm.
pretty bummed. Pretty bummed that like this will be the first year. It's almost it's not impossible, but with the spring break that I'm going on with my family,
Where are you going?
I gotta go to Chicago. We're going to Carayas, south of Puerto Vallarta. It's supposed to be a little poshy place with like 100 homes, and yeah, it's like the new little hip spot. That's what I'm hearing.
What?
My wife reads about it in Condé Nast or whatever that travel magazine is. So we're going down there. And I go to Chicago next, and then we have March. We Topstep, the Vegas thing. It's just like now it's going to be like, is it quality over quantity skiing? So I don't know, but I'm going today. It's low light though, so I don't like low light. I like bluebird days.
Hmm.
Deanna, do you ski? You want to come out here? Bring your guy and
I do ski.
your
Yeah,
dog.
I do ski. I haven't been in a really long time because I don't really do like vacations and stuff.
What do you
So
mean?
yeah, but I do ski. I've been skiing. Well, I don't know. People go on vacations like twice a year and stuff. I just don't do that. I'm perfectly happy staying at home and just like
Yeah.
staycation is my thing. But yeah, we used to go to Scotland many moons ago before we had the 8 dogs. And I've been skiing since I was 3, so I'm not a big fan of the
Ooh.
ocean. I'm not a big fan of the beach. I'm not really into all that. But yeah, I quite like skiing. So yeah, maybe someday. Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah. T.
Go out for a
Maximus
bit of.
Carreras is the top of the top in Mexico. That is what my wife said. That's what my wife said. So I'm excited to check it out. Instead of going north of PV, Puerto Vallarta, which is a big spot that a lot of people here in Aspen fly to because it's pretty direct from Denver.
You say
And they
PV?
always
You
go
call
to
it PV? You call it PV now?
PV. Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Because a lot of people go to Punta Mita, or something like that. But now this spot south is supposed to be what the new little buzzy spot of like the spot you go to.
Mm.
Small.
Yeah, sounds very small.
Yeah. Well, it's a
100
lot of
houses.
Europeans. It has a big European influence.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Is it expensive? How expensive is it?
Looks
'Cause
like it's
all European
expensive.
spots. Yeah, so all European spots like that are like eye-wateringly expensive. It's like I looked at some places in Verbier because at one point we were like, oh, maybe we should get like a chalet or something. And if you think that London and like LA are expensive, you've seen nothing because you get literally like a shack and it's like $1 million.
Yes.
So like, why? What the hell, man? It
Well,
doesn't even have
here's
like proper heating or anything.
Yeah, here's the thing. Before everybody starts being like, "Oh, we got a house down there for free from somebody." From somebody. It's a It's a 7-bedroom, so we're going with another family. So it's really just flights that I'm paying for, and of course my drink bill. So whatever. That'll probably be the most expensive part. I was
just about to say.
Yeah, there's a bunch of a couple families that are from our kids' school that will be down there in a different house. So we're in this network where if you share a house, you get somebody else's house. It's called Third Home. Anybody
Third
that
Home
knows?
Yeah.
Third Home, yeah. And it's literally you get these places and you can. I mean, these places are like $50,000 for the week. We'll get it for like $1,200. You just pay a transaction fee. Well, we're members of it, so it costs like $2,500 a year. So, but you have to give your house, so a week of your house to get a week of some, the Ritz, the Regis.
Yeah, they have that.
Kind of
they have that system here as well. So
yeah,
I think it's called the house swap or something like that.
There you go.
I think 90-bit even just says it's called the house swingers. Yeah, that is true. The owners of it stick around when you check in.
What? Well done. That was a good one, dude. Look at him sitting back, dude. He's just feeling it today. You guys are getting a prime Michael Patak today, everybody. He is feeling it today. That was a good one. Was he good?
Yeah.
Yes. So this is the new Tulum you're going to then, right? The next Tulum.
This is the new Tulum. We were in Tulum before Tulum was Tulum, which we rented a house. Then it got possessed by the government the next year.
Oh.
So, damn it! This pullback is pulling back.
So it's like the
be a little
because the ADR high.
Yep.
ADR high. What it does. That's why I use it.
This is when
this is banging. This is a running start to go lower. Then I guess. I mean, it's tried to bang on this twice.
Okay, but we've seen this before. You know what this is? Shorts come in, try to take it lower, can't go lower. I wonder what Delta is. If anyone can tell us what Delta is in ES, that'd be cool. NASDAQ as well. The shorts come in, want to go lower, and then they just get squeezed and take it higher. We've seen it. Saw it Monday. We saw it Tuesday, Michael. I don't know if this is the same case because, we're just we're making all-time highs, but we've been seeing that.
What time was that, Andre? What time did the squeeze happen? Because that matters.
In the afternoon. That's actually a good question. I would say, Michael, between 9:45 and 10 o'clock a.m. Central time, and then we just start squeezing, grinding higher. We'll trade sideways, and then we'll go higher.
So let's watch if that happens again.
Very good. Yes, we'll definitely keep an eye on that. But I know it's
day matters because there's certain like mechanistic things that happen institutionally that are usually happening around the same time, kind of like the MOC It's like similar. So throughout the day, you will have certain events that sort of just have to happen intraday. Somebody goes out for lunch, they take off their positions, so that has an impact on price. And then they come back from lunch, they put more money on, and then that has an impact. Like this, like all of these things that you wouldn't really think about. It's something that I've kept a pulse on, and I use a lot in my own trading.
Time of day.
Yeah, time of day.
Yep, time of day.
Day
Makes
trading
sense.
time zones, like I call them.
Day trading time. Yep, makes sense. Deanna, if I remember correctly, you break it down into 3 segments throughout the day, correct? The morning, the obviously lunch, and the close. Yeah. Do you want to touch on that real quick? I know we touch on that real quick.
Yeah, so usually after the initial balance is over in my 2 instruments, you will typically get some sort of a reversal happening, whether it's a full failed auction or not. It depends what happened before, but and the narrative and all of that good stuff, and then you have either the momentum or the failed move happening all the way through till lunchtime. Then usually you get a fake out that looks like it's reversing, but it doesn't actually reverse until sort of half an hour to an hour before the settlement. And I'm talking specifically in GC and CL, which tend to settle a lot earlier than ES and NQ. And then usually for equities, you have that bond market close that then has the bond traders all coming into the equities, which brings the power hour, right? That's why you get an influx of volume and everything becomes pretty lively. So those are some of the times of day where I would expect to see a reversal. And then I will basically just see whether there is a cause for that. So whether the price action is telling me that it is a good short or a long. So basically I try to go counter whatever was happening up to that point. If it's a really strong trending day, I will try not to go against that. So therefore I will look for a pullback either via single prints or via some kind of VWAP. Like it depends what I'm trading, obviously. But if it's a ranging day, I will try to catch reversals at the extremes of the established session range, but also expecting for the price to smash through those and then reverse, because that's what they love to do for range bound days. So that's like a very quick kind of rundown of things that I look for.
Hey, the VWAP really quickly is around 5,000 in the S&P. Let's return to 5,000, and then can we stay above 5,000 and close the day above 5,000? What's the cash right now, Andre? What's the cash?
Cash and what? Cash price?
S&P.
I don't have it up right now. They showed. We'll see.
It's only 49.84.
Is that right? Where are you seeing that? Oh, 49.84. Yep, 49.84.90.
Stupid CNBC.
I saw it too. That's exactly where I looked too. I know CNBC has cash up. All right. Well, we're coming to an end here, closing it on closing time here at on Fast Markets. That was super exciting. But real quick, I got a tap from Jack. Jack, what do you got for us, man?
Hey, really quickly before Jack, guys, cash market is we're in the futures market. This is the futures market. Cash market is the actual the cash is spot. So when you see the S&P right now on CNBC, they're showing you the cash price. This is all the stocks, and there's no futures price baked into it. So when we talk about cash,
and usually it's either ahead or behind, and depends on which. It's either called backwardation or contango. Contango is the normal state. Yeah.
We'll get into all that. That's a great thing to get into on a slow period or day. So we'll get into that. Cash market is different than the futures market. It's what you guys watch when you're watching your news channel and starts, and you sit in your lazy boy and you go, well, the Dow is down 500 points today. They're talking about the Dow cash market, the stocks that make up the Dow index, their prices. They don't really ever quote futures unless it's pre-market. Unless it's pre-market and the stock market hasn't opened.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, since we're winding down the segment, as some of you recall, back in December during the FOMC, we did get a communication from Mr. Jerome Powell.
Oh.
We couldn't get him back this time, but we did receive a voice message from someone for you, Michael.
Oh, sweet.
That guy is a grade A jag. Hi, TopstepTV. I have some important news to share. But first, I just wanted to express how much I love the show, with the notable exception of Eddie. That guy is a grade A jagoff. On episode 42 of TopstepTV, Mr. Horn claimed that I, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, looked like a, quote, Christmas ham. Those were harsh words, especially coming from a man that looks like ZZ Top with alopecia. But I digress. By now, many of you have probably heard about my trip to China, during which I unknowingly consumed a number of hallucinogenic mushrooms at a local restaurant. The effects were mild, but not totally unpleasant. So in the spirit of exploration, I ate 3 grams of boomers about an hour ago, and my whole outlook on the economy has since changed. I now recognize that there exist economies within economies within economies, splintered across the void like a kaleidoscope, and that what we refer to as the unemployment rate is a red herring because it fails to explain why any of us work, or even what is work. You move words around on a computer, and then someone moves other numbers into your bank account, and that's how I eat. That's fucked up, man, right? Like, I want to eat, but I don't want to move numbers. You know what I'm saying, MP? Also, I don't want to eat meat right now, you know, because I can see the auras of animals. Please understand that I can see your auras, too. They're like Bollinger Bands coming out of your chest. Where was I going with this? Oh yes, my announcement. Well, while it's been an honor to serve as the Treasury Secretary, I've discovered that my true mission is to kill my own ego. Robert, can you put a poll up? How many of you have experienced true ego death? No, scratch that. How many of you have seen the shadow people? Because they're coming, and you should know that. Sorry, there's simply no more time. I need to go back to the cave with Corbs. Stay golden, pony boys. Farewell.
Wow. Oh my
Be an
God.
orange.
That is top
Bravo.
quality. That is
Bravo.
just, I mean,
Wow.
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 Production
She took a shot at
team.
you. She took a shot at you there,
Completely
Michael.
unedited. That's just what was said.
Took a shot at Eddie there too. Man, everyone
She's off my Christmas list.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, you guys, that was incredible. We got the poll.
that was incredible. Please keep having ruffling feathers of the feds and getting them to call in. That was just incredible. That was awesome.
Well, that wraps up Fast Markets for the day. That was one of our finer shows today. Deanna, awesome. Thank you for joining us. I know you're not feeling 100%. Thank you so much for coming back with us. Stay tuned for tomorrow. Her and Anne-Marie will be together in Fast Markets with Michael, myself, and Hoag. Michael, trade of the day, trade of the year so far. You got your swagger back. That was so badass. Shout out to you.
I got my 50 lot in. I said I'm going to do a 50 lot, and then I'm going to do a 100 lot this year. And it's going to be for tradertainment because, no, it's not a part of my trading plan. So always trade to your trading plan.
Shout out to production, dude. That was so cool. That was hilarious. That yelling bit. I can't believe she called in and had all that to talk about. That was insane. We got shoulder tap coming up next, and from what the tap was from Ben here, it's gonna be a fire shoulder tap. So make sure to tune in. We're running a little bit late here, so let's turn the sucker over. Thank you, everybody. Let's do it again.
Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are. This is Coach Robert. We are here with Risk Manager Ben for the shoulder tap segment, and I'm told that we have quite a bit to talk about here. So let's just dive right into it and turn the show over to you, Ben. What you got?
Awesome. Thanks, Robert. Happy to be here with everybody today. We've got a killer segment for shoulder tap. Quick shout out to our production team. I was watching ahead of this segment. That piece with Janet Yellen was incredible. Truly hilarious writing, very creative, very funny. So bravo, guys. That was I was almost in tears. Hilarious work. Yeah, lots to talk about today. Lots of activity. Lots of good stuff that we've seen. Want to give a few shout outs and shoulder taps, just kind of rapid fire for some of the P&Ls we've seen. One of our traders we've featured a lot in the past, Boyce. Boyce is up a cool $9,000 today, which is fantastic. He had his live account balance down to around $1,500, put up a $9,000 profitable day today. I believe is still trading. So Boyce, I would highly recommend shutting the laptop, calling it a day. You got a nice refresher, nice restart on the account. So let's take that balance, continue building it, and work towards a payout. Farouz, another one of our live traders that I know Mick mentioned yesterday, is on a bit of a heater. He'd put up close to $8,000 across a 2-day span. Another day of $5,000 in profit, which is awesome to see. So continue stacking that paper up. Make sure you're walking away at or near P&L highs is my recommendation. We've got some of our traders that we've spoken about repeatedly this week. Isaac was down. Isaac R is going to be on with us a little bit later in the week. He's down today about $2,200. Just don't let that snowball, Isaac. You're a fantastic trader. You've put up really significant numbers over the last couple of weeks. So no big deal. $2,200 loser when your account's at 70 grand isn't a big deal, but definitely don't let that snowball or let it get to you. And then Coach Dakota, who we've been talking about repeatedly, has put up $3,500 today. Saw him a little bit earlier in the chat talking about the Nikkei trade that he had. Took about 10 hours for that to pan out. Nice profit. And he's been trading the NQ this morning as well profitably. So $3,500 is fantastic. Just keep stacking that up brick by brick. And I know he's going to be on later this week to talk about that trading success. One other, for all those highlights, someone that we've seen, have hot and cold streaks, kind of back on a cold streak. Ronald S. Was hit his daily loss limit again this week. You hate to see that after putting up 15 grand on Friday of last week. So just kind of boom and bust. I think a big thing that would help Ronald, if you're listening, I know you mentioned tuning into the program. I want you to cut your trading size down to a third of what it is right now. So cut your trading size down to a third, and don't trade the market open. I was locked in, tuned in to our funded traders this morning when markets opened, was looking at all of our boards, and his P&L was whipping around like crazy right at market open. That tells me right away there's probably too much size at one of the most volatile times of the entire day, that market open. So don't trade the open, cut your size down. Let's get back on a winning streak and keep working towards profitability. So Ronald, that's your shoulder tap for the day. I know you've got it in you, brother. We can get back on the right track. So got those out of the way. Let's move to our first trading card today. We're going to talk about Desmond W., who's trading out of the city that never sleeps, New York. And I'm actually going to go into a bit of story time with Desmond. Desmond and I have gotten to know each other very well over the last 2 weeks. We've spoken morning and afternoon, basically, for the better part of 2 weeks now. And you guys are going to get the unfiltered, unedited, raw version of what's been happening behind the scenes with Desmond's account, because I think it's important for everybody to hear about and understand what goes into these funded accounts and trading for profits. Desmond initially had a bug with his XFA account. So there was a bug that appeared where the trade report balances were decoupling from what was showing in the trading platform. That causes alarm for us, throws a red flag. So for a good portion of last week, we were communicating with Desmond, asking him to pause trading, asking him to resume trading, truing up balances, working with our tech team to try and resolve this issue. doing a whole lot of throwing things against the wall, trying to resolve this, what has been a very obscure issue with his XFA. That happened pretty much right after he had posted a $20,000 profitable day. You can see on the trading card. So he put up a monster day, and then we had this strange bug that we're still working on decoding. However, we were able to work with Desmond. He resumed trading for portions of the last 2 weeks, and remarkably was able to hold it together and put together 3 back-to-back $3,000 winning days in his XFA, which is fantastic given the turmoil, the back and forth nature of, Desmond, your account's unlocked. We have to lock it back up. We have to do this and that. And Desmond, your character has been impeccable through all of this. You've been patient. You've maintained humility. And more than anything, you've maintained really, really great poise through all of this back and forth with us. So thank you for your patience. And truly, you deserve a gold star for the way you've been able to continue to put up profitable days, given the back and forth nature of your account. So that is why we've decided today to call Desmond up to a live account. Those are some of the intangibles that we like to look for. We try to parse those out of the numbers, but it's been painted in really, really stark and obvious contrast for Desmond. The way that he's handled himself over the last 2 weeks is fantastic. So kudos to you, Desmond. Obviously, the numbers are there as well, averaging $3,900 daily P&L. He's scalping the NQ, doing a great job of that, and walking away consistently at his P&L highs. So that's all really, really fantastic stuff. I had a great conversation with Desmond this morning, about an hour before shoulder tap today. And Desmond gave me permission to share this as well. Desmond is trading as a means to pay for his college. He's going to school in New York City, which is not a cheap prospect, no matter where you're going to school. And he was very candid with me, and he gave me permission to share that he doesn't have his parents in the picture to support this dream. He's trying to live out in the Big Apple. He is going to college and funding that exclusively through trading. And he qualified for and took a max payout of $14,000 that we are going to get out to him as soon as possible. So, Desmond, your story is fantastic, brother. I appreciate the conversation that we had, and you truly make it enjoyable and worthwhile for me to get up and go to work every day. People and experiences like yours make it all worthwhile and make this job freaking exciting every single day. So kudos to you. Keep grinding it out. We are very much looking forward to seeing how you perform in the live account. We're going to do everything we can to help you stay in there and fund your entire college experience, and then some would be ideal for us, and I'm sure ideal for you as well. So really a fantastic story over the last 2 weeks for Desmond, and we're looking forward to seeing you in the live account, brother. He told me he was going to tune into the segment, so I'm talking to him as though he's watching, because I'm sure he is. So Desmond, good on you, and anything that you'd like to add or questions you have about what Desmond's been up to, Robert?
I don't have any questions. I know there's a lot to go through today. Just a shout out, same as you. Congratulations on moving over to live. The one thing that stuck out is that he's been with Topstep only since September, and he's already here. So that's the one thing that stood out. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. Moving along, my friend.
Sounds good. We'll keep it moving. Next up, we have Shang. Could we please pull up the trading card for Shang? Shang's trading with us. Has been trading in a 150K XFA, trading out of Taiwan, and he's been trading the gold contracts and S&P 500 contracts, as well as the micros, the S&P micros. So really good trading out of Shang. We've seen $1,300 a day in average daily P&L, 100% winning days on what has been 11 trading days. So not a tiny sample size to review. Having 100% impressive, and 71% winning trades is, a kicker on top of that. So Shang's been trading very well, taking a total payout of $7,700. What we really like about that as well is those payouts, that payout total was broken up across 2 payouts. So one of the payouts was for $7,000. The other payout was for $700. So that tells me that the money matters to this trader, that they're going to continue to take payouts, pay themselves aggressively along the way. And that factors in. That's something that the risk team looks at, because we don't want to be putting people in live accounts that, treat this like a video game and like the money doesn't matter. TopStep's putting its live capital into the markets. We are backing traders, and that capital is our firm's capital, and we are entrusting you with it to trade profitably. So knowing that you're taking payouts consistently and aggressively and anything you can means that you're valuing that money, and we trust you to even more so to take care of it in a live environment. So the payouts stuck out to me, the nature of those payouts, and ultimately we're going to have a $15,000 balance that is eligible to move into the live account. So Shang, I'd encourage you to take, I'm sure you will, take an additional payout in that XFA to live transfer. Things that really stuck out that I like, trading small size, having an average contract size per trade of 3 contracts. And that includes the micros as well. So trading small size. And the other component that really, really jumped out at me was a 2-to-1 win-loss hold time. So actually greater than that. So they're holding their trades, the winning trades, more than twice as long as they are the losing trades. So letting those winners ride out, cutting the losers when you recognize they're losers, that is a recipe for success. I know Mick talks about it all the time. Catching a piece of the trend for the day is so often what we see the long-term successful traders doing. And Shang is definitely executing that. There was one trade that actually took 10 and a half hours to pan out and profit. And that was amazing. I know that Coach Dakota put up a similar situation in his Nikkei trade today. So getting on the right side of the market and letting the numbers work out for you in your favor is always a great recipe for success. My only area of recommendation or improvement is, just dance with the one who brought you. When you get into that live account, keep doing what you're doing. There's something about that transition to live that sometimes we just see people, go AWOL. It's like you're almost looking at a different trader entirely once they move into live accounts. It's not a big difference. As far as the ones and zeros are concerned, your strategy that you have in the sim environment will work in that live environment, and just stay true to who you are and who got you here. Continuing to execute trades the way that you have been obviously is leading to success, and if you keep doing that in a live environment, you will have a long and happy career as a professional trader at Topstep. So kudos to Shang. I don't have much in the way of negatives or things I'd like to poke and prod at on improvements. So we can move on from Shang and pull up Martin. Martin
Quick
V.
comment on Shang. I said
Go ahead,
last
Robert.
time Desmond was September, and Shang was with us since October, so it's even a tighter time frame. And the last thing I want to highlight for Shang before we move on is that we love our traders from Taiwan. Topstep, coast to coast, continent to continent, global. We are seeing a really great influx of really great traders from Taiwan. We love all you folks, and welcome aboard.
I'm so happy you pointed that out, Robert. That is a great point, and you're absolutely right. So often we are calling up traders from XFA to Live from Taiwan. As a percentage, it's not an enormous component of our global traders, and we do have a global community, but disproportionately so, they are trading well. So shout out to our Taiwanese traders. We love you, and it must be something in the food, because you guys certainly know how to put up some P&Ls. That big shout out there, and thanks for raising that, Robert. And this is actually the class, the Topstep class of 2023. Martin also began trading with us in 2023 back in July. So coming up on their Topstep anniversary with us. Martin's been trading well. This is all Martin and Shang both were part of the multiple call-ups we did on Monday. So I know that Mick highlighted a few yesterday. We had a really, really great slew of traders get called up to live on Monday, Martin being one of them. Martin's put up $664 a day on average for P&L, and also a pretty fantastic 95% winning days on 20 trading days completed. that's outstanding. That takes, again, the mental fortitude, the poise, the humility to walk away in profit for the day and not, continue chasing that dragon, saying, I'm up $2,000, I could be up 4, or I could be up 8, or, someone on the leaderboard is at $15,000 today. I'm not going to stop till I get above them. All of those things can, as Janet Yellen was talking about, can really create an ego for you, and you need to kill that ego. So Martin's doing a great job posting winning days. 83% winning trades, also very impressive, especially given that reward to risk ratio of 1.5 to 1. So 83% winning trades on a 1.5 reward risk is fantastic. That's going to lead to tons of profitability. In my mind, that's pretty much a golden ratio. We saw someone yesterday put up 2 to 1 reward risk ratio and trading around 70%. That's fantastic. But there's no free lunches in the market, and you have to find kind of that golden balance for yourself. I think we talked about that on Monday as well, Robert. That relationship between your win percentage and your reward to risk ratio is vital, and you got to find what works for yourself. Obviously, Martin's found what's working for him. Taking a total of 4 payouts across the last 30 days. Also, I just want to clap. I just want to applaud for that. That's about as aggressively as you can pay yourself. Martin is doing it. So I mentioned that with Shang, something we take into consideration, something we love seeing, because the money's not real until you take it out of the computer screen and put it in your bank account. So Martin's doing that at an incredible level, taking a total of $9,480 in payouts. That is going to be $3,800 after the transfer. So took a max transfer to live payout, and then they took a total of $5,600 in payouts leading up to that XFA to live transfer. So aggressive paying yourself, that's what I like to see personally. One concern I do have is the amount of balance that'll be transferred into the live account. So this is a 100K XFA that's getting transferred to live, meaning that daily loss limit will be set at $2,000 for this live account. But we're transferring roughly $3,800 into the live account. That's a relatively small balance given the daily loss limit. You've got actually slightly less than 2 daily loss limits away from losing that live account. So not anything to panic about, just something you need to consider and structure your trading around. Thankfully, Martin's trading instruments that have micro versions of them. The S&P E-mini, ticker ES, and the NASDAQ E-mini, ticker NQ, both have micro versions of those contracts. And that's what I would recommend to Martin to trade as he first moves into this live account. The liquidity's still there. They move, in tandem. All of the arbitrageurs, make sure that those are nice and tight to their larger E-mini counterparts. And I see that he's also trading the MNQ, so he's familiar with the micro version of the NASDAQ at least. Trading those micros when you have a relatively small live balance, I think, is vital to building up a cushion so that you can maintain that live account. You have to pay those data fees. There's some components to trading in a live account to consider, and you want to make sure that you're not losing that live account as soon as you get into it. So trade small, continue to stack up some profits and build a nice cushion for yourself. Then we can start moving back into trading those E-mini, those larger size contracts, and continue doing what you're doing. We want to see you make big money. We want to see you consistently post profitable days. But if it means cutting your average daily P&L in half and maintaining the same win rates and reward risk ratios and all those things, and you get a nice cushion, that would be ideal. I think that's the recipe for success as he transitions into the live account. But that's really the only concern, is trading with too large a size too early, given that that transfer to live balance. Outside of that, once again, another fantastic trader that we're calling up. Been really proud of the risk team making these evaluations and calling up the right people into those live accounts. I think we have 3 all-stars in the making that are getting called up to live accounts today, and we couldn't be more excited to see how they perform. So anything you've picked up from Martin or otherwise that you'd like to comment on, Robert?
Nothing that's on a specific. I think you did a super job highlighting these three traders and going through all the logistics behind them. Just just same with you. Just kudos, shout out. And the fact also that this trader was very aggressive on taking their payouts, and that's what we'd like to see. Once you get in there, get your 5 days of your over $200 per day, take a payout, pay yourself. You've earned it. You've worked for it, especially that first one. When you get out of the combine into XFA and then subsequently into live, you can take a payout on either one of those, but take a payout, recover any costs that you've put into it, whether books, videos, combines, resets, anything that you've incurred, any expenses you've incurred to get to that funded level, take that payout, and now you're on a free ride for the rest of the time, just consistent, taking those money, taking that payout. We say it all the time. Mick says it all the time when he's on. MP says it all the time. We all do. Take your payouts. You've earned it. You deserve it. And this trader, Martin here, seems to be doing exactly that. If
right.
anything else, Ben, we need to move on to the next segment here.
Yeah, I'll hammer that point home one more time. As long as Topstep is going to give me the platform and graciously allow me to come on shoulder tap segments, I am going to pound the table on taking payouts. And I've even been accused of, being a little strange about it maybe, or aggressive, when talking to some of our funded traders about taking payouts. And that's only because I come from a background of having watch those paper profits slip away, right? I've seen $20,000 evaporate on my trading screen when instead, I could have taken that out and put it in my bank account. So it is truly not real money until you pay yourself with it. So pay yourself often, and pay yourself aggressively. That's the recipe for long-term trading success.
100%. Thank you very much again for that, Ben. We have next up is Power Players. Eddie hosting the segment. We have Andre on Power Players also. He's making some trades today. I want to see that man rip some. And then we have Richard O as a guest. I do see him hanging out in the green room, so we're going to certainly welcome him with open arms. And we know the rest of the schedule, top quiz after that. I'll be back for group coaching. There is the group coaching form pinned to the top of the chat. We are looking for a couple more to make sure that segment goes. You know me, I like to talk fast, I talk quick, I just get through everything. Throw in a couple more questions, anything you want to hear, anything you want to see, be happy to look at it for you. Then we have the Andre Doby and KV at 1 o'clock for the Patience with KV. Then wrapping everything up, Andre Doby and Isaac Suffren. Isaac R will be on Friday. So this is the week of the Isaacs. Looking forward to seeing all of them. Thank you for sticking around, and we will see you next on Power Players.
Welcome to.
It's time for Power Players.
Yes, it is time for Power Players. And we've got our guest here between Andre and myself here, Richard. Oh, hello, Richard. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Fantastic. Had a great broadcast here early this morning. I hope that you caught some of that. And of course, we've got our good friend Andre here ready to go. But let's start this out. Richard is one of our funded traders, and we appreciate you being on here with us. And we're going to highlight your success journey through trading. Now, let's start this out with Richard. Tell us about yourself and where you're from.
Yeah, so I'm originally from Florida, but I'm up in the DMV area at the moment. Korean, so yeah, that's where I'm from.
All right. And what got you started? What sort of piqued your interest in this wonderful world of trading?
Yeah, I think what first got me started, like many, is just trying to make some side income, trying to make some money to help out some other areas. But that's definitely not what kept me here in trading.
What kept you?
I would say the biggest thing that kept me has been, I don't think there's anything that challenges you mentally and emotionally as trading. And that, I think, is what constantly just drives me. Because there's something about when you hit that buy button and the feeling that you get every time. And it's been about 3.5 years now, and it just doesn't go away. So.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. What is that feeling? Richard, what is that feeling you get when you hit that buy button? Explain it to us.
The feeling is like a little bit of nervous. You're excited. You're kind of scared at the same time. You're seeing your P&Ls kind of go up and down. You're trying to figure out, and then if it goes well, if it goes green, then you're like, do I get out? Do I not? Like, I'm green. And so it's the constant feeling, like nonstop, even 3 years in. So
I still get the same feeling as well. Yes, for sure. 20 years in this, I still get that same feeling. Even watching other people trade, like Patak in last segment, slinging that 50 lot. I was feeling like I was in the trade myself. I felt like I was in that trade, even though I wasn't. For those that don't know what we're talking, go back and watch Fast Markets. The boss put on big size, big profits, which is really cool. So, Richard, tell us, how did you find Topstep? Tell us about your trading journey.
So I started out in options, and options just wrecked me. Absolutely wrecked me. There's a lot of different things that go into options, and so had some wins, had some pretty big wins, and then kind of lost it all. So I needed a kind of new thing, and I was just looking up some YouTubes, and I saw a thing called futures. I was like, oh, what is futures? Because I was already trading QQQ and SPY, and so figured out what NASDAQ was and ES was, and how that you could trade that as well without having to worry about all your theta and delta and all this stuff. So did a lot of research, and I was like, man, but you need a lot of money. You need a lot of money to try to trade this. And then Topstep kind of popped up. I was watching another YouTuber, and they were promoted it real big. And I was like, I'm gonna give it a shot. And so this was back when it was still like the 2-step and stuff. And so, so that's how it came about Topstep.
Richard, when you said lost it all, and usually if you've got that bad taste in your mouth, you want to avoid it at all possible. But the thing is, from just saying, okay, you know what, this venue isn't working. I still want to be a trader. I'm going to find another venue. That sort of shows us that you've got a lot of passion and desire to pursue this career in trading. Now, what was it like sort of picking yourself up and putting yourself back on the horse? Was it, were you slow at doing it? Did you want to get into it right away? How did it progress?
It's kind of hard to describe the feeling I get when I'm trading. It's kind of like the feeling I was talking about earlier. And the reason why I kept going back. And I get bored really easily with a lot of things I do. So I'll pick up a lot of things, learn them, get decent at them, and then drop them because I get bored real quick. But trading just is one of those like challenges that every day is a new challenge. It changes constantly. It's never the same. And so trying to pick up from that, I slowed down my trading. I saw green when I was doing options and I went big and I lost it. So I started small. I started learning what I was supposed to be trading, how to trade, techniques, strategies, what I'm supposed to be looking at in futures. So, and I still battle with it even now. I see green, I tend to go a little bit bigger sometimes, and it hurts me. But trading is just a process. Every day is a process, and just keep learning every day.
Right.
Hey, Eddie, we got, I know we got Collins speaking here right now, or has been speaking here. A couple more headlines coming out of Collins. There is a risk that inflation progress stalls, and also it will be appropriate to begin easing before end of year. So nothing profound there, but there is a risk that inflation stalls, something to keep an eye on. Also, one other thing that caught my eye here, Kugler saying they're keeping an eye on commercial real estate as a potential new stress on the economy. So I know commercial real estate has been in the spotlight lately. A lot of people, the worries are starting to come up, and it sounds like it's getting to the Fed, and they're voicing their concerns. So yeah, just a quick little update there. And we're also trying to catch a bid here in the S&Ps. I haven't taken a trade yet today after fast markets. Richard, have you taken any trades today?
Yeah, I took a few trades, kind of scalp here and there.
Tell us about it.
So I was trading on some combines, and then I
Can we get
switched
your
over to
charts up? Walk us through
Oh
it.
yeah, right here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
So I was taking a couple, just looking around. I kind of missed the big rally up.
Oh yeah.
So I was looking for a nice little pullback. Saw we were kind of bouncing around this area, so I took a little quick scalp up. I think it was like a little 10-point scalp. Nothing too crazy. And then I don't like to trade towards lunch hours. But with lunch hours, because of the low volume, I tend to see like a continued strength of just wherever direction it picks, just throughout. So I saw we were kind of bouncing around this area once more as earlier. So I took a quick scalp, got stopped out on one, but re-entered and got a quick, couple bucks there. Nothing too crazy. Took a big loss yesterday. So just kind of taking it slow today.
Let me ask you about that. Now, one of the things is if I have a big loss, I'm going to be a little shy on pulling the trigger the next day. But if I've had previous good days, I still have that confidence boost. That's going to say, hey, you know what? You had one bad day, but you have been doing well. What is your take on that? As far as having the bad day, how did you come in today? Were you just sort of gung-ho, ready to go, or did you sort of play it back a little bit?
I definitely played it back. Played it easy today. I saw the chart today, and I was like, oh, this is looking kind of similar like yesterday, so I was a little worried going longs. We ran up to that same level in the morning and got rejected, and I was like, oh, is this going to look like yesterday, or just dump off, 100 points down again? So I was very cautious, but we caught a bid down here and just bounced off of this level, off of this 720 level, and just took off and never looked back. And so,
Sure did.
When I saw that trend, I was like, maybe I can find some trades up here once we settle, figure out what we're doing. Doesn't look like we're dropping too far down. We're pulling back, but nothing too crazy. But yeah, that's how I came in today.
How'd you do today? What was your P&L, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm only up 173.
That's fine. That's fine.
Say only. Yeah, it's not only. Like I've been saying lately, and I'm going to keep repeating it because Adobe Time put this one in my head, and it rings true every day, Richard. And that is, you're up 123 bucks. There's someone out there that's down 1,500 bucks that would die to be up 123 bucks on the day. And sometimes I was the same way. I would scoff only 123 bucks, but Adobe could put it in my head, man. Like, there's people out there that are down a couple G's and will do anything to be up 123 bucks. 123 bucks is a good day. It's a good day. You keep stacking those. It turns into you can make that's a full-time salary right there. If you keep stacking those, obviously it's going to grow as the size grows. But yeah, there you go, right there, right here. I'm down 1,500. Sorry, Ukrainian New Yorker in the chat. They said down 1,500. Ukrainian New Yorker. What would you do to be up 123 bucks right now, man? Like, for real. Like, Yeah, it's so don't ever say only. Like it's okay. Up $2 is better than being, I appreciate that, Ukrainian New Yorker. You made the example very easy for me right there. I appreciate that. We're starting to see a little bit of sell off here in the S&Ps. Also, Eddie, we got a headline I just caught. Israeli Minister of Defense tells Blinken that Hamas' negative response to the hostage deal proposal will push Israel to expand its ground operation in Gaza soon. So I don't know if that's a negotiating tactic or what, but we're starting to see a sell-off in the S&Ps. Let's take a look at oil. Oil's just chopping around. Oil's been weird today.
Yeah,
So
we just have a
something to keep an
drop
eye
in
on.
gold also. Gold
Okay,
just took a
we're
dive.
starting to see. Yeah, we're starting to see some sellers here, and in the S&Ps and the Nasdaq. So maybe if this could be the pullback, might be looking to take a long here. But sorry, Eddie, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Andre. If you got an opportunity, by all means.
Yeah, well, here we go. Yeah, I got it. I'm looking for a trade here. Sorry.
Okay, all right. Now, Richard, you had an 80% winning day on the 3 trading days, along with a 72.85 winning trade percentage. Okay, it seems like you're not looking for big profits, but you're just looking for wins. And I think that's very important for a trader to focus on, is the wins versus the monetary reward. Because once you start seeing that dollar sign, the greed kicks in. And it's easy to say, hard to do, but if you could just watch for the wins, you're not going to be stressed. You're not going to have greed. You're not going to get reckless when you see your P&L. Now, tell us about you got an average daily P&L that's very light. Are you trading? Are you trading the micros, or are you trading the full Nasdaq?
I am trading the full Nasdaq, and the P&Ls are a little light. So last year I only had, I think it took all year to get like 2 or 3 XFAs all year for me. And this year I think I've already been able to get 3, but I've lost them.
Okay.
So I'm trying a little bit of different approach. My problem still is I don't know when to cut my losses, and I battle with it constantly. So I'm just trying to test some waters a little bit, take some quick profit, seeing if that works a little better. Maybe scalping it out a couple points. So,
right, yeah, like they say, once bitten, twice shy. But we've got to remember, you've been there, done that. You know how to get to the funded account, XFA. But the thing is, now you've really got to focus on why I can't hold that account. And a lot of us don't realize what we're doing wrong, but it seems like you've sort of got it pegged. So, you've got that head start of knowing, when you're going to see a red flag. What am I doing wrong? When am I doing this? And I tell you, greed, the factor, I know that you had prior to yesterday, you had no losing days, but you had a big loser, which sort of brought you back pretty far. But, coming back again the next day, you put up a very nice day. So, it's telling me something that, you're not afraid to trade, and you know what you're doing, which is, you've been trading for 3 years, correct?
yes.
Okay. And we're going to be, I've been in this business since 1985. Andre's been in this business since, the 20s, right?
05. Yeah, 05. Well, actually, technically, 1920. I got started in 01, but started trading. I was clerking from 01 to 05, then became a trader in 05. Actually, 06, January of 06.
Right. See, and the thing is, we're learning something new every day. I myself, Andre, Mike, we all are. And this is where we sort of got to remember what we're learning and apply it to our day trade. But, let me ask you about this. What is your risk? Now, it seems like that's the problem here, right? You don't know when to say when. It's sort of like the song, know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. And the Gambler song by Kenny Rogers, which really sort of plays in with trading. But how are you sort of fixing this risk issue?
So before I was definitely only using a mental stop loss. So now been trying to implement a firm stop loss. Sometimes I don't always do it when I believe in a trade a little too much, and it goes the other way. But I've been using my stop losses a lot more, the actual stop losses, not just the mental one, and they've been getting hit. Except for yesterday.
Except for
Hey, Richard, sorry, Eddie. You said you don't know how to cut. You don't know when to cut losses, right? If you don't mind, because I know a lot of people in the chat are really appreciating, your candor, your transparency. You're asking, what does it look like when you can't cut your losses? You just sit there, you just keep letting it, keep taking heat on it. You just keep letting the P&L go more into the red. You count more in the red. What does it look like?
Yeah, I mean, when I take a trade, I always believe in the trade.
Sure.
And when you keep seeing it go the other way, you're just like, man, I believe in this, and you just and you're like, I'm gonna cut it at this level, and it goes past that level, and you're just like, no, it's gonna bounce back up.
Right.
And so that's my problem right now. It's just, it's battling that emotion, really, and that mental of like, I need to cut this at this level because I said I was gonna cut it. This is my rule. So right now it's just a lot of back and forth, just mentally and emotionally, just believing in trade and it not going your way, and just you just go red all the way. So
right. I firmly believe, and I've shared this idea with many traders I've talked to regarding a personal loss limit. Now, it's easier said than done. Personal loss limit, if you've got a monetary or a tick amount where if you do hit that, it's not an option or a choice. It's an action. And you really got to commit to this. If I hit this negative number, I am done. It's a switch. It's not an option or a choice. It's a turnoff. All right. And I'm done for the day. But the thing is, I know a lot of people out there that are listening and watching. It's so hard to say, okay, I got a losing day. I mean, you want to get back in there because the opportunity still exists. Maybe I can, like you were saying, you've got that losing trade and one more trade, one more. And all the traders I've talked to, Richard, what happens is, I mean, it's for some reason, it seems like the odds are you're not going to get that. I mean, some do. Some get that money back saying, okay, one more trade. But most of the traders, you keep digging that hole deeper and deeper and deeper. And the thing is, okay, you know what? Okay, the market got me today. I was down 450. Now I'm down 7.25. I mean, how does that take on your confidence? And the thing is, a lot of mentors and coaches say, well, don't worry about coming back the next day. Don't worry about what you did yesterday. But the thing is, how can you not? How can you not think about that? I had a losing trade the other day, not yesterday, the day before, and that was stuck in my mind. I got to make this back.
Yep.
I got to make this back. But that's not the right way to think. It's whatever the market gives us. Thank you very much. I got tomorrow. There's an option tomorrow, the next day, and the next day. So that's something. Hopefully that'll help you. You got to shut it down. It's not an option or a choice. You hit that personal daily loss limit. So get you back in there and get you a payout. Of course you want a payout, don't you?
I do. I definitely do.
I mean, you're working hard enough. I mean, seriously, you're working very hard. You've been there. You've done it. And it's just right out of reach. So let's try that maybe next time.
All right,
Sandra,
you got another
anything?
update?
Are you in a trade?
Yeah, I got you an update trade. I was looking to take a long, but we're trading sideways on the 5-minute, looking at the S&P 5-minute, looking at the 5-minute on the NASDAQ. We're trading sideways, barcoding, as we like to call it.
Yeah.
So be patient here and see if this might be a setup for some of these shorts coming in, trying to sell what's at near the highs. And as we've seen last few days, last few weeks, these shorts come in, we don't go lower. We see the negative delta build, and eventually they're gonna start taking heat on these trades, and it might be another short squeeze to push to the upside. Unless new information enters this market, I don't see why you can stay short for anything longer than a few minutes. Maybe we'll see a sell-off. But we do have a headline coming out right now from Collins saying that it is possible that future interest rates might be higher than pre-pandemic levels. don't think that's anything too profound, but I think I know what they're trying to say. We're not going to be seeing 0.25% interest rates for forever like we were before. So maybe that's what the market is kind of selling off here a little bit for. But yeah, I was looking. We'll see if these shorts keep building here in ES. That's what I trade. And if we don't go lower, they could get squeezed to the upside. I'll take them along and try squeezing with them.
Richard, are you in a position right now?
I am not. I'm just kind of watching, listening to you guys, seeing if you guys take a trade. I might jump in one. Want to see if this 810s kind of hold if we get down there. So.
Okay. All right. Now, one of the things, I mean, if you listen to us, a lot of our viewers, a lot of our community do know that we stay up to date on market trends and news. We try to pump the news in, and I mean, just from trial and error, some people don't even bother with the news, with the eco numbers and so forth, which I honestly don't understand how they can get through a day. Right. I mean, there's proof in the pudding, Andre and Richard, that, if something's coming out, sometimes it doesn't do anything. Sometimes it's a fart in a tornado, nothing. But sometimes, I mean, you're going to see a market move, and, how about if I'm sitting on a stop and I'm not doing that? But do you follow the news, and do you watch the eco calendar?
Yeah, I do. So I actually have Financial Juice kind of pulled up on the side as well, just seeing any incoming news. In the mornings, I'll take a look at the economic calendar, seeing if we got any red folders, big data coming in, or, any bill auctions or anything. Or I'll see if, we're in earnings season, so I'll take a look at earnings, any big tech or any big companies, kind of any banks or something. So, and I like to do that, in the mornings. So.
It's going to give you a tip of the cards. I firmly believe that, and I've seen that work. To the trader's advantage, knowing and being prepared. I mean, that's a big part of trading. Now, on your charts, can you show us how you determine to enter and exit a trade? I know that you're looking short term. But what are you looking for to get into that market? Any specifics?
First thing I look at is whether we're, kind of in a supplier, demand zone. Seeing where we're bouncing a little bit after a pullback like this. Are we going to hold it? Are we not? And then I kind of take a look at some of the other guys, like ES. Sometimes they run along each other, sometimes they don't. So I tend to look at ES over here just to see if they're, cooperating with each other. I got Apple and Nvidia, who have, some of the biggest market caps right now. If they're pushing, most likely NQ is going to be pushing with it. Or like Nvidia was pushing this morning and Apple wasn't. And so I was a little hesitant in seeing what we're going to do. And then eventually Apple pushed up and the whole market kind of pushed up with it. So I'm kind of looking at like a bigger picture of everything before I take a trade. And then on my other charts, I have the 9 and the 14. And I kind of watch it on the 5 just to see if we're sitting below it or above it, just to catch a trend or something. So.
Okay. I appreciate you sharing that. Eddie, how's your trade going?
Nothing yet. I'm going to be sitting on my hands till for the next 5 minutes, because at 11:30 we have the Netanyahu press conference, as well as Barkin is speaking at 11:30 too. So hands off for now. We also have comments coming out of Collins still, so no trades right now. We're going to see what the comments are coming out of those 2 press conferences and digest it, and then maybe make a trade after that. The only issue is a half hour after that at noon we have the 10-year auction. So the trades are going to be light and tight. Right. It's going to be short. But for right now, I'm sitting on my hands for the next 4 minutes. Going to wait to see what comes out of everyone's favorite Barkin and Netanyahu. So all you oil traders, make sure you keep an eye on that. This might be the stick that needs to poke the oil CL market and wake it up. I know Deanna was talking about this in fast markets. So this might be the catalyst to get that party started. So that's what I'm waiting on, waiting for. And hands off until after 11:30 Central.
Right. At the top of the hour here, that 10-year note auction, I'm sharpening my blade for that one. It's been a blender. Last few times it's come out. We'll see what it's going to do today. But just be ready if you got a position on 12 o'clock Central Time. That's going to be in about 34 minutes.
Richard, let me ask you about emotions. Emotions. Oh boy, I tell you. In this business, the emotions are at its highest level, and emotions are at its lowest level. How important is emotional control in trading? And share with us how you maintain it.
Yeah, emotional control is, I would say, top two in
Top two
trading.
of what? Top two and
Just
most
top two of
important?
like importance. Yep. I
Okay.
think beyond like technicals and everything, you're the one clicking the button. You're the one making the trade, and so your emotions and trying to control that is definitely one of the top things that you need to work on and figure out. And that a lot of things kind of play into your emotions. How you wake up. Did you go to sleep late? What'd you do the day before? Your morning routines. How are you feeling in the morning? Are you happy? Are you sad? So just trying to I guess contain and learn all that and figure out your emotions a little better. Super important when it comes to trading.
Right. You got to think of your trading account as a business. Like you said, you're the one pushing buttons, pulling strings. Um, you're the CEO, and your trading account has to be your business. And you can't think, what's going to make me happy. If I got a losing day, let's gamble it. I'm going to try to get out of it. And the thing is, a professional CEO would take that loss, gather his thoughts or her thoughts, and be ready for the next day. Now, the thing is, like you said, the pushing buttons. It's make yourself accountable. This is about you. And you've got to keep thinking about that this is my business. What's good for the business? I compare trading, we all do, or not all of us, but a lot of us here at TopStep, to professional sports.
Yep.
And even in professional sports, it's a business. You always hear that. Well, you know what? They didn't sign me. It's a business. Or, hey, they traded me, but I like it over here. It's a business. And sometimes you've got to do things that you really don't want to do, but is it good for the company? Is it good for my trading account? And you got to keep it, you got to separate there. And that's something very important. Let me ask you, giving advice. Now, Topstep TV, we're always trying to give advice. Andre, myself, Hoag,
Oh yeah.
Robert, D-Time, Deanna, Anne-Marie. We're trying to give you positive advice because we've experienced it. We've did it many, many, many times. And, I think maybe Andre can sort of agree with me here. When we first started trading, we were bullheads. Nobody's going to tell me what to do. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing.
Yep.
And then it got to the point where it was like, gosh, you know what? Maybe I should try that advice that she sort of mentioned to me, or the strategy he said this might help me better, and to get us going a little bit more. Now, what advice would you give to a trader, somebody that is not necessarily new, but having a hard time spinning their wheels, no traction? What would you give them, Richard?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just enjoy the process. I think all of that is a part of the process. The losing, the watching the charts and nothing's happening, the grinding. It's all a part of trading, especially the beginning years where you're trying to figure it out. So just enjoy the process, the first one. And then, I don't know it all. So I like to watch a lot of other, YouTubes and read books about traders who, have done it successfully. And that's been a big help. And like you said, it's a business, and there's people have done it and have gone way farther than I have where I'm at. So I just take it real slow, real light, just learn everything I can, and just have fun with it at the end of the day too. Trading can be fun. It allows a lot of freedoms.
It does.
There's not many jobs out there where you can, sit and look at some charts and make a couple $100 if you do it right. So
It's the best, man. It's the absolute best. I think that's why we all get into it. Whether it's the challenge or the freedom, the lifestyle, obviously the compensation can be very nice and very attractive and lucrative. I think it's the freedom and the challenge that, kind of, as we say, you eat what you kill in this business. And I think that's kind of got us into this in the first place, which is pretty awesome. And okay, so Eddie, I'm watching crude here. See if crude will be the first tell if anything comes out. I'm not seeing anything in crude. Still been trading sideways all day, boy. Yeah. Financial juice, Eddie. Also keep a look on it too, because I don't have the real time like you do.
I'm watching it.
Okay. Yeah, if we see anything coming out of Barkin or Israel here, we'll be sure to shout it out. But I'm not seeing anything right now. Nasdaq's been in the 5. Looking at the 5 minute, we've been in a tight range here. S&P's in a tight range. Tilt's been 50-50. All right, we got your standard lunchtime trade right now, but keep in mind we do have we got some fireworks on the way. We're starting with these two press conferences here, and should have started already. And then we got the 10-year auction. Then we got 1 o'clock. We got Bowman. So we got a heavy slate of stuff. Be patient. I saw someone in the chat say the best traders it's very boring. Trading can be very boring. It's exciting when the volatility is whipping around. We love it. But for the most time, you're sitting on your hands. I know people ask, why aren't you trading? Why aren't you trading? Maybe take 1 or 2 trades a day, if that. Stuff like this, it's the sideways action. There's no trade. People are like, take a trade. There's no trades to take right now. I think it's more of a 50-50 coin flip, if anything. And so there's nothing really to get into. And I think patience, as we will have a segment coming up here this afternoon, patience, spelled P-A-Y, patience. Tune in for that. Yeah, with KV, man. He's a great one. And he talks about patience, and he's got spreadsheets and stuff. So be sure to tune in for that. Yes, Travis, thank you so much. 10-year auction, 25 minutes. We could be rocking and rolling. Sometimes there's been some anomalies there. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Eddie will keep you posted. But this markets are starting to see some sellers here. I'm talking S&Ps and net. What do you think, Richard? We're starting to see some sellers here. Anything that would entice you, or what kind of setup are you looking for right now to perhaps get you traded? We got to think. I have something coming out of here we go. Netanyahu, we are on the way to complete victory. There you go. Hello. That's not what we need.
That's a T-shirt he was wearing.
That's not what we need to hear, BB. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. Now here come the comments. All right, so you're ready.
Yeah. But, let me just add, Richard, get back to the interview. You're doing the right thing. Like you said, you're reading books, you're checking video, YouTube. The thing is, you've got to be a sponge. Absorb as much knowledge, information that you possibly can, and filter it. All right, file it. Not to say that you got to use everything, but if you see something that's attractive, if you see something that piques your interest, if you see something that is being successful for another trader that they share with you, not necessarily say that you got to use it right away, but I mean, if you got a practice account, demo account, something like that, give it a try. You don't have to do everything at once. Like I said, file it. Maybe 6 months down the road, you might say, hey, maybe this strategy, maybe I need to add this, or maybe I need to take this off. But be a sponge. There's a lot of good information and honest coaches, mentors that are looking to make you a better trader. And I think, eventually you'll be able to find out who those people are. And I hope you stick around by TopstepTV, because I tell you, like I said, I'm learning something new every day, Richard.
Oh, yeah, me too.
It's good. Good. What are some qualities that you would think, if you were a CEO of your own company and you had to pick some traders, what qualities would you look for besides knowing markets and so forth? What qualities make a good trader?
Ooh, what qualities? One I'm looking at probably, emotional intelligence.
Okay.
Knowing themselves, knowing, we talked about emotions, so emotions super important. And then another thing I'd probably look at is beyond like the trading, is just maturity. Are they mature enough to be a trader? Because trading's hard. Takes a lot of maturity. Like I still struggle, like I said earlier, about cutting stuff, and you gotta, like you said, take it as a business. And so those two qualities are probably what I'd be looking for beyond all the technical and knowing the charts and knowing the markets and stuff.
Right. I mean, coming into this business, I think a lot of us are sort of mindset with the Hollywood success of trading and not really knowing that, hey, it'll kick your ass and it doesn't care who you are. You got to do the homework. You got to go through the blood, sweat, and tears. You know, a lot of these traders are gunslingers. And the thing is, you can't be. And you're going to find out the hard way, which I hate to say that. But sometimes tough love is the best medicine, knowing and really getting it. I mean, you experienced it, Richard. You lost everything. I mean, a lot of us, I mean, if you took a survey at that point with people trading and they lost everything, how many are going to try to get back on the horse? I bet you that number would be super low. And that's why we got to give you credit. You know, you hit the lowest of lows, you know what it's like, and you've picked yourself up very nicely. And like you said, you had three funded accounts, correct? 3?
Mm-hmm. You had 3 this year, and then far, and then
right.
Yeah, and then 3 all of last year. So.
All right, so there you go. Things are looking up. Okay, use that as a positive. Okay, even though you lost the accounts, you're knowing how to get there a lot quicker, and it's helping you. So, hopefully, that we're talking about here that you know, keeps you on the horse here in the funded account. Andre, you doing okay over there, my friend?
Yes, sir. Sellers coming in NASDAQ. Looks like it's getting closer to VWAP. I got VWAP at 17,775 in the S&P, or I'm sorry, the NASDAQ. So we're not too far away from that, but the sellers starting to roll over here. NASDAQ, S&P still at the bottom end of this range. We'll see if we can keep the seller, or we keep the movement to the downside, trading 5,005. So you guys saw earlier today, ever since Michael bought those 5,000 evens, we have not seen those since. And that was a couple hours ago. That was about 2.5 hours ago. He bought those 5,000. We have still not seen those prices yet. Let's see if we can. I'm guessing we might retest them. VWAP in S&Ps is 49.98 half. 49.98 half. We'll see if we can get a retest of those 5,000. That might be the new support in the S&Ps. At least it's short for the time being. It's crazy, Eddie. It's crazy to think that. But yeah, for those who didn't see the trade today, Michael, he bought a 50 lot, bought 50, 5,000, and rode that sucker. Yeah, did you catch that?
I did. I was watching the whole thing.
Yeah, that was wild. That was I chatted with him after that.
I was like, oh my gosh, no.
I know. I chatted with him after. He goes, "Did you see that?" I'm like, I saw that, man. He's like, I couldn't. So his number behind the scenes, his number pad was locked, or was not locked. So he was trying to get out, and he couldn't get out because his number pad was locked, and something was going on with his Bluetooth mouse and stuff. So he was panicking big time inside, but he knew he was on the right side of the trades. So behind the scenes, there was a lot more going on, and he kept it pretty calm. But yeah, a lot of his devices were not working at pretty much the exact wrong time. So, we can laugh now. But
hey, when you go swimming with sharks, you'd be swimming with sharks. Just put it that way.
Yeah. So that was behind the scene. I talked to him. He goes, my number pad wasn't working, and my Bluetooth mouse wasn't working. His earphones weren't working. Not a lot of things were working besides that actual trade, but it worked out. And I'm sure we'll clip it and we'll put it back on social there. But yeah, that was an awesome moment here at Topstep TV. Buying 5,000 is the all-time highest and riding it to the upside.
Yeah, it just ran right through it. It was like, whoa, okay. Pedal to the metal. But Richard, I want to just say thank you very much for being with us here. Promise us that you might have an inclination, an idea maybe. I want to see you get funded again to the live funding. I want to see a payout. Here's a challenge. I want to see the next thing you do is pay yourself out. Okay, I am challenging you to pay yourself out. Now, I think we did a lot of talking here of some of the things that might help to keep you moving forward. All right. Remember, greed is not a factor. That is your worst possible enemy. Greed is a 4-letter word. Yeah, 4 letters in my dictionary.
No more of that. Personal loss limit. We're going to get you back here for your first payout, and we will celebrate. Okay, that sound good?
Can't wait. Yes, sir.
Now, before you go, before we cut, I always remember I mentioned that fun question. Yes, I did. Ladies and gentlemen, time for the fun question. Top Step's fun question. I got questions from 1 to 20. And pick a number, my friend, and I'm going to ask you that question.
7.
Number 7, Mickey Mantle. Let's see here. Here we go. All right, number 7. What's the best piece of advice you've ever received? Let's say outside of trading. We've been talking about that here for the last 45 minutes. Best piece of advice you've ever received outside of trading.
Best piece of advice I've received outside of trading. Oof. That's a hard one. Lots of advice everywhere. I think the best is a simple one is just believe in yourself. And so I've taken that to heart. It's a super simple, just everyone says it, just believe in yourself. But if you actually do, I think it can take you a long ways. It keeps you pushing, keeps you grinding what you're doing. One of the reasons I keep trading even after losses. You believe in yourself. No one's gonna believe for you, so just gotta believe you can do it. Yep.
Yeah, believe in yourself. Be yourself. Don't be anybody else. All right. Well, Richard, I really appreciate you being here with us, taking a time out from the markets. Please keep us posted, keep us close, and continue to watch Topstep TV. And, Andre, anything else on the wire before we call it here? I know that...
You see what he's saying. He's saying we've instructed the Army to keep operating in Rafah and then continue military pressure as necessary for the release of hostages. Not exactly what we would call peace talks or a ceasefire. So I think the market's kind of rolling over a little bit on that. Here we go. There should be mediated negotiations based on the Hamas response that are not there. Okay, so there's tough talk right now. It's to be expected. We don't know if this is public negotiating, but what have you. But yeah, let's get over the top quiz. We'll keep an eye on what's happening here on the wire.
All right, coming up next, once again, Richard, thank you very much. Our new good friend. And we'll see you soon. I challenged you. We both did, Andre and myself. Payout, baby, payout. All right, we do. All right, Stick around. Hold on. Top quiz. We got Jack and Vanessa coming up. Group coaching. We've got Robert and JD, and of course Andre. Yes, that handsome fellow in the white with Dolby and KV, as he mentioned. And Andre, you're going to be sticking it out here with Dolby for Power Hour with Isaac Suffren. So don't go away.
Big day.
We'll be right back.
Thank you.
How was the music? I can't hear it in the green room, but it was probably pretty fire, right? Welcome to Top Quiz. I'm Jack, joined by Sarah. Sarah, how is this day treating you?
Beautifully. What is today? Is it Monday? No, it's Wednesday. That's how good I am today.
Great. We're just firing up the quiz right now. It's 4 questions, multiple choice. If you get 3 or 4 right, you will enter a raffle to get one of 30 to maybe 40 combines. Depends on how many people qualify. The top 3 will also get it. And remember, you can only win 1 time per calendar week. We're trying to spread the February joy, as it were. So we'll give a few more seconds here for y'all to get in. Remember to answer the questions on your devices because that's where they'll pop up. Backstage, so to speak, I'm always sitting in the my front porch at home where I stream this from. But we were admiring some of the names, including Dolby Does Dallas was pretty good. Mickey Minaj. What was the other one that got us? Do you remember, Sarah?
MP leaked Drake. Isn't that it? Michael leaked Drake, something like that.
I mean, somebody did.
I mean, it could have been Michael. You never know. Like Michael's, he's a popular guy. He could have done it.
It's a non-zero possibility. Let's not get that rumor started, though. Or let's do it. What the hell? It'd be great for clicks. So we'll give a few more seconds here. Looks like a lot of you have found a game already. I think I've given all the ground rules, so it is time to get going. You ready, Sarah?
I am so ready. Let's go.
3, 2, 1, Kahoot. Wish we had some music here, too. I'll work on that. Okay.
Thank you.
Question number 1. How low could the price of a CME crude oil futures contract, CL, theoretically go? Could it go as low as $10, 0, -40, or infinitely negative? How low could this contract theoretically go?
Jack, I swear to God, you've asked me this question on Top Quiz before.
It's
I
important.
swear.
What's the answer?
It is. It is important. I'm 0. I'm going to go 0.
Well, you had a major advantage there because I had asked it before,
Damn.
but that is incorrect. A crude oil contract has gone negative, and it theoretically could go infinitely negative. So that is the correct answer there. All right. I would explain more about this, but there might be a related question later. So let's go to question number 2. As soon as we see the board, and here's a name that I'm going to have to read in my head first. Okay.
I think it's supposed to be your mom's and your boyfriend.
I like it. I'm fine with that. You know, if my mom wants to get into that lifestyle, yeah. Jack's Cornhole makes his triumphant return. Hoop. How's it going, Hoop? Jack runs TS. Sure. Michael, take note. Okay. Let's go to question number 2. We discussed earlier, a painting recently unveiled in Spain is creating controversy for its depiction of Lionel Messi burning a Barcelona jersey, the Spanish Armada actually winning against the English, Jesus being too sexy, or Pablo Picasso eating a baby. Any thoughts here?
Yeah, I got thoughts on this one, but I'm going to go with Jesus just being too hot.
That is right. Jesus too caliente. Yes. An abnormally sexy Jesus has put everyone in a tizzy. I assume it's sort of the same thing that went on with Elvis in the 50s. All right. Let's see who knew that. My mom's new boyfriend did not.
Everybody.
Cool Whip. Escape our friend MP leaked Drake. Andre's hat.
Andre's hat.
Mojo Dojo Bodo.
Mojo Joe Bodo.
Is if there's more information to MP leaking Drake, let us know in the comments. I want to see if someone's got a hot tip. I won't make the obvious joke there about Drake. Third question.
Stop it, Jack, with the hot tip.
How low could the price of a CME E-mini S&P 500 future, an ES, theoretically go? Could that future go as low as 2,000, 0, minus 5,000, or infinitely negative? An ES
If I don't get this
future.
right, I'm going to be really sad because I'm going to go with what I think is the obvious answer of infinitely negative. But if I'm wrong, I'm so sorry.
Oh no!
If
In
it's
this
0, oh
case,
my God, this is like Duolingo. You're screwing me every single time. Ugh!
you're getting. What's Duolingo done to you?
Oh, it does the same thing where it gives you 2 words that are similar. You like flip it, and I'm like, damn it! So, maybe I'll get better someday.
All right. Because I knew this question was coming is why I didn't explain the oil one earlier. Oil is a physically delivered commodity, so there's theoretically infinite cost in getting it to where it needs to be. The ES and all equity index futures are cash settled, so they could not go below 0. More specifically, the value of the companies cannot go negative. They just go bankrupt. That would be a grim day, theoretically possible. All right. Going into the final question. Cool Whip still there. Escape, Mojo Jojo Bojo, still MP Leak and Drake, and Tickle Me. I thought it was like Tickle May? All right.
Tickle?
Last question. Which of these sites is not one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world? The Great Pyramid of Giza, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, the Taj Mahal, or the Colossus of Rhodes? How's your antiquities?
It's a really good question. I'm stuck between the Colossus of Rhodes and Taj Mahal, but I'm going to go Taj Mahal because it's fairly newer.
Yes, you are correct.
Oh, Jesus,
you
thank
picked
you.
the one that is not an antiquity. The Taj Mahal was completed in 1643. All of these are older. Good show there. Let's see the bragging
Thank you,
podium.
sexy baby Jesus.
Mojo Dojo Bodo. Black Swan's back.
Oh, hey, what's
Hi,
up,
the
Black Swan?
kids. Hey, Black Swan. Hey, another familiar face. Joe Poos is back and still pooing. What else can you say?
You guys are awesome with your naming. I'm sorry. You make me laugh.
All right. Well, congratulations to those 3. Plus, if you get 3 or 4 right, we'll randomly select some to reveal later in the show. Stay tuned. We got group coaching. We got Power Hour later. We got the 1 o'clock segment that, to save bandwidth, I didn't open the schedule in front of me right now. They're all going to be kick-ass. So stick around. We'll be back right after this break.
Good afternoon, friends and traders, and welcome back to another episode of Group Coaching. I am JD, joined here by Coach Robert, who is going to be answering your questions. Thank you to everyone who so kindly entered or submitted your questions through that form that we put in the chat a little while ago. We got some good ones. Hopefully we get through them all. Again, if we don't get to your question, we do apologize. We get a lot of these questions coming in all the time. We'll also be checking in on the chat and the markets throughout the segment. Pretty exciting day so far. Lots going on Topstep TV. Robert, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Yeah, there is a lot going on. Missing Hoag, but I hear he's going to be back tomorrow. So we're keep pressing on.
Yes, and Hoag is doing well. We have gotten word from him. He most likely be back tomorrow. If not, we'll have a good reason why he isn't. But let's let Robert do his intro. Here is his bio.
Thank you, JD. I think we've seen this enough times this week. Just a little bit about me. Started off trading these low cap penny stocks. I say penny stocks, but like under $3 to $5, $3 to $6. Switched over to futures trading in 2017 to 2018. Became full time in February of 2018. Due to another trader in the group, and that's our theme today. Our what do you call it? Our tip of the week, and I just want to make sure I get it actually pulled up. Kind of gone on a whim here, but network and learn from others. That is what actually got me into futures trading. Someone in a group said, "Hey, I think you're trading okay, but you're trading the wrong stuff, and you should take a look at futures." We made a really simple approach, which works for me. I follow the Occam's razor, meaning simply the simplest explanation is usually the best in a given scenario. And you'll notice that I do like to keep my trading very, very easy, very simple, very basic. But enough about me. Let's get on to the good stuff, like a CFTC disclaimer. So here it is. Futures trading can contain substantial risk. It is not for every investor. An investor may lose more than their initial investment. So don't risk any capital you are not comfortable with losing all of. Past performance is not indicative of future results, and everything spoken here on Topstep TV, and specifically this segment as well, is it's our opinion only. It is not trading advice or investment advice of any kind. It's strictly for tradertainment. With all of the logistics out of the way, I'm just going to keep the chart up on the background. I have a few things set up ahead of time in preparation for some of these questions. So JD, what do you say we get on it and let's get some coaching going?
Let's do it, everyone. First question comes from Chupam. Chupam would like to know, how do you adapt when your strategy stops working? I feel like I would do really great for a couple of weeks. Then for a whole week, my strategy will not work at all, ending with me losing all my profits and even blowing up my combines/evaluations. What kind of advice do we have for Chupam?
Well, Chupam, that's welcome to trading, right? This is how the market goes. It's not the same thing all the time, all day, every day, nor every week, nor every month. Congratulations that you found the strategy that worked for you for multiple weeks at a time, and then you see that week comes along, it doesn't quite work. Well, it might not be your strategy that's not working. It just maybe your strategy isn't working for that market at that time. So I'll give you an example. I was working with a trader before, and he said, "Tell me your strategy, the basic principle of it." He said, "Well, the ES tends to move about 60 points up and down, top to bottom. So I wait for it to come up 50 points, and then I short it." So my question back was, what if it only goes up 30? Well, now we have to take a different approach, right? But we don't know if it only goes up 30. We don't know if it's 30 or if it's still going to go to 50 to do that short, or if it's going to go to 100. We don't know. So we have to change, we have to adapt, and we have to watch the market, modify our strategy, massage it, whatever you want to call it, as the market is moving and as the days are going on. December is definitely different than January. Absolutely. January is definitely different than June. Absolutely. So try to watch what happens around those cyclical time frames. Right now we're trading all-time high. This is the first time we needed to trade around an all-time high on ES since February 2nd. Okay, since the NQ, first time we traded around an all-time high from January 24th. So let's pretend that you had a really good NQ strategy for trading around the all-time high back at the end of January. Might not work for several weeks after that, but then it might work again today, since that's what we're doing. So basically, just take a look at what you're doing. It may not be you, may not be this strategy. This may be the way the strategy is working with the market at that time. Hopefully that helps. It's a little bit, I don't want to say vague, but kind of. You just have to morph it. You have to change it. You have to modify it. You do the same thing all day, every day, with little leeway. It's hard to put a static structure to a dynamically changing market. Hopefully that helps you.
Thanks, Robert. Yeah, we did speak about that yesterday. We got a similar question in yesterday. How do you know when your trading strategy has been invalidated? And it's basically just testing it out in your practice account and seeing how it works out. But thanks for the question and thanks for the answer, Coach Robert. Next up is Wade. This is an interesting one from Wade. Wade says, I'm currently testing my patience by trading one simple 15-minute ORB, which is a opening range breakout trade. Does that sound correct?
Mm-hmm.
With a retest of the breakout required. After this week of no strong ORB retest and seeing that big move up on NQ and ES today, I feel I'm missing on bigger moves. So my question is, when the opening range breakout is near pivot levels or previous day highs and lows, which of those three levels trumps the others? And do you recommend watching retests on those levels after the breakout or when touching those levels?
Ooh, that's a loaded question. The short
Absolutely
answer is
a loaded question. Yeah.
yeah, I'll try to keep it to grass level here. Higher time frame wins. That's the shortest answer is the higher time frame wins. So if you're looking back daily and you're trading 3 minutes or 1 minute, 5, you just take a look at what that larger pivot is. You can get 4, 5, 6, 10, 50 pivots during the day, but you're only going to have potentially 2 of them on a 4-hour chart. Potentially. Daily chart, you can have 1 maybe every 10 days. So higher time frame wins. Now, this opening range breakout, for those who don't know, this gentleman here, Wade, is using the 15-minute opening range. Hoag likes to use the 1-minute opening range when he's trading ES. When I traded personally the opening range, I always traded the 5-minute opening range. It's just that little bit of more stability was in there. That first minute to me is a little bit tough. Everybody's different. This trader's looking at a 15. It is just the high and the low of the first 15-minute candle of the day. Now that can be a pretty big range. So I don't want to make any assumptions, but maybe they're trading micros and they just want to see that opening range, say, okay, this is what we're working with, and then doing their breakouts above, waiting for that retest, or the break down below and waiting for a retest to make an entry. Just like the last question and answer, it's going to depend on the market. I haven't traded a lot of 15-minute, but I can go off a 5-minute opening range. A 5-minute opening range, to me, on NQ, I've seen it between 10 points and 150 points. It really depends. So this is where we have to morph and alter our strategy, massage a little bit, tweak it a little bit by making a couple of their rules, but the variable rules. I'm going to go long over the opening range on a retest if it's, let's say, between 10 and 30 points. Great. I'm going to go long on the opening range break, not when it retraces and bounces off, but when it retraces to 50% of it and then continues on that next breakout, if it's between 50 and 100 points. I'm not going to trade any opening range breaks if it's only 10 points or less. So you can put a couple of different rules in there that can really help out. Want to make sure pivots are something to look at, but again, the higher time frame wins on a pivot. And if you want to look at that daily chart and look at what happened the day before, the high and the low for the day before, those are definitely areas of importance and areas of interest that you should keep an eye on as well. And I would say if you're looking at that daily, is go back several days before that as well and see what's really happening. Are we making significantly bigger green candles with more volume on that? Are we making, is every other candle an engulfing? Well, you have an engulfing long and then engulfing short, and engulfing long. That's going to make a difference also when looking at those larger time frames. I would caution though to not go too far back. Again, this is the only thing I know about your trading. But if you're trading intraday, looking at that 15-minute opening range breakout, don't get me wrong when I say this, but who cares what happened 7 days ago? See, and I use that term loosely. I'm saying who cares, but does it matter if you're looking at a 15-minute range, 7 days prior, you have a high, it's a pivot, but your opening range is 150 points below that? Try to keep everything in context. we're looking at an opening range breakout play above or below. We're looking at bounces and retraces. Keep an eye maybe on those pivots from the overnight. That's a good thing to plot. What did the market start off with? And the previous day high and low. That's what I would suggest keeping an eye on. Don't necessarily need to go too much further back than that unless you're looking at these big giant swings. But for the fact that you are commenting on using a simple trade of a 15-minute opening range breakout, I am going to assume that you're simply doing smaller intraday trades looking for those bounces. So try keep it simple. Occam's razor, right in the bio. Occam's razor. Keep it simple. Usually the simplest answer is the correct one. Not always, but usually it's the case. I like opening range, by the way. Yes.
Yeah, for sure. And thanks for Coach Jay chiming in the chat. How you doing, Jay? Jay says a 15-minute opening range can be a pretty big range. For instance, Coach Hoag, who takes the opening range trade in the S&P every morning, almost every morning, uses only a 1-minute opening range. So 1 to 5 minutes seems standard. 15 can be considered a little long. That opening TPO is 30 minutes, so you're taking half of the opening TPO print also. Keep that in mind.
Right.
All right. Next question comes from Tim. Tim says, when looking at a consolidation breakout on the range chart, what is the minimum number of bars that should print before considering an area to be forming consolidation or barcoding? This is right up Coach Roberts' alley. He is a big proponent of the range chart. So, in your opinion, because you do take this breakout trade in the range bars, correct? This is one of your
I do.
proprietary setups,
Yeah.
sort of. You want to walk us through one?
Yeah, sure. Let me grab this real quick. I just switched over. Yeah, here we are. Let's look. I don't know. We're on NQ already. I like trading NQ, and I'm gonna go to my trusty little 40 tick range bar. And I'll pull the data down. In the range bars, for those who don't know, really quickly, it's not going to plot another bar until the height top to bottom has been reached. This is a 40 tick range bar. That just means 40 ticks in height. It's not 40 ticks of throughput. 40 ticks in height. In translation, that's a 10-point candle or 10-handle candle, or technically a 10-handle range bar for NQ. So it's not going to apply if the market stays within that 10 points. It's just going to sit there. It might sit there for 5-6 minutes, an hour, or 3 seconds. Doesn't matter. What we look for and what they're asking is the barcoding. This is what you look for when they're coming together. If I'm looking at just 2 of them that are stacked next to each other, like this, not really. That just simply means the market was here. It went up and down within this 10-point range, and then it closed low. It went a little bit below it, and then it bounced up and down and must have went a little higher because it closed green. But there's only 2 of them, so that's not the real, quote, barcoding thing that I look for. I want to see several of them. So the direct question being how many? 4 to 5. Minimum 4 to 5. Here we are, a little section right here. And when you see those stacking up, 1, 2, 3, 4, like this, you're going to place a long, I'm going to place a long above as a buy stop and a short below as a sell stop. Very simple. There's not a lot of guarantees in trading, right? Very, very little. One of them, though, is that the market is not going to stay at the same level forever. At some point, it's going to move away from that level. So when we see these, and we see this, quote, barcoding, we see those green, then red, and green, then red, we know it's stuck in a consolidation area. And what do we know? It's not going to stay there forever. So why don't we take it going one way or the other? Personally, do I know which way it's going to go? Nope. Don't have a clue, and I'm horrible at guessing and horrible at telling you. But what I can tell you is that it's not going to stay there. So I'm going to take it long if it goes long, take it short if it goes short. And I'm a small trader. I'm only looking for, 10, 12, 15 points maximum. And what does that mean? It's going to go a candle, a bar or 2, and that's it. We can see right here, if I end up, there was no long coming out the top of this. There was a short. There's my trade. 1 in and out. Okay. There's some barcoding right here. Here's a nice little section. There's 4 of them. So I'll keep an eye on it. And what happened here? We would have a pending short sell stop for it drops down and a pending buy stop. And I'm going to take this piece right here. Yes, we're going to look back at me and light it up that, hold on a second, you missed this whole run. If I was trading for long runs and I did not take it, that statement would be true. I missed it. What I was looking for was 10 to 15 points. I got it. That's just the way the plan works. It's just my style of trading. Right, wrong, indifferent. That's just what I look for. Hopefully that answers the question. 4 or 5 bars on a range bar chart. That's going to give me enough confidence that we are stuck in that range. Do I know how long it was? Nope, I certainly don't know how long it was. This first section over here, this first bar, was 4 minutes. The second one was 8 minutes. The third one was 7 minutes. Okay, and we are in the U.S. market, so we see these things bouncing around. They're going to be generally around that time frame, but it doesn't mean that way. We could have a couple together. They literally could be those bars bouncing back and forth if the market is moving quickly for 15 seconds and then break out. Those bars could bounce back and forth if the market, like around lunchtime, isn't doing that much, and they could be there for 12, 15, 18 minutes. Doesn't matter to me. We don't trade time. We trade price.
Awesome. Thank you, Robert. We also had a comment in the chat. I believe it was Gary said the range bar, or yes, Gary says all the bars are the same size. That is correct, Gary. That is because range bars do not take time into consideration as pure price action. For example, Coach Robert's looking at 40 tick range charts right now. That means as long as the market prints 40 different ticks, it will print one bar and start a new bar. So in a fast market, you could print a bar every 1 to 2 seconds when a big spike comes, or it could take a half hour to print the bar. Time does not exist for range bar charts. Anything else you want to add there?
No, that's great. Just make sure they stack up. Just if you have just two of them, that just means the market coming down, stop, turn around, went the other direction. The two that I have highlighted down here is 40 seconds. I'm looking at 10 o'clock. It was 1 minute and 4 seconds for those two bars. It's just, you need to look at, in my opinion, you look for more than those, because you want the market to stay range, consolidate in that area. Now that it's sitting there absorbing those orders, bouncing back and forth, little bar here, little bar there. As I said at the beginning, there's no guarantees in trading, but one of them is that the market is not going to stay at the same price forever. So I like to see that little bounce back and forth, and I know that it's stuck there for a little while, pulling all those orders and getting those bids and those buys and offers and the bids and sells and asks and all that stuff. It's all just like bouncing back and forth. It's not going to stay there, so can take it one way or the other. And I'm literally taking 10 to 15 points, even 8, 5, whatever, out of the market. I'm not a big swinger like that. I see some of these traders on these reports, and like Coach Dakota, I'm like, man, that guy's a beast right now. Rips and some of these other traders that we highlight that are having these $8,000, $10,000 days, $20,000 days. Kudos to them. That is impressive. Love it. Congratulations. Good for them. It's not me. It's just not what I do. I'm a person that will take 10 5-point trades over one 50-point trade any day of the week. Just a style.
We do have a question about your risk strategy for these breakout trades. I see Moneyflow wants to know, what is your risk on this trade setup? And since you're only taking 5 to 10 points out of these, and I believe that you put your stop on the other end of the consolidation range, is that correct? If you're going to play the long breakout, your sell stop would be below the low of the consolidation area. Is that correct?
That is 100%. Yep.
Would you say you had an inverted risk strategy there? So you're risking 2 to make 1 in some cases?
It's very possible.
3 to make 1?
Yeah. It is possible in that as well, depending on what we're looking at. Like this one here, if I'll move the chart over, I see my picture up there, I will take one. And if I look at this one right here. So let's say I have my sell stop down here, but all of a sudden I have a buy stop up here. So if my buy stop gets hit, my stop loss for that particular trade, I'm not just going to put it necessarily right here, but potentially below this area. Okay, potentially below here. Because I want to see, just look at the nature of NQ. We can see them over here. We just have we're going to come down under this by a couple of points, and then we went under that one by a couple of points, sometimes a couple of ticks. If I put it right in the bottom and try to run it too close because I want a static risk-reward ratio of, let's say, 1 to 1, I'm gonna get wicked out on these things. Wickedy wicked. We talked about that yesterday. I'm gonna get wicked out, so I need to leave a little bit more room. I want to see if the NQ is gonna bounce down, bounce back up again, and I don't want to get it bounced down and stopped out just for it to run my direction. So, again, not advice. This is all my opinion only. I don't like to use a static stop loss or static ratio in a dynamically moving market. The market flew up and it kind of hovered around and I'm looking to short that, I may need to have a little more room in case it decides to pop up a little bit more before it drops back down again. So my stop is always changing. If I have 3 trades in a row that all have a 10-point profit associated, my stop might be 10 points on one, 12 on the other, and 18 on the third one. It really depends on the market. Does it mean that I'm letting it always go all the way to my stop? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not the type that's just going to be like, yeah, all right, well, this is going against me. Sorry, let it go all the way to my stop. They're going to watch this. Keep going the wrong direction on me. No. We're going to manage that trade. We're intraday short-term traders looking to take pieces of the market. That's me. That's the inverted. It's not a hard set and rule. I'm going to say, nope, I want to get into it here. What might the best stop be in this particular scenario? As soon as I restrict myself to going, nope, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 1 to 1, I'm just, in my opinion, for me, what I do in this style, I'm just restricting myself. I'll get wicked out so many times. I mean, if I'm looking for 10, 15 points on NQ, well, a 2 to 1 ratio is a 5-point stop on NQ. You can't do that. You get market orders in with more slippage than that. In my opinion, it's just not the right thing to do in this scenario.
Awesome. Thank you, Robert. And thank you for the question, Tim. All right, next comes from Udita. Udita's got a question about more risk strategy here. What is a risk strategy one can use for consistent profit that will allow a winner to run and cut losses small? What time frame in the chart should be used for entry, stop loss, and profit target? Another loaded question. I think Udita wants you to set them up with an entire trade setup, trading plan, risk strategy, everything. Let's get Udita started here. What do you think?
Yeah, we'll get them started. It is a loaded question. What strategy can one for consistent profit to allow winners to win big and cut losses smaller? That's the name of the game right there. If you're trading that, if you're interested in going for those big wins, yeah, that's the name of the game. My question is, how do you know it's a winner? I talked about this a little bit the other day too. Like, don't catch a falling knife. Well, how do you know it's a falling knife? It isn't a falling knife until it actually is one. How do you catch a trend? Well, you don't know it's a trend until it is a trend. So how do you know you're going to hold a winner longer? You don't. We don't know if it's going to continue to be a winner. So the most you can do is put your plan in place. This is what we know when we're making a trade. We have an entry, we have a target, potential target, and we have a stop. We only know 2 of those. We only know the entry price because we put it on. That was what we entered. We know what our stop is because we're the ones that managed our risk, and we decided where we are calling it a day when that trade didn't go our way. Those are the only 2 things we know out of the 3. We don't know our limit. We don't know our profit. We know our anticipated profit, our speculated profit, our hypothesized profit, but we don't know that. We don't know if it's going to be a runner. So how do you let a winner run when you don't know it is a winner yet? And if it is a winner, how do you know how long it's going to be a winner? So that's kind of, we're trying to wrap this static thing around a dynamic market. We don't know that. We simply don't. If you're interested in taking that very, very, very big risk reward, like you want to keep a stop loss close, but you want to let those winners really, really run, definitely try to find some type of strategy or style that is going to help you with that. I would throw you and highly recommend going to the Discord coaches area. Coach Dakota is absolutely killing it. I know some of the coaches do well also, but the guy's a beast. What's he, a 10-hour trade yesterday? That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. Congratulations, right? That may be something you look at. They have all the coaches have our channels in Discord. That may be some place that you want to start and say, how do we do this? What do you have as a rule of thumb? Do you wait till market moves a really long distance and then wait for reversal? Or do you see it bouncing around a little bit and see that it's not gone that direction for so long? I don't have those answers. Coach Dakota would definitely have more insight when it comes to that. But just be careful trying to identify things that we don't know. That's my Occam's razor. We don't know where it is, right? We don't know that how long it's going to run. We know our entry, we know our stop because we're managing our own risk. We don't know if it's going to be a winner or how long it's going to be one.
Thanks, Robert. Yeah, I don't know the full backstory with Coach Dakota, but did somebody kind of challenge him in Discord saying something along the lines of those who can't do teach sort of thing? So he jumped in a trading combine, passed it in less than a week, got 3 XFAs, and then yesterday he was called up to the live account. So whoever challenged Coach Dakota, he's really making you eat those words right now for sure. Way to go, Dakota. He was on the top 5 funded trader list. We show our top 10 list. Dakota made it to the top 5 earlier this week, and then he was called in the live account. So Coach Dakota is doing and coaching. Way to go, buddy. All right, coming up next from Bottom Shorter. Bottom Shorter wants to know, how can one properly backtest? And is it only of any use, or should one focus solely on front testing in live markets? I think we all know what a big fan of backtesting Coach Robert is. That was a joke. But go ahead. Tell us what you think, Robert.
Sure. Before I'm answering that, I'm gonna move on to Coach Dakota. JD, I believe you were absolutely right. He had that challenge, and he was just like, "What are you talking about? It's like, I've been doing this for years." And so he's like, "All right, fine." He bought his own combine, posted all of his results, talked about it, and he's really killing it. I did see those same comments, and I saw part of that conversation. And when I get asked the same question, also when someone says like, "Why do you sell an indicator?" or something, like, well, I know Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, sells baseball hats and T-shirts, so I don't feel too bad about something like that. And way to go on Coach Dakota, standing up and putting his money where his mouth is, right? Or not, I shouldn't say not. He didn't put his mouth there, putting his money to back up his story. It's like, all right, you want to challenge it? Let's go for it. So again, I saw that and it was pretty funny. Back testing, yeah, if you're going to back test, it would definitely be looking back in the market and forward testing. Tick by tick, you want to get that market and let it run as if the market was playing back at that speed at that time, tick by tick, so we can see it. We don't want to get into a habit of going like, well, let me just go on a high speed and put on 15-minute candles and see if my 1-minute breakout works. It's not going to work good that way. Back testing is also incredibly difficult because the market changes. If you have a strategy that worked really well in January, let me back that up. If you have a strategy that worked really well in June and you want to see how it's going to do the rest of the year, so you go back in January and test it, maybe it wasn't good in January and it's great in June, and maybe it won't be as good in October, or maybe it will be better. So taking a strategy and looking back for an extended period of time, in my opinion, from all the computer stuff I've been doing and all the testing, I'm going to lay it out, it just doesn't work. I have had so many strategies. I bet this is amazing. This is awesome. I run it for the week. This is unbelievable. And then I go back the week before and it's horrible. The week before that, it's even worse. And I go, well, let me just run it in sim the following week. And it's the worst. It worked awesome for that week, but the market was different on the bookends of that, the week before and the week after. So for back testing, go back to the day and forward test. They call it a forward testing or walk forward, because you're using the data as the market came through at that time. And I'm also going to suggest to try to get as close to real time as possible. I know we have a program like you're looking at. Quantower here has the back tester and optimizer and forward tester, market replay in there. So does NinjaTrader, the two main ones that I use this for. I have tests where I've had the same strategy run across the same day, and I've run it at 10x speed, 50x, 100x, 200x, and so on. And the faster I ran that forward test on, went back to the market, downloaded the data, run back tick by tick, see how the strategy would have done that day. The faster I ran the replay, the worse the strategy got. The fills were horrible, the worse the results. Okay, it's just going too fast, not calculating. The same with NinjaTrader. I actually have something on Ninja. It's a video. I think it's just a private video, but I had a strategy that I ran on NinjaTrader on this. It was the same strategy, same setting, same platform on 4 different charts, and I ran one on the actual built-in simulator. I ran one on the Topstep account. I ran one on my own live account, and then I ran on my broker's simulated account. So I had 4 running at the same time. The exact same setup, all 4 different avenues to go out and place the trades. I came up with 4 different P&Ls at the end of the day. And then what did I do? At the end of the day, I downloaded that data and ran a market replay on it, and it was yet another different P&L. So, long-winded answer for back testing, forward testing, sure, but also keep in mind that the market changes, fluctuates, and hopefully your strategy has some type of adaptability in there where it will look at the market and say, well, wait a second, it's different than it was before, and it's changing as the day goes on. Hopefully you have something like that coded into it. Be real careful on that back testing. I've had so much bad luck on it. So there are sites you can go and download. Hey, I'm going to download 10 years of tick data and run a back test. Well, good luck. Good luck.
Actually, the next question we have from Jamie is sort of a follow-up to that. Jamie says, I've set up automation on NQ for 1 minute. The backtester is showing good results, but often emotions kick in. And after one losing trade taken by the automation, I want to jump in and manually trade to cover that loss. I often get wrecked. Advice on how to deal with the emotions here. So backtester showing one thing. He sets it up an automation for the trade, jumps in, turns the automation off, manually covers a trade, and just keeps losing. What's your advice there? Ignore the backtester?
No, there's a reason for it, right? Jamie, thanks for that question right there. Trading, one of the hardest things is trading is the human emotion element, which is why I love doing some of this automation. It's not that I throw an automation on and just let it run 24/7. That is not how it works in the least. Not the way I know it. And if you do know one that's consistently profitable, tell me about it. I will put my life savings on it right along with you. Just it's not out there. There are people that are like multiple PhDs and computer science degrees and economics and all this stuff. And statisticians, on quote Wall Street and they don't know the answers to this market. How the hell do I think I'm going to know it, right? So I'm going to do the best I can with it. And for this question here, if you're running it and you're saying, hey, my emotional is kicking in, so I'm going to do an automation to help me do this, and the first thing you do is it takes a loss, you shut it off and go back to manually trading, you're defeating the entire purpose of why you did that automation to begin with. I am a fan of working alongside the automation, meaning I have a setup, you have a strategy, or you do, right? You have your setup, you have a strategy, and you put it in there and let it run, but let it make those decisions for you and let it place the trades for you. And you may look at it and be like, dang, I didn't realize Yellen was talking today, and then get out of that trade. Unless you have that coded or programmed in somewhere along the line, which is incredibly difficult because those economic announcements change all the time. That's a manual portion. But to say, dang it, this thing lost its first trade, the hell with it, I'm shutting it off and let me do my own trading, which you already know you're not that good at, defeats the purpose of having the automation in the first place, if that makes sense. So let it go. Let it run for a day. You got a simulated account, you get a demo account, practice account, let it run there. See what it looks like and see what adjustments you can make. Just remember folks, traders, on this automation stuff, just remember that it's not a holy grail. There's no secret sauce to it. It's just to help the hesitation of the trader. I'm 100% guilty. I want to put orders on there. If you look at the strategy you see right here, this approach, and I go, all right, I'm going to wait until there are 4 bars stacked up next to each other. I'm going to go long above and short below. I might be getting a glass of water or filling my coffee, and all of a sudden a thing breaks on me. Okay, well, the automation entered that trade for me, and it put a stop loss on there for me. I didn't have to touch it. You get a ding in your ear or some alert on your system or your phone. You go, oh, look, I'm in a trade right now. Now you can walk over and manage that trade. We already know, like I said earlier, you know the entry, you know your stop, you just don't know the target. Let the system use your style, your strategy, your approach that you came up with to put the trade in there for you, manage that risk for you by giving it your dedicated stop loss. If it's $200, $200. If it's 1,000, it's 1,000, whatever it is, let it do it automatically, and then worry about managing the trade after the fact. If it slows down going towards your profit target, close your trade, take your money. You don't have a lot of room in these things, so take it when it's there. We see it all the time.
Excellent. Thanks, Robert. And for all of you who might be new here, Coach Robert has tons of experience automating trades. He builds bots daily. He has a background in IT, so he's been doing this for a long time. Keep that in mind. All right. We had another question coming in. Can you ask D to suggest some literature or education content in regards to auction market theory and market profiles? Well, I can tell you this. We don't have a chance to ask D personally right now. Maybe she's in the chat and can spout off a few. But we know Coach Hoag's favorites. John Hoagland's always talking about Mind Over Markets by Jim Dalton, and also Markets and Profile, also by Jim Dalton. You could find links to these books right here. We have a TopStep reading list. I'm going to post that link in the chat for you right now, and I'll pin it to the top. 1 second.
She knows that market profile like Hoag. Really good at it.
Yeah. Hoag and Deanna spent a lot of time together in the past, just learning and talking about market profile. So they're a great combination. When you get them together on fast markets, talking about the profiles, it's really a great experience, something you should really try and get to and listen to. You're going to learn a lot from both those traders for sure. All right, moving on. Next question comes from Mia. Mia says, "Hey, Coach Robert, I've been using the Heiken Ashi candles to help me keep trades open in trends, but I've been finding that sometimes I end up closing out my trades too early as soon as I start to see wicks on both ends of the candles and the lower time frames. Any suggestions on secondary confirmations to help keep trades open?" I think you mentioned this earlier. Maybe switch to a higher time frame, but I'll let you elaborate on that a little bit, Robert.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, JD, and thank you, Mia, for asking that question. And you must have been here yesterday when I was talking about some Heiken Ashi. The point with the Heiken Ashis are, I think I have Topstep X up here still. Yeah, there you go. So on the left-hand side, we have an NQ chart or MNQ chart, and it is a 1 minute regular candles, Japanese candles. The one on the right is still the same micro Nasdaq, but I'm using a 3 minute Heiken Ashi. So if you're looking at candles in like this area, so to speak, let's say here, and let's say you get right to this point, right there. So you're in your trade at the bottom of this square that I have on, and it comes to the top, and you see this, and you say, well, you know what? I am right at this support, right at this resistance level. And the last time it came up here, it shot down quickly. So I'm going to get out of this trade because I see this red candle right here. Let me make this a little bigger. We can all see it. Right there. I was over by 1. So we have that candle. Where's my arrow tool? Am I missing it? Sorry, I was looking for my little arrow. Huh. Here it is. Arrow. Right here. Sorry about that. We have that red candle. So we're watching this. Green comes up. We close. This is a 1 minute chart. And all of a sudden we have a rejection here at the same place before we have the red candle. This may want to get you out of that trade. But if we come over here and we look at that same area on the higher time frame Heiken Ashi, it's still plotted green. So that will keep us in that trade, or potentially keep us in that trade a little bit longer. That's the idea of these. It is a formula. It's just a mathematical formula where it looks at the candles, the real time, the real price candles, and it runs it through the Heiken Ashi formula and creates a mathematical candle to help smooth out that process. The bad thing about Heiken Ashi is when it finally flips over and changes color on you from a green to a red, it generally takes a little bit longer for that to happen than we would like to see. So like this here, let me highlight this area where they changed color. These two candles, okay? So there we are. On the 3 minute time frame, we went from green to red in this yellow area. Right here went from green to red. So you may want to get out of the trade right there. Now, if you waited too long for the red, you could have easily gotten out at this point, right? And this is hindsight, so we can see it. Hindsight's always 20/20. Just trying to give you an idea as to what you can use these Heikens to hold on longer for. Now, if you're saying, Mia, that when you see the wicks forming, that is getting you out of the trade, that is sort of the point of Heiken Ashi, is so you don't get out of the trades when you see these wicks forming. And also to earlier note about this risk-reward ratio stuff, when using these, you're going to need a little bit further stop on these than you normally would have, or adjust your strategy accordingly and scale down. Because there needs to be movement, and if you look at the math on it, the way the Heiken Ashi candles work, there needs to be movement in the opposite direction for a little bit more than you would really want to see before it starts plotting. Why? It's to keeping those trends longer. So if the market just hovers around a little bit and doesn't do too much, but then continues on, it takes a little bit more to change those candles from green to red or red to green than a traditional Japanese candle would, because those are instant, those are real time, where the Heiken Ashi is longer. First of all, 3 minutes, but also based on a formula. So just be cautious of that. The red candles, the open and the high here of the red candle is fake. It is a fake area. The only one on red that is of solid price is the low, because that's the lowest point it reached. in the opposite for the green candles. The bottom of the green candles, or the open / bottom, is a fake number. All it does is it plots it halfway up the previous candle's body. So that is not a real number. That's not a real level. The high of the green candles is the real level. But that's the point. You throw Heikinashi on there, throw in a couple micros, just get them when they change color, and yeah, try not to get wicked out of it. That's the point of them.
Excellent. Thanks, Robert.
Oh, good. We
did have
didn't lose you today.
Oh, wow. It didn't happen. I'm here.
No.
All right. We're starting a new trend today. No one's cutting me off anymore. All right. Question coming in the chat wants to know what Coach Dakota's Discord hours are. Coach Dakota does a live broadcast in Discord starting at 8 o'clock p.m. Central Time called Slow Markets. He trades the Asian and European session. He'll be in there all night long. You could also catch Coach Jay and Coach Paul after the buzzer right at 3 o'clock in Discord. That's every day, Monday through Friday. We also have Coach Ray doing volume profiles, supply and demand classes every day at 6 o'clock p.m. Central Time. And Coach Vince is in there with bar charts and TPOs Monday through Thursday at 7 o'clock p.m. You'll also catch Coach Robert in Discord pretty much all night long. I think he's a werewolf. He doesn't really sleep in the dark time hours. So he will be there, likely answering questions for you also. All right. Thanks for the question, Mia. Next up, we have a combined question between Rupert Pumpkin. Rupert, that was the guy from The King of Comedy, right? The Martin Scorsese movie, Rupert Pumpkin. Awesome. Great movie. You got a chortle out of me today. Thanks, Rupert. All right. So Rupert asks, why do we care about volume in, say, the NQ? Is it controlled by the underlying QQQ? And if so, and so if we see big orders, they will get rolled over as if the underlying moves the contract will follow. Pardon me. And the follow-up from Justin says, what trading view indicator would you recommend to see volume?
Oh, volume questions, huh? Yeah, we're gonna go off the cuff on this one. So I will state again that this is purely me and my personal opinion. Regarding this, do not take this trading advice, but I don't use volume at all. I get so faked out by volume that I just don't see the point. I'm a candle volume. Let me specify candle volume that I'm looking at. Let's pull up a trading view. I should have it up here. It's actually over here. Okay, so let's look at candle volume. Here's NQ. Let me get rid of some of these squiggly lines on the chart here so we can see what we're talking about. And volume. Yeah, let's get it off the chart for right now. Okay, candle volume are these little doohickeys down the bottom, right? These are the volume bars. Now, what do I not like about volume bars? It's the volume that happened at the candle when it finally closed. Now, what does it mean going forward? And for me, again, this is strictly me. It means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. Because there are so many times I have seen a massively big candle, really high top to bottom, with a little tiny bit of volume. And then the next one is not too big. It's red in the opposite direction. It's not too big. It's a massive amount of volume. So just seeing how volume plays into it, candle volume plays into it, is extremely hard. The caveat on that is if you're using volume delta, where you can look at the candle and say, oh, great, this is a big green candle, but the majority of that candle were sellers. That gives you a little bit more information on that particular candle. In my opinion, volume profile, which I shut off momentarily, is far more significant than candle volume. I'm gonna state this again, and I'll pose it to the chat. Do you trade volume? So if you place a trade, do you win or lose that trade based on if the volume was a lot or a little? My opinion, no, it doesn't. You could have 10 contracts traded or 10,000 contracts traded. If it market moved 10 points, you made or lost 10 points. So I really asked that question. Do you trade volume or do you trade price? Therefore, in my opinion, volume profile, and like you see the market profiles, right? TPOs and stuff, makes far more significant sense than the volume on a candle. I'm going to take that one step further because I saw this question earlier and I wanted to bring this up. Let's remove my drawings here on the range chart. I'm going to switch over to a time chart. Go to my coveted 3-minute time chart, which everybody knows I like 3 minutes on the NQ, and if you don't, I like 3 minutes on the NQ. Now let's turn on here. Let's turn on volume. Let's put it on here. VOL. Here we go. Bars volume. What do we got? There's our volume. Let's clean this up a little bit. I don't care about having a moving average on volume. And if we look, it's just going to show us, this is typically it by the bar. We can see we have a red candle up here. We have a red volume bar, a red candle, red volume bar. But I don't want to see that. I want to see by difference. So I can see now that this red candle right here actually had more positive volume in it. Excuse me. Now, what does that mean? Excuse me. Well, since it's candle volume, there was a strong amount of push to the upside. We had lower red coming in on a red candle, red volume, seller volume. We had even less, significantly less, almost a third of what we had going green. So now we're really, really dropping down on the seller side of things. And guess what we're looking at? A green candle. Here is our green candle looking down to our red volume bar. That is paints a better picture for me if I were to use this type of candle volume. That is more of a volume delta, where it's saying, well, what direction, who's in control? The buyers or sellers in control of this? The only reason the candles up top are colored red and green is because the close was over the open or it was under the open. So it's just telling us where it closed at that point in time. And as you've heard me before, I don't care about time. It doesn't matter. It's like, great, it closed over here. What does that mean? It just means that it closed at that price at that time of day. But what happened to the volume of that? We had significantly dropping down volume on the red side, on the sell side. And what happened right after that? We got a green infiltration with a little more volume and a big push up of price. Because what do we care about? Price. What do we trade? Price. Okay. Let's take this to one more level. We have another minute. I'll take this one more level and remove that drawing from there. And I'm going to do something on here called a cluster chart. Justin, high volume can be a great sign of trend reversal. I will disagree with that, sir, because you can have a massive amount of volume, and it's just that the buyers or sellers were getting all their bids in there and asking there. Those orders were getting filled. So there's a large amount of volume on that particular candle. But what happened at that price, and what were they at that price? Again, we can take two candles in a row, look at both of them. They're both 10 points high. One of them had a small amount of red selling, and the one of them had a massive amount of green selling. They're both 10 points, and we trade price. It's just a thought. Again, I had said at the beginning, this is my opinion. This is what I look at. Some people look at a moving average and say, well, I can't trade those for crap. They don't mean anything to me. Cool, totally fine. Somebody doesn't like range bars. I love them. They speak to me. Totally fine either way. I just found that candle volume doesn't mean anything to me in part of the way I do trading. If it helps, I'm not knocking it by any means. Everybody's got their own thing here. So I'm going to click on this here and I will expand this and let me clean it up for you. Don't get too excited here. I'm looking at imbalances. I want to double side. What I'm doing. Okay. So this here is called a cluster chart. We have these in TradeObate. They're in NinjaTrader. They're I don't know if it's in Topstep X yet. I will have to find. I don't believe they are, but this is what's called a cluster chart. It's just showing us the bids and the asks of what happened. The yellow is where the most contracts were traded. Let me make this a little bigger so we can see what's going on. This is NQ on a 3-minute chart. But what I'm going to do, instead of coloring by volume, I'm going to color by delta. There we go. So what are we looking at? We're looking at, let me get rid of that volume. What are we looking at? We're looking at candles here where they're showing this is a red bar, but it looks to me like there was a lot more candles trading up here on the long side of things. Okay, a lot more buyers coming in here. The sellers overtook it. Why is it red? It's just simply red, candle red, because the close in that 3-minute time frame, so I don't care about time, the close of that candle of that time happened to be lower than the open. The same thing here. But if you look at these, you add these up, there's more green combined. And look at where these point of controls were here and here. And they're starting to build up, and we have that push going to the upside. All of these, look at all of these. There's more green than there is red, and it's going up. But there's more green than there is red here also when it's going down. So what does that tell us? It just tells us that there's more interest of buyers driving the market up, even though we have back-to-back red candles. Okay? So that is where the volume profile, the side view comes in, not necessarily the candle volume. And I believe if I put that volume back on here, I believe this candle right here showed a green volume bar. Why? Because the delta on volume was to the upside. So is this one. And what did we do? We pushed up higher. I know there was a double question there. I want to make sure I covered onto both of those, and hopefully we got there. Trading view, the same thing. What trading view indicator would you recommend to see? Volume delta. There's a bunch of them in the community that you can use. Get one that speaks to you. Just makes so much more sense than just a straight up volume. There you go. Hopefully that made sense.
Yeah, that did. Thanks for the explanation on different ways to use volume. The chat was sort of 50-50 on it. Some people take volume very seriously. Some people don't look at it at all. Find it sort of useless. But it all depends. Every trader is unique. You know, what works for one trader might not necessarily work for another trader. That's for sure. Well, with that, we are just about out of time, folks. Thank you, Robert, for answering all those questions. Thank you, everyone, for submitting the questions. We certainly enjoy being here to answer them. We'll be back again tomorrow to answer more of your questions. So look for that question form. We'll pin it in the chat as early as we can. Get those questions in early, and we'll get to as many as we can. Coming up next, we have the Patience segment featuring Andre Dolby, and our pal KV is coming back. After that, we're going to close out the day with Power Hour featuring Andre Dolby, and Isaac Suffren will be here. It's going to be an exciting afternoon. Stick around. Thanks again, Coach Robert, for being here. We all appreciate it. Any closing remarks?
No, I appreciate it. All these questions coming in here. Some of them you may see that might come through as repetitive, but what this just means is we have a lot of traders coming in, and they're starting out. Everybody starts out somewhere. So those questions, I don't want to put them off to the side. And we get a whole slew of questions coming through. Don't worry if you've heard it before. It may just be a different spin on something. I may have a different approach to it than like when Hoag is doing this, a different approach. If someone else was doing this, if they were a different approach, take it all, grasp it all like a sponge and say, I don't really care for this, or this speaks volumes to me. I didn't really know about that, or I've tried this and it doesn't work anymore, or I liked it. It's really just throwing the information out here. This is where you're getting all the information from your buddies and absorbing all that knowledge. We're here to help. All this is free. We're doing the best that we can. A lot of pros on here. Discord's great. All the coaches hang out in there, and everybody on TopstepTV. We're here to just share what we know. So please, if somebody's like, hey, I don't care about volume, doesn't matter to me, don't take it to heart at all whatsoever. It's like, okay, I don't use moving averages either. Okay, no big deal, whatever. Somebody doesn't use range bars, great, that's okay. Got to do what works for you, whatever speaks to you. And I can't stress that enough. I'm just sharing what I know and some of the knowledge based on the questions we're getting in here. Really, really appreciate them. Someone goes, it speaks volumes to me. Way to go, JD. Always a pleasure. I'm looking forward to the Patience here with KV, and of course we have the double Isaacs, one today and one on Friday for Power Hour. That is coming up with a really good segment. I'm looking forward to it.
Yep, looking forward to it also. All right. One last thing I see in the chat, Gino says, don't drink and trade, everyone. That is something we wholeheartedly agree with. Do not drink and trade. But it also reminded me of something. Right across the street from the Chicago Board of Trade building, there was a bar called Alcock's. It's called O'Neill's on Wells now. But Alcock's used to sell T-shirts that said, Alcock's, we rock. And at the bottom, where you can drink and trade. That was their catchphrase. But anyway, we'll leave it at that. Closing it out. Coming back with KV, Dolby, and Andre for Patience. Coming up next. Stick around, everyone.
welcome back to, what are we calling this one? This is, Patience. Oh, that's really Patience, spelled P-A-Y with KV. That man, the man in the middle is KV. Dolby is to the other side. First time seeing Dolby for the day. I'm sure we'll see some more of him after this. Of course, we have Power Hour. KV, welcome to the show. Welcome to Patience with KV. For those that don't know you, please tell us a little bit about yourself, your trading journey, and how you found Topstep.
Yep, been in the markets since 2013 now. Started with penny stocks, went into options, and then recently started with my futures journey as well. Actually, last year, so still pretty new to futures, but helping a lot of people making that transition from options to the futures market.
Awesome. Okay, you got some experience trading here with us. As I like to always ask, every time I see you, I'd like to ask you, what is your take on the equities markets right now? Where have they been going? What do you think? What do you think where the markets stay right now, and where do you think we're going?
Do not go against the buyers. That's what I think right now with this market. We had some seller pressure come in Monday and Tuesday, which there was a lot of good opportunities. But that's why you shouldn't go with your biases, because if you were still on the Monday and Tuesday price action, you would have been still caught up on the push that we saw today on the all-time highs. So, we've been getting bad news. We've been getting bad news from unemployment. We've been getting bad news from interest rates. We've been getting news from banks getting junk ratings, right, from the agencies as well, right? So do not necessarily let the news affect you, because the market does what it does. So the more you try to make sense of the market, the more it doesn't make sense. And that's why I always tell people, don't try and predict, just react to the price action. If we go up, trade with a trend, react to that, but not necessarily predict, okay, we're going to go up or down today, because no one can really predict that, especially with these intraday movements that we're seeing lately.
Very good, very good. Also, just want to touch on something. We had a 1 o'clock Central Time speaker, Bowman. Bowman was supposed to speak. The headline is, Fed's Bowman does not comment on economic or policy outlook in prepared remarks to labor market conference. If there is a Q&A, we will be watching the headlines and we will relay them to you. But Bowman does not comment on the economy or policy outlook. So if we take a look around the markets right now, we do see trading near the highs in the S&Ps. NASDAQ came off a little bit. While we're seeing a little pause, we got Dolby in here for the first time today. And Dolby, you were in the room today when Mr. Michael Patak. You were in the room today when Mr. Michael Patak made that 50 lot trade. He bought 5,000 in the S&Ps 50 times. You were the only one in the room that saw what was going. What was it like in there? Was he pretty chill? Was all his equipment working? He kind of went silent on us for a second. What were you seeing in there when that went down?
Yeah, I have to say I was a little bit taken aback. I first heard that was something that he wanted to do this morning, which was to put on a 50 lot. I did not think that Mick would be okay with that, but apparently he was. He was given the green light to swing 50. MP actually, I thought, was fairly confident in the trade, to be honest. Certainly not like me. I would have been up on my desk doing laps if I had a 50 lot on, but he was cool as a cucumber, to be honest. There was a little bit of a snafu. I think his platform wasn't letting him close out for some reason. I don't think it was a technical issue. It was probably a user thing. I don't know if MP's ever had 50 on like that before, so maybe his palm slipped off the mouse or something. And then later, I think his mouse died. He was having a mouse issue, but thankfully I think he was out of trade by then. But really impressive. I mean, I wish he had held it a little bit longer. I feel like if Danny's Trades was here, kind of maybe holding his hand a little bit, he would have held it for a couple more minutes maybe, but that's a ginormous amount of size. So kudos to MP. I might have to put up a 15 lot in Power Hour today just because. I mean, if he can do 50, why can't I do 15? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was going to say, did you think your influence of pulled pork had any influence on him going 50 lot there? Because the chat was going crazy and they were chanting pulled pork. I think you may have created a monster. But yeah, it was really cool. Yeah. You were in the room for that. So that was pretty cool. I don't know how much time you've had to look at the markets today, but oil has been a complete dud today. So you haven't missed much there. So much so that Deanna even went over to gold. She had bailed on crude altogether. And we are straight up range bound. Yeah, I know. So that's how it is.
I need to go to
all right, let's take it. Yeah, I mean, there's something there. Yeah, but she bailed on crude to go over to gold. So you know it was bad. All right, well, back to our main guest.
Oh, sorry. We did. This is relevant. We just had our second person drop off a resume at the office.
Are you
That's
serious?
two.
What's
Yeah,
going
two
on in
people
the
back to
office?
back. Yeah,
Oh, hold
shout out
on.
to Austin.
Wow, very
What's
cool.
going on?
Topstep office. Well, I wanted to get back to KV. Every time he's on, we like to talk about the theme of the week here at Topstep TV. And this week, KV, I'd like to get your take on this and perhaps how you've applied it to your trading, or you've had other people in your channels. How you're going to apply this. The tip of the week is network and learn from others. Okay. Join trading
Yep.
communities and forums to share experiences, learn from others. Consider having a mentor or seeking advice from experienced traders. KV, you're an experienced trader. I'd like to hear about who your mentor was before this and now who you are teaching or who you are working with and some tools and tips you have for newer traders that are just getting into this. But first, tell us who are your mentors and who would you learn from?
Yep. So networking is crucial for anything you're going to do in life as well. It doesn't necessarily just apply to trading, but my main mentors were from the penny stock space because that's where I started at the beginning. That's where I kind of learned mainly all of what I know about charts. So back in the penny stock space, a couple of big guys that I was learning from back in the days, Cameron Foose. He's a little bit off from the trading industry right now. He's over 10 years in the space, and then Trade Like Mike as well, like huge, super big guys in penny stock space. A little bit difficult with penny stocks compared to like what we do with options and futures, but that's where I kind of began back in 2013, 2015-ish. And then again, anything in life. When I first got my first job on Wall Street, I think I talked about this, but I had to network with over 800 people here in New York just to get that 1 year. So it's like, do you really want this, and how bad do you want this, right? And same with trading as well. You have to just find what's right for you as well, because there's so many good traders that come in Topstep TV as well, and everyone is trading differently. Everyone is trading differently. Some are just looking at price action. Some are trading view up. Some are trading the volume profile, right? So those work, and all of the strategies, in my opinion, they work. It's just what is going to work for you, and that's where you also have to network, but also be smart when you're networking with other people, because not everyone knows their stuff correctly. So there's a lot of misinformation out there as well. So try and do your due diligence, just like you do your due diligence when it comes to trading and investing. You should do the same thing when it comes to the people that you're learning as well. Because I did this mistake at the beginning where I thought I could do it on my own. And again, there are a lot of people who did it on their own, and good job to them, but it's going to take a long time. And you might not hear this a lot, because people these days, they're going to tell you they get profitable in a month or two, but it took me 4 years to be profitable, just because I was jumping from strategy to strategy. I was bouncing from Discord to Discord and not giving myself enough time to really understand the strategy and really back test that and see the data. So give it time. I would say at least 3 months. If you're focusing on one thing, like let's say you jump on Topstep TV, you like the way someone does their trading, how they're looking at the market and so on, give them a shot and give it a try for 3 months, because it's not enough time, because the markets are like this these days, right? And there could be completely different in a week or two, right? So you can't really compare the results from this week to next week either, right? So we need that data when you're testing out different strategies as well. And that's why as well, when we mentor other people as well, I never mentor people if it's not a 6-month process, because in my opinion, anything below 6 months, like, it's just not enough time for you to actually see some results. It's not get rich quick. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not easy. It's like there's people out there who promise easy stuff. I'm not one of them. It's like, come in with low expectations and do better in terms of results, but give it time. Give it time. Nothing is going to be like overnight. So the slower you take it, in my opinion, the faster you'll get there. That's my take on it.
Slower you take it, the faster you'll get there. I like that. I like that a lot. Real quick here on the S&P update, we're starting to see some block orders to the upside here. We got 200 sitting at 50.18, another 200 above that. We got liquidity from 50.18 all the way up to 50.19 quarter, and with the 500 lot sitting at 50.19 quarter. We will see if those get filled. Perhaps, obviously, 50.19 quarters are highs of the day, all-time highs. So we'll see if those get filled.
Yep. Keep in mind though. Today we've had 4 Fed speakers, guys. Right. So four Fed speakers, and literally the first one started at 11 a.m. New York time. And if you can see the price action from 11 a.m. to now, it's just been complete sideways. So make sure when we have Fed speakers, and this week has been crazy on Fed speakers. Every day there at least one, and it's going to continue on to Thursday and Friday as well. At least one Fed speaker talking. So just take that into consideration when you're taking your trades, because one, volume will decrease because everyone's just waiting on what they're going to say. Are they going to mention interest rate cuts or not? So have them on the calendar, and you can see today what happened as well. As soon as 11 a.m. hit, until now, it's just been up and down. Are there opportunity? Sure. It's just you won't see that much of a follow through, so you have to be quick in and out of the positions as well.
So essentially what we're looking at is a range bound trade is what you're saying, I think, is
Yep.
play the extremes, don't get caught in the middle, fiddle in the middle, as we like to say here at TopstepTV. Now, you said if you're not going to work with someone for a minimum of 6 months, you will not work with them. Did I understand that correctly?
In terms of like a mentorship process, no. I mean, we have people in our Discord who even joined from Topstep last week, and they're having a great time. But in terms of like a mentorship process and me showing them exactly how my system works and make it work, again, it's not enough time. So if someone wants it overnight, I'm not going to be the person who's going to promise that overnight thing.
Yeah. I mean,
Sorry
I've
about
really
that.
enjoyed. Are you good?
I'm good. Sorry, Dolby. Yeah, I was just coughing there. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I love KV's take on just like why Topstep TV is so nice that you get exposure to so many different traders and their systems, and so to be able to kind of get like a little snack of each trader and what they're teaching, it kind of gives you a little preview to see if you actually do vibe with them. And I gotta say, even just being on Power Hour and not having traded, NQ ever, and trading it even in like an off hour between 2 and 3, having guests on like Danny's Trades, Cami, Isaac S, Isaac R. Even I'm just picking up a little tip here and there just to help give me an edge in Nasdaq. So you don't even have to fall in love with one coach or educator. You could even just take, 1 or 2 things from each and try to build your own toolbox. But I definitely agree with KV that you have to spend at least some time testing the system. I think a lot of new traders do the kind of strategy roulette thing, and they try to find the hottest thing in the immediate moment, but you got to let stuff play out and let the edge develop over time.
It's funny. I was just on a call with a client before the Topstep TV, and he was like, if I met you a few years ago, it would be much different. I was like, why? Your voice was like, you're so calm when you're entering the trades. And even if it's like a bad trade, you're still calm with it. And it's like, oh my God, like I never heard that before in terms of like the voice as well. Because, trading sometimes get a little bit, especially when you're losing money, it's like you heat up a little bit, right? So it's very difficult, especially for some people, to remain that calmness and just move on to the next trade or just call it a day. So I like to be as patient as possible. If it works out, good. If it doesn't work out, again, there's always another day. The only thing that matters to me is if I followed the plan. Like, that's all I care about. I would be upset with myself if I just went against my risk management rules, if I went against my trading plan. That, yes. But if I followed my plan and I still got stopped, I really don't care, because that was my plan to begin with.
I agree. What have you taken any trades today, KV?
Today, no. We had a very, very good 2-day, Monday and Tuesday in the opening sessions with Nasdaq. Very interesting though. We've had very, very good performance with Nasdaq with options this week, and not so with futures. Maybe once I get the future session, because I started the future session a little bit later, the volume has already dried up a little bit. But the first 1 hour has just been amazing the past 2 days. And when we had that pump happen today, I was like, I'm not gonna get my bias get to me. I'd rather just sit it out than try and catch a top, which I would have just gotten screwed up trying to catch a top on that run.
What is your bias, if you don't mind me asking? You say you're not going to let your bias get to you. What is your bias? Are you bearish?
Just because we had 2 amazing days shorting Nasdaq, and I was like, okay, maybe another day, especially with the negative news that we're getting these days, right? I expected another bloody day today, which obviously did not happen. But again, it's like, let me just sit it out and not go against the market trend right now, even though I was looking for a top, which again never came until we saw this kind of lunch hour price action, which I usually don't trade.
Very good, very good. Well, if we want to take a quick look around the markets here, just take a look at the tilt. I see much in gold. We got 50-50 in gold, crude 50-50. S&P's almost 60% short bias. You typically stay out the sideways action. The shorts come in here, try to get short up against the highs. Maybe get squeezed to the upside as the day progresses and we get closer to the closing bell. NASDAQ 65% short. We're kind of stuck in this range, like you said, KV. Ever since the Fed speakers start talking, life has dried up.
Interesting though on the tilt. Usually when we have this sideways price action, usually it's 50-50, but Nasdaq is 64% short right now. So looks like people might
make of that?
Yeah, maybe people are trying to catch, this exhaustion that's happening right now, because if we're looking at the 5-minute, we are having a lot of wicks on the upside. We're having the lower highs being formed as well in the 5-minute. So maybe they're looking for that to continue, but again, in my opinion, it's still completely neutral right now. I wouldn't be biased any other way unless we see a direction first, because we're just making those zigzags right now. And unless you're watching a 30-second time frame and like scalping it in a 1-minute time frame, then it's not enough for you to see that follow through. The move is over like literally in 2 minutes, up or down.
Yep.
So
yeah, that's something I've learned watching other NASDAQ traders is just how quickly they get out of positions. That's something I had to learn the hard way, because when I was trading crude, I'd hold positions for 15 minutes to half an hour, if not longer. And in NASDAQ, everything could change in 15 minutes or half an hour. So I've gotten a lot better with taking profits, and that's just from watching other traders trade the market and kind of, learning from them.
It's just the volatility. It's just the volatility with Nasdaq. It's completely different. And again, I do trade options as well with Nasdaq, and it's not the same. It's much calmer. So that's why, like on days where there's increased volatility, you got to be very careful with Nasdaq, because you might find that direction and you might just get stopped right before the actual move happens, because the pullback is just too powerful.
Yeah. Do you use options to like hedge your futures trades at all, or no?
I do not know. I try to keep them as separate entities, right? It's like, okay, we made profits or whatever in the morning session. When we jump into futures, I try to think that as a completely fresh start.
Nice.
Hey, KV, when you work with these new clients, we have a lot of new traders here in the chat. Beginners new to futures, at least. Obviously, we always hear like they have the background in penny stocks or crypto, for instance. When you work with these new traders, you said minimum 6-month commitment. What are the biggest growing pains that you see from people that are switching further from the penny stocks, from the crypto or whatever into futures? What are you seeing the growing pains, the adjustments that need to be made? What are the pain points there? Some of these new traders that you're seeing that you could share here with the audience.
Yeah, I think that the biggest things is one, risk management, because again, it's more volatile here. So you might have an amazing plan. You might be like, okay, here, if it holds this level and so on, but maybe when it gets to that level, you're already hit your daily stop loss, right? Because the pullback was too strong and maybe you sized up more than you should. So you got to really make the difference between having a perfect chart, but also being able to enter at the right size so you're able to follow the chart. Because sometimes we let the P&L just take us away, and the trade idea might still be valid. Like, for example, if I were to be on the long right now, I would still be holding as long as it's holding this 30 to 35 zone I have here, 830 to 835. But maybe if the price goes there, I'm already in too much drawdown, so I can't hold if I have a bigger size than I should. So that's one. And then the biggest thing is, especially with being with Topstep and a prop firm, is being able to just be happy with the profits, right? Because too many people are coming from maybe a place where they're not even had a consistent month yet in trading. Like they've never even had a profitable month, a green month, and now they come into prop trading and they see all these crazy profits and they want to hit the big numbers. So it's like, try and hit the small numbers first, see the consistency, and then size up, because you can't come in from zero, because if you haven't had a profitable month yet, you're at zero basically. You can't come in from zero and now try to make $500 a day consistently from out of nowhere. You're just putting so much unrealistic, goals and too much pressure on yourself as well. So it's like, be happy
Yeah.
with those consistent wins first, and then you could always size up. You could get another account. You could open more contracts. You could fund a personal account. You could always size up. Like, that's not the problem. The problem is find the consistency for you to be able to size up, and that's what a lot of people miss. They skip a lot of steps. So
yeah, and I think part of that step skipping is it also applies to like the emotional responsibility you have when you're going to start sizing up. So speaking from personal experience, when I was doing trading combines, I too also wanted to put up big numbers, but I found that when I did get into a winning trade with, say, 2 or 3 times my normal lot size, I would end up mismanaging the trade because I didn't have like the psychological fortitude to actually handle that much size. And so to me, I'm not the first person to say this, but like everyone gets what they deserve out of the market. And I think, to that degree, if you are able and ready to trade size, then you'll be able and ready to trade size. Otherwise, you're most likely going to force positions, getting too much, and then really put yourself behind the 8 ball and not make good decisions when you have too much size on.
It will happen. And again, as I recommended last time as well, if you're new to like Topstep as well, like my recommendation always is, for example, if Topstep on a 100K combine allows you to trade 10 contracts, your maximum size should be 3. Like you should not do more than 3 contracts, because it's just too much if you're starting out and if you're still haven't passed that threshold for the daily drawdown, for the max threshold, right? If you're starting out, the combine is fresh, and if you're opening more than 3 contracts on the 100K combine on a full mini contract, it's the best way to blow up the combine, because you don't leave yourself room for error. It's like you have to be very, very careful, because a couple of errors, you're already out. That's it. You're done. And it's like you didn't even learn anything because you sized up too much. Obviously, as the account grows, you could scale up those contracts, but once you're starting out, I always recommend 1/3 of what the maximum contract size is there on your account.
Yeah, I would, at least for new traders, I always recommend to focus on longevity over profits. Like your goal should be able to stay alive in your account for as long as possible, especially if you're a new trader. Like, I remember when I was doing customer service for Topstep, I would look at, 50 to 100 accounts a day, right? And for all various reasons. Some were doing well, some were doing poorly. And I can count on one hand, it's actually because it's one guy, like one person ever, who I saw who soft landed their trading combine into being disqualified. And what I mean by that is that they had a personal daily loss limit, and they stuck with that daily loss limit all the way down until their drawdown. And typically, 99% of the time, what you see is you see someone trade well, and then they YOLO it, and then they have like a $3,000 down negative day. And so there's no consistency. And so I highly encourage traders to try to be that person, set a personal daily loss limit, and maybe you just put together just a week of shit trades and it just doesn't go your way. But the value you gain of maintaining the consistency with the personal daily loss limit will take you so much further with your trading than just trying to pass or just trying to get funded, because longevity is the name of the game. So try to be that person, keep your account alive as long as possible.
Yep. And this as well, like for example, if you made $500 a day, it should take you 2 to 3 trading days to lose that. If you're losing it the next day, you're just not practicing risk management. It should take you at least 2 to 3 trading days in a row for you to lose that green day that you had. Or just being able to control yourself as well. Like looking at the charts right now, if you traded the morning run up, for example, there's no reason to trade this, because obviously not right now, there's nothing to trade in this, zigzags. But even if there was, like, why would you continue trading if you already caught the best move of the day, right? It doesn't make sense. And now as well, it's like 2:30 New York time. There's only 1 hour and a half left. You're already exhausted if you've been watching the charts all day.
Yes.
Your clarity isn't the same as in the opening session. Like it's just not possible. So
that's actually one of the really funny things that I've really enjoyed about power hour is that I only get to trade for an hour. I actually found it really, really nice and kind of like therapeutic because it's just all my attention for 1 hour. And it's been really nice. It's been really nice. It's like I'm not super stressed out all throughout the day. It's like the last hour. So I, go and try to put on the best trades I can, 100% focus, and be done with my day. And I'll tell you right now, you can make more than enough money just trading 1 hour of NASDAQ with 1 or 2 good setups. That is all you need. There's no need to sit in front of the screen hours and hours and hours on end. I don't know about KV, but my trade quality decision making goes down dramatically after about 2 hours of screen time.
Yep, no, I completely agree with that. I completely agree with that. It's just finding waiting for the right setups, which again, right now you just got to stay put and just wait for it. Like there's no way for you to think, oh, I'm going to enter early because I'm anticipating this to break out. Like there's no reason to just wait for that confirmation.
Hey, KV, the title of this segment is called Patience with KV, P-A-Y. Tell us why. Tell us why it's called Patience. Was that you? Did you coin that term?
Yes, I think, we came up with Michael before we started these sessions. Patience pays. Like, patience pays. It's like, for example, this week has been, again, with futures hasn't been the best, but like the option side of things has been one of the best weeks all year. And I've only taken 1 trade on Monday and 1 trade on Tuesday. It's just waiting for that right setup and just sizing up accordingly and being able to walk away from it, right? Because there's a lot of people that do this as well. They are not careful enough and they open like 5-10 positions at the open because, oh my God, it's going to go up. Oh my God, now it's going to go down. Oh, I got stopped here. Let me try it again. And it's like too much happening. And there's no reason to do that. Or this happens as well. And maybe if to a lot of people that are hearing, it definitely has happened. You're up, for example, 500 on the day, and you want to make more. Let's say you want to make 1,000. You go to 700. Now you go back to 300, and now you go back to 500. So now you took 2 or 3 more trades just to be where you were at. So it's like you just wasted time for no reason.
Oh, I got flashbacks, KV, to doing that in the trading combine. It's like your first trade, the first half hour, you're up like $800, and you try to hit 1,000, and then you're back down to like 300, and now you're still trading, and then you get back up to 800, like an hour later, and you're just like, damn, dude, why did I do that? I should have just done nothing today.
Yeah, and it's like you waste time and also energy because like I'm in the same spot I was 1 hour ago and 3 trades ago. Like, why the hell did I do that? And it happens so many times. It has happened to me as well. It's like, oh my God,
that's the worst.
Patience. Well, before when we were in the green room here, KV, we talked about that spreadsheet that you shared with us last time you were here on with the power players, and we'd like to know if you have that handy. If you can if you could show it and explain it, share it on your screen, and show it to the audience here for those who might not know what we're talking about. But I want you to talk about this tool that you've used, and I think last time you were willing to share it with some people here. Maybe you're willing to do that again. If not, I understand. But if you mind to pull that up and share it with the audience, we'd be really appreciative.
I mean, the markets aren't doing anything. So before we open some stupid positions,
well, let's not. No dumb trades. No dumb trades here. Although I may have made a dumb trade, I did get long in there at the bottom of the range there. So we'll see if we can.
It makes sense with the risk. It's just it's not an A+ setup, so you could like open a starting position, but it's not ideal. So I mean, this is. Let me see if the screen is sharing. Let's wait for the screen to pop up. Yeah, just being able to understand the contract size and also
that's what this goal.
The goal setting part as well, right? So it's like everyone is guessing at the beginning what the proper contract sizes should be. Everyone's guessing on like how many trades they need to do a day. This kind of just takes the guessing game out of the equation, which is what we're trying to do here. So basically, all you have to do here, guys, is add this part here on the left, which is your account balance. So if you have a 100K account, do 100K there. Your monthly income goal, obviously do something realistic, and obviously the results will show you if it's realistic or not, because you might put 20,000 here and might just give you some crazy results. But you do the max drawdown.
It's if they refresh, will be good, but it happens every time at this hour.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, it's not time for a refresh.
About time. Yep, the
Um,
old Yellen's revenge. Did you see that, Dolby? Did you see the Yellen bit?
What? Oh, dude, the yelling bit was so funny.
Dude, that was so
So
good.
funny.
All right.
I was laughing so hard.
That was so good. All right, KV, let's give them 1 second to refresh here. And then 7th inning stretch, Jay Cook, Granny Champion shoes. Okay, I think everyone has hopefully refreshed by now or figured out how to refresh. All right, we're back. Okay, please, as you were.
Yep, the Matrix is trying to get to us, so let's continue.
Yes, thank you.
Shadow people, KB, they're coming for us.
But yeah, last thing you do, guys, is put the point stop loss, and it will give you everything else you need. So it will give you the maximum number of contracts per trade. So for example, if you trade NQ, with the numbers that we put in here, you should not open more than 2 contracts per trade, right? So if you have similar numbers and you're opening more than 2 contracts, you're already doing the wrong thing. If you do micros, we also translate those from micros to you. So it'll be around 18 on micros. And last thing it gives you, it also needs the trades that you need per day to hit your daily goal. In this example, we need 2. So this way, 1, you also now know how many contracts you need to open according to the risk management rules that you put in, and also how many trades on average you need per day. So now you know that with the number of contracts that I'm opening, I'm also on track to hit my daily goals. Again, as long as you're real with what you're putting in here. Because if you put a winning trade percentage of like 90% and you've only done that one day, that's not being too realistic, right? So again, put data here that's at least 1 month, 1 to 3 months, right? Obviously, the bigger the data, the better, right? Because there's more that's going on. The markets are always changing, but at least 1 to 3 months. And again, you have everything you need to know for all the markets as well: ES, NQ, CL, and gold for micros at the same time. So just removing that guessing game out of the equation.
Hey, before we tell you where you can find get access to the spreadsheet, we have pinned to the top of the chat KV's Instagram address. Please go there. Trade like KV. It's at Instagram. Go follow him. He's one of the best mentors we got. One of the best additions we have here at TopstepTV. And I'm sure from there, KV, they can find access to this spreadsheet.
Actually, no, they have to go to a TopstepTV special link. Actually, so it will be futures with KV / TopstepTV.
Okay, there you go. Well, I'm sure we'll drop that in there. But yes, it's a great tool. Keeps your expectations and goals realistic and doesn't make you shoot for the moon necessarily right out of the gates, as we do see some new traders do. We are catching a little bit of a bid here in the S&Ps. I got long from 50-15 quarter. Kind of getting bored, so I wanted to get in there. The market hasn't been giving much. I'm thinking maybe we'll see a liquidity suck here to the upside. Could be dumb, but I was feeling it right here. We got about 16 minutes. Could be dumb, but anytime you get long in these markets, it seems to be working out. So I have some bit of confidence with that. We've got about 15 minutes here left. KV, forward, do you trade the earnings? When we got all the news we had last week and all the speakers we have this week, does that go into your decision making when pulling the trigger on trades, or you just leave that out? You stick to technicals and the indicators and such.
I always tell this as well. I mean, we do options, so I always tell people never try to predict earnings as well. Like, that's complete gamble. We love to trade post earnings though. After a company reports earnings, trade the post move, because it's so much nicer, and also it gives you a lot more when it comes to the profits as well, because there's bigger moves happening. Obviously, there's more volatility when it comes to the markets as well, so it's always good. But always trade the post effect. I mean, no one knows. Even if you know what the earnings will be, you never know how the earnings guidance call will be either, right? So even if you know the numbers, you never know how the guidance will be, which will also affect the market. Which right now, I think the market decided to listen into us and be patient with the session as well, because that's all it's been doing. Nice bounce though from that 830 to 835 zone. Let's see if that's enough to send this to the highs, or we reject again this trend line that's been holding for the whole session, literally since 1:56 there New York time.
Yes, it has. Dolby, I know you haven't. Dolby will be joining us in Power Hour. Dolby, are you ready to make some trades in Power Hour with our buddy Isaac?
Oh yeah, of course. Every day.
We're gonna go
Every
pull
day, man.
pork.
I don't care what the market's doing. There's a trade to be made, whether it's a range bound trade or a trend trade. I mean, honestly, that's what I kind of like about Power Hour. It kind of gets me out of my comfort zone a little bit, makes me, look at the market and see if we can get opportunities somewhere, and it really makes it test your skills. It's been really fun. Been able to put together. We're on a 2-day winning streak, by the way.
Wow.
Pretty
Okay.
solid.
Okay.
Yeah. 2
Comment
days.
for
It's
that.
a far cry from like the 25 that people have, which is absolutely insane. Well, how you
That's
do
what we did
25
see.
day or 30-day win streak? It's crazy.
I think we saw.
Crazy.
I think we saw 25 today on the leaderboard. Yeah, but yeah, man, it should be a fun Power Hour. KV.
Oh yeah.
We got about 15 minutes left here. I mean, market's trading sideways. Obviously, the keyword is patience. Don't trade. So, when you made your one trade, you made one trade on Monday, one trade on Tuesday, if I understand, 2 options trades, and that's it. Are you still sitting in front of the screen watching the computer, or are you getting up, walking away? What are you doing when you're not? Are you still waiting for setups? Do you have alerts? How do you manage that? When to turn it on, turn it off.
Yeah, so I'm always in front of my screens from market open until 11 a.m. So that's 10 a.m. Chicago time. But the first 1 hour and a half, and also from 2 to 3 p.m., which is the session that we're doing right now, I'm usually on my screens as well. Other times, I'm not looking at the charts. Again, that's how I've kind of made my system, and it works out well for me. So I'm sticking to that. Even though, again, sometimes I might sit here and we're sitting for an hour and nothing's happening. Again, something would have happened, but still staying in front of the screen sometimes does good to you as well. So,
where did you learn this patience from? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Dolby. Go ahead, please. I was just going to follow up, but Dolby, please go ahead. I've been asking all the questions.
Yeah, I mean, we think we had about the same question. I was going to say, what do you do outside of the markets to kind of help you, keep your patience and keep your focus? Do you have any other disciplines that you do?
Going to the gym, probably that's it. Going to the gym, and apart from that, not much else, honestly. Either it's going to be helping clients, or it's just going to be coming with a new trading tool or something. But I try to stay away from the charts as much as I can outside of those times, which again, sometimes it's difficult, especially when news is coming out, or like when a fifth speaker pops up and volatility increases all of a sudden. But try and find other things to do. Like especially if you have another job that you're doing something, sometimes I think that helps. A lot of my clients who also have other full-time jobs, it works out so much better for them because they have to do something else. Like they have to get away from the screens. So it's like they make their trades and like they have to go away from the screen, because for some people it is very, very difficult to just detach themselves and just either just go outside of their house for a walk. It's like, oh my God, like they can't even do that. So it's just
especially for new traders. They get stuck to the screen and they're trying to force opportunities. And it's like, nah, just leave. Just go literally anywhere else other than your computer. Put in 2 hours and go home.
I mean, here, for example, like if you thought we were gonna break out or break down any moment here, you just got them chopped up for no reason. Like literally all the moves that's been it. So this R1 bounce that we saw here, that Andre I think took, that was a decent move, a little bit a scalp there, but even that was not a follow through trade. It rejected again that same trend line from the top.
It's been continuing to reject. I scratched the trade as I realized we kept coming up against R1 up here. We got nowhere to go. Maybe the next hour or so, hour 15 minutes, we will start to see some movement. But yeah, I just put the trade on, realized we were up against R1 here. And this is not going where here. Hey, here we go. I don't know if you know Tiago or you don't here at KV, but they said, oh my God, this Albanian guy is so cute. You know who this is? You know who Tiago is? Tiago, so do you know Tiago or no?
Yeah, no, I know Tiago. It's one of my close
friends. You do know Tiago? Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right, Tiago. Well, you made it. Very good. Well, you're famous now, Tiago. Thanks for tuning in. He's part of the crew. All right, we're starting to see some upside move. Very good.
He has Tinder going. We've had a couple guests come on who were getting the chat all hot and bothered.
The check is in the mail, Tiago. Thanks for getting in there. Look at he got you, KV. Look, he got you, man. So that was great.
He got the TopstepTV shout out.
Yes, he did. Yeah. Well, mission accomplished. All right, we're starting to see an upside bid here. I did get back in long, thinking maybe this might be the breakout here. So I'm long from 50, 15 quarter. We'll see if we can get the push here. Market loves to be bought. See if we can get this market moving to the upside here. Here we go. We're starting to break out. Possibly. We do have liquidity to the upside. Look, I'm like S&P's 5019 quarter. With there's 500 sitting to the upside there. Also, keep in mind, we saw some headlines out of Israel today from Netanyahu saying the fight is not over. I'm sure that's going to be affecting oil in some sort of way. But yes, we're very sensitive to news, as Dolby just pointed out in the chat there, especially with crude. You got to be on your toes. You got to know what all the news is and what's coming out. KV, let's
talk a very news-heavy cycle.
Yes, KV, I would like to talk to you about that. How aware are you of breaking news, like geopolitical stuff coming out of the Middle East? I don't necessarily if it affects NASDAQ, so to speak, but are you cognizant of what's coming out throughout the day in terms of Fed speakers and things like that? I think we touched on it, but could you go in more depth about it?
Fed speakers for sure. I mean, geopolitical in terms of like oil. I don't trade the oil that much, but like for people that do trade the oil, the news should be always on and what's happening in the Middle East, right? It's like you can't not turn on the news because it reflects on the oil price so much. Like it's just the charts matter, but that matters a lot. So if you're not watching one or the other, you're missing some data to make your trades have those A+ setups, and you don't want to. I mean, the odds are already stacked against you in the market. You don't want to be missing pieces that are already out there either. So it's like you're just going against yourself at that point. Nice push here, though. Nice push above this trend line. We're going back for these lunch highs. And then next, if we can break 860s, day high gets hit pretty quickly, which is also the all-time high. Volume is coming in decently on the move there.
17,860. Is that the target you're looking for? 17,860?
Yep. If that zone breaks, I mean, all-time highs again in my view here.
Oh, hell yeah.
What a bull market.
It's shaping up for a good power hour then. Let's do it.
Yeah, perfect for Dolby for power hour, because as long as it's holding below 860, it's going to chop around. And again, you can play the range, but you're not going to see that breakout up to the all-time highs again. And there's room, right? There's room for the NASDAQ to move. We've had a big move today, but it's not extended in my opinion. There's still room for this to go if buyers come in strong during power hour.
Oh, okay. All right.
We've had some good volatility in power hour. So, why not? Why not?
No,
today?
especially after we've had the sideways range for most of the day. Like maybe people are expecting that move during power hour. ES much closer to ES much closer to day high though, and obviously the all-time high. And Q is lagging a little bit.
Yes, it is. A lot of times you see with the side.
In crude oil, right? You get kind of like two trading sessions. So you get like the first half and the second half. And if the first half is really slow and crude and range bound, typically the second half will pick up and you can actually end up getting like a trend move out of that once it's done kind of being range bound for the first couple hours of the session.
I like that. A lot of times you see the sideway action at or near the highs. For instance, S&Ps, a lot of people will be short up here. A lot of traders, short time frame traders will be short around here, the highs, and they'll set their shorts thinking, we can't go higher than the highs. And sure enough, we trade sideways, then try pushing it lower, and we can't, and the buyers come in, and they try to get short again, the buyers come in. Eventually, they're going to get squeezed to the upside. So it's kind of what my thought is here. Obviously, we're in a bull market, also near the highs, and I know the shorts are coming in here to try to call the tops, but a lot of times they're getting squeezed, and they're the ones that are actually taking this market higher. Here we go. They want me to get the green light to put a 51 lot on power hour to one up MP. 51 lotter, eh?
That's funny.
Don't tempt me with a good time. Yeah. I'm not going to say no, but I got to run that by Mick. More so Mick than Michael.
Yeah, right.
You know what? The crazy thing is, he bought 5,000. That's it. We haven't seen that price since, which is crazy to think of. We just blew through that, and we have not come back since. So
it's been a nice hold
there. So everyone, full disclosure in the green room, Toby's like, he should have held, man. He should have held. And I think it was you in the office that were the one that said, do you know you'd be up right now if you held the whole 50 lot? What was the number?
Yeah. Oh, it was like 35,000 or something.
That would have
been absolutely insane.
Absolutely incredible. All right. Okay. We got 500 lots sitting at 50.20 in the S&Ps. There is liquidity to the upside. It's going to take a lot of energy to get through this. I mean, these prices are pretty crazy to think about where we're at. We'll see if we can get this 500 lots filled. Just along this 2 lot, and I think we're going to meet some resistance here. So I'm looking to I'll get out at one here, hopefully 50-18 quarter. We'll work one at 50-18 quarter, and perhaps let the other one run. Just a little 2 lot, but it's going to take a lot of energy to get through, push through, make new all-time highs. We'll see. Hopefully I can take some profit.
NASI tilt 70-30 long.
Ooh,
and average long price is about 46 3/4. So they're a little over 10 points in the money already. The longs are, and short average price is about 45 evens or 45 1/4. So they're eating it right now.
Oh.
Shorts are eating it.
I'm getting out then. Okay,
Yeah,
well, I got out, took some profit.
Even on the tilt, everyone turned long. It's 70% long Nasdaq right now, so everyone turned. Everyone was short. It was 70% short. Now it's 70% long. And it doesn't look like the longs got a good average price either. They're at 47, which decent, but
it's not. Yeah, it's not amazing. It's not a world beater of a price. You would have wanted to see maybe like something sub 40s for a real killer entry.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say they're chasing, but you're probably looking for some pretty quick upside, if I had to guess.
860 here, as I said, guys. 860 breaks and confirms all-time highs again on the Nasdaq. Which
860s? 860s.
That's your call.
Up to 860s.
Right.
We got 20 lots sitting at 860. 20 lots sitting at 860 here. We've got to keep a few more minutes left. And thank you for joining us, KV. We really appreciate your time, your insight. It's very, very impactful and very helpful. I know the people love it. We did pin your Instagram info to the top of the chat here, so please make sure to go follow him. Last time we checked, didn't we help you get some followers? Did you break 50,000 yet? Where are you at?
We did actually. We're gonna do a giveaway soon on the Instagram. Because we hit those 50K last week, I think so.
Oh, nice! That's awesome. Congrats, man.
Congrats. Yes, love seeing these social media group channels keep growing. Dolby, the founder of Topstep Discord, man. I don't know. Share the news again, Dolby, real quick. What milestone did we break yesterday?
Yesterday was great. We broke 40,000 members who have joined the Topstep Discord. We also have, I think, probably close to somewhere between 8,000 to 10,000 online concurrent. So about a quarter of that user base is actually active day to day, which is incredible. Yeah. Just an amazing job by everyone who's involved in Discord, and a huge shout out to the community for just keeping it friendly and peaceful. All the admins, moderators, ambassadors, customer service reps, everyone's in there. Helping out and making the community grow in a better place. And even the coaches, we've got coaches in there offering free coaching classes. I mean, it's really turned into everything that I wanted it to be when I first started it. So thanks to everybody for making that happen and keeping it going. It's a great place.
With that being said, KV, go ahead, please, KV, close us out of here. Give us some words of wisdom and finish your thought there, please. Thank you so much for joining us again today.
No, yeah, the Discord has grown pretty quickly. I mean, I remember when I first joined in the summer, it's like insane growth. And value is added every day. Value is added on TopstepTV every day. So it's just what you guys do with it as well. Because I can give you so much. The other guys here can give you so much. It's also what you do in the background as well. What do you do when the markets are closed? When do you do when there's not volatility? Are you doing your own part as well into this? Because if you're not, then it's not going to work just hopping on TopstepTV and not doing anything else on the sidelines yourself.
Yeah, and we are going to be hiring a full-time Discord community manager as well, which I think is going to be incredible. So that means we're going to get even faster updates. Things are going to look even nicer. The workflows are going to be even faster. The communication lag between Discord, customer service, and ownership will be even faster. So just being able to have someone on site all the time is going to be incredible and really elevate that experience even further.
Hey, Dolby, real quick, the Discord community versus the chat. Friendlier, not as friendly, follow. They show their teeth. What do we got?
Man.
Let's compare and contrast for us real quick. Right before we go bounce to Power Hour. Maybe we save this conversation for Power Hour. I don't know. But I'd like to hear the differences and similarities.
They're both great. They're very, very, very different. I have a lot of memories of July and August in which there were some issues.
Oh my God!
I can imagine.
It was me and a ragtag group of individuals who held the line for 2 months straight against about 3,000 people concurrently asking for assistance. So that was a fun time. And actually, which is super cool, is I believe we hired 5 or 6 people directly from the July and August, the Great Whitening event. And they actually got full-time customer service jobs by helping us out in July and August. So pretty incredible. But it's a great community. It just depends where you're at. I feel like wherever I'm at is a good time. So I think, if we add in a Discord community manager, it's going to be excellent in there. I would love to have the 2 rooms connect, but we're not quite there yet. Not quite there yet.
I've thought about that. All right. Well, KV.
Also, a shout out to hashtag energies in Discord. Hashtag energies in Discord. Those are my people.
My number 1 fan is in the chat. I see. You see him chase me around.
Oh,
Very obsessed. So weird. So freaking. So weird. The obsession. I don't know who it is, but yes.
You're not doing anything right. If you don't have
I know.
You don't have haters,
I love it.
anything right.
As long as you got an opinion, I'm doing an all right job. Okay, KV, thank you so much for joining us. We got Power Hour coming up. Make sure to tune in. Might see some fireworks. And you got Dolby Time, myself, and our boy Isaac Suffren. So until then, we'll see you in a couple minutes.
Take care, guys.
You know what time it is. We never know what's going to happen. It is Power Hour in the house. You know Dolby, you know myself. The man in the middle is Isaac Suffren. Isaac, welcome to Power Hour. You've been on this before, but for those who don't know you, tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us about your trading journey. Tell us about how you found Topstep.
Yeah, definitely. So for those who don't know, as my guy Andre said, my name is Isaac Suffren. For several years now, really stemmed during COVID. Had an opportunity just to, we were locked up in the house. I was like, let me use this. I learned a new skill. Did that and really locked in and took off with it. And, I actually started in options, found out about futures, I want to say late 2022. And then soon after that, heard about Topstep and then locked in with them ever since.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us. Tell us, how have you been trading lately? Have you taken any trades today? What are your thoughts on the market action? Tell us about what you trade, how you trade, and what your thoughts on the market, all your trading, P&Ls, accounts, struggles, what you're doing well. Tell us about your trading.
Yeah, man. So this week's actually not that bad. Monday, I had a really good trade to the short side. I was able to make a few thousand off that. Tuesday, not too much. Was able to get a nice win to start the day. Today hasn't been the best day. I took the opening. We broke high of day. I took that initial candle for ES, and then I got caught in some that kind of I gave back a little gains. But overall, the week's going pretty well. I can't complain.
Awesome. All right. Well, like I said, this is Power Hour. We got our man Eddie. He'll be scouring the wires if anything comes out. So far, it's been a kind of a quiet afternoon. We had a lot of speakers this morning. A lot of speakers this morning. A lot of sideways price action ever since then, like our man KV said in prior segment here. And we got Dolby time. Dolby, Mr. Pulled Pork himself. They're saying, Dolby, trade more contracts. What are we thinking? Dolby time. Dolby time, unmute time. Dolby time.
Sorry, dude. Sorry.
Mr. Pulled Pork.
Okay, I'm long. All good. Yeah, I'm long 60 evens in NASDAQ already. So it's not going too good. I'm going to try to add a second below at 48 evens and see if we can push back up on a stop run of sorts. So we'll see. Pretty aggressive entry, and the price action isn't great so far. But as we know, NASDAQ price action doesn't really mean anything because price movement is all made up in NASDAQ apparently. So let's just stick to the structure and see what happens. But yeah, I'm long already. Doesn't look too hot in 5 minutes, but we're gonna keep it.
Mr. Pulled Pork. Let's go. Let's rock it, Mr. Pulled Pork. We'll keep an eye on that. Let him manage that trade. We'll talk to Isaac here. Isaac, it said here you used to be a NASDAQ trader, but now you're into the ES. Did you find it a little bit more? Oh, to make a little bit more sense, not as volatile, not as frantic. What made you change? Or do you still trade NQ?
I still trade NQ for sure. Okay. I think for me, I always traded SPY when I traded options. So ES has always just been, just a really easy transition. Also, yeah, I mean, as I would have recommended to Dolby before, decided to hop right in NQ. ES is a little more easy on the eyes in regards to quality. But, just like anything else, whether it's NQ, ES, CL, if you know how to trade it, you'll make your money.
Well said. All right. Well, as you know, we got a bit of a bull market here. Dolby's trying to catch that move to the upside. I love it. I'll be looking to make a couple of trades. Isaac, will you be looking to make a few trades as well? Or are you done for the day? What say you?
I've been done for a while now. We had a really aggressive move up, new highs, obviously. Anytime we get around any, all-time highs, I like to wait for new to solidify themselves. So usually I'm on the sidelines, kind of waiting for new levels to develop, just so I can play off those and see what I get from there.
I got you,
Robert. On the NASDAQ again. Someone in the chat said, Mike Garcia said NVIDIA is about to break 700s again, so that might add to some bullishness for NASDAQ. I was going to add to my longs at 48 evens and 47 and a quarter. We did not get down there, unfortunately, so it looks like we're going to push higher. And in hindsight, my entry does not look as good as it did on the 1 minute as it did on the 5. The 5 minute range trade would have been much better at around 850 evens instead of at 60. So it's about 10 points off because I was on a smaller time frame than I typically trade. So live and learn.
Live and learn. As we approach the bottom of the hour, Eddie will hit us with the market on close, MOC imbalance. We'll get the initial number around 2:30 Central Time, and we'll dial it in and get closer to, it'll grow as we get closer to the 2:50 Central Time liquidity injection. But yes, no fireworks quite yet. We are trying to catch a bid here. Dolby, wait, did you trade Power Hour yesterday? Yes, you did. You just got back into Snowmass.
I did, yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, I started with a loser for 400 and then caught a really nice winner that we averaged up in for about like 700-ish. So we ended up walking away with, I think, 269.
Oh, very good. Very good. Okay. Not bad. All right, Isaac.
Keep it going.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, here we go. All right, everyone, put some trade ideas in there in the chat. If you guys got some trades going in this Power Hour, help us trade Power Hour together with us, man. Put all those trade ideas in there, whether you're trading ES, NASDAQ. Let us know what you guys are thinking. We're going to go higher here. Or you guys calling the tops here, and we're going to see some profit taking going into the close. But yeah, let's make this a group effort. I know you guys really like the Power Hour with Dolby, myself, and whoever we add today's Isaac. Isaac, you're out in Vegas, man. Tell us a little bit about your background, about the D1 hoop stuff, man.
Yeah, man. I played basketball all my life. My whole family played D1 basketball. Went to Lafayette and then transferred to Howard University. And then at Howard out because I was losing money being on the court 40 hours a week. We're doing 6 a.m. practices. Those are going to like 10 o'clock. Some our coach was crazy. Market opened, and then we had evening practices. So I was like, oh, man, it's not even worth it at this point. So I ended up dropping out.
Yep.
And then somehow found my way to Vegas, where, I'm just trading and living life.
Well, as you know, we're going to be out
in
Vegas there.
Just on a whim?
Sorry?
Did you move to Vegas on a whim? Or were you like already there the whole time?
Oh, no. I mean, I've moved every year for the last 6 years. So I haven't been anywhere for like over a year yet. So yeah, I was in California. I was in Houston. I was in Atlanta. Yeah. So everything's kind of been, I guess, on a whim, I guess you can say, for the most part.
What's your favorite state?
I like that.
Okay, I like Houston's my favorite city. Texas is like, I can't really say it's like my favorite state because I don't know. It's a big state. I haven't been everywhere in Texas yet.
Right.
But I love Houston. I love Houston.
Nice. I know you have to drive a lot in Houston, right?
Let's see. Yeah, that's kind of a downside. Everything's super convenient in Vegas, man. It's like 10 minutes tops to get everywhere. It's a bigger city, so you kind of got to get used to that. But yeah, I love it. And the food's great. It's a perfect mix of like city, if you want to be in a little bit, and then there's great food.
Yeah, that's awesome. I know we're going to be out in Vegas in March, and it's always a really, really nice time. Really nice time. People's champ. That is not an appropriate joke, but it is.
What are they saying in there? What are they saying? What are they saying in there? Dolby, Dolby does Dallas. Dolby does Dallas.
Do you even know what that's referencing, Andre?
I don't know. I've got an idea, though. I don't. Sounds like you're going to Dallas. I don't know.
Well, someone went to Dallas.
Oh, what's the number? What's the number? I know, Eddie. I know Eddie. Thank you. I got it.
Anyone who is a fan of artwork in the 80s on VHS probably knows what that joke is referring to.
Yes, we do.
Performance art.
We're still seeing some sideways action here. Nothing really popping. Dolby, you still in that trade?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
Yeah, my entry sucks. I hate my entry, but we're we're gonna hang in there. I really wish I had gotten filled at like 50s because my average entry would have been so much better. Because now this is what I don't like, right? So I like playing 5-minute ranges, but I got sucked into a 1-minute chart trying to make something happen. So all right, that's my fault. But my entry is basically in like the top third for the top 2/3 of a 5-minute range. I would much prefer it to be like my entry in the bottom third because it's just better risk. But it looks like it's going up anyways because it's NASDAQ, and that's just what you do is just go long NASDAQ.
In the 5-minute, yes. I see what you're saying. Isaac, what time frame do you use on your charts?
I'm a price action setup kind of guy. So it ranges from, it could be the 5-minute, 15-minute, 30-minute. I know on Monday, I was looking at the hourly Monday, right? To me, for that short idea that I traded, just to give me how aggressive that move was going to be. So I don't get so caught up in the time frame. It's more about the setup because price action is price action in the day.
Yes, well said. Yes, agree. Well, Dolby, they got a lot of thoughts. They got some chats.
Oh,
they got
yeah,
some
I'm
thoughts.
sure they do.
Chats for you.
Yeah.
They got some thoughts for you on that one. I'll leave that one to you. We're trying to catch a bid here. Dolby time in the market live from 60s. Unreliable. Oh, whoa. There you go.
Whoa, what the F?
Whoa.
What was that?
I don't know, but we got filled on 2. So now we're actually long 3.
crazy.
Actually, check this out. So we're
Might be a
actually
good
long
fill.
3 now. At
Okay, here we go.
51.75, we did not get stopped out. So now we actually have a really killer entry. But no, we ate it. But that actually was pretty sick for a little bit. That's an insane move.
It was an insane move. That's the teleport move that you talk about in NASDAQ that you see every now and then, right?
Yeah, we got teleported on that one. That was rough, man. But you kind of see how that almost played out. Like it came down, tried to do a little stop run. We had our buy orders down there to try to capture that and get a better average entry. And what's nice is that because those were already so close to my stop, we only took an extra, I think like $110 of risk to be able to trade an extra 2 contracts. So if that does end up working out, and it might even work out now, just maybe our stop was a little bit too tight, you end up having 3 contracts with an insane entry and a great place to put a stop. I think it might have just moved a little bit more than we needed it to, unfortunately. So that was crazy. Did not expect that, but that's what happens in NASDAQ. But, what are you going to do, man? What are you going to do?
Yeah. Rooster, keep us posted on that Delta in ES. He just updated. It's minus 7,000 here at 218 Central. Minus 7,000 over the highs. We cannot break those short-term time frame traders are going to need to get out and get flat. So if that number continues to grow or stays the same and we continue to rally here we go, Dolby. Nice little fill there, my man. What's your average price now?
I'm done. I'm out, buddy. I got stopped out for
negative
450. Yeah. So we went down to what, 44? So yeah, this sucks. So we went down to 44, but my sorry, hold up. Oh my god. Okay, so my exit price was 44.25. So I got stopped out by a tick, I'm assuming. To the tick?
Yeah.
I think I got stopped out. And now it's running up in my favor. So we would have been long 3 at about 50. So we'd have been up 8 points already on a 3 lot on like $400 worth of risk. Damn.
Lame.
Dude.
So lame, dude. That's
chat. You see that to the tick? We got tick dick, chat. That sucks, man.
Here we go, dude. Here we go. All right, power hour has begun. We got, god damn, that sucks, man. That's brutal. Absolutely brutal. Isaac, I gotta ask you, man. You seem like you're pretty chill. You ever get super like hot when you get like tick dick like Dolby just did? When you get kind of, I don't want to say screwed, but you get stopped out pretty much at the low of the move. You see the market run away. How do you deal with it?
It's the reality of the market, right? It's in queue, right? It's happened to everybody. Literally, I had that move was like ridiculous. I did not see that coming whatsoever. I don't know what that was just now, and Dolby and anybody else who was in it probably got ticked. Like millions of other people probably got the same result Dolby just did. And it's literally like not even Dolby's fault. It's a reality. It comes with honestly.
It was a good trade. I mean, I thought my idea was good. The risk was really good. I'm kind of getting used to being able to like spread like single lot orders down the ladder to try to capture some of those moves. It just didn't work out, so it's okay.
Okay.
I mean, it got stopped to the tick. You know, what are you going to do? Goldman Sachs interns are after my stops again on Sim.
I swear that's what they do, man.
It's so annoying.
The interns.
I swear it's them. Hey, Isaac, I know we asked you this before, and you played some serious competitive hoops. Did you find trading because it kind of replicated the competitive juices that you get from, high level, D1 athletics, or, why did you find trading? What did you like about trading? I know you said during COVID we were all locked up. Is it just something that was a natural transition? Do you see any comparables between high level athletics and trading?
Well, yeah, you're in control of how good you are. And it, a lot of people ask me, how long would it take for me to hit this milestone or hit this milestone? I'm like, I don't know anything about you. Are you somebody who works hard? Are you somebody who's at it every single day, or who can, get knocked down or have an unfortunate situation, just like Dobie just did, and still have your head to be able to keep going? And a lot of that is self-talk. A lot of that is just, it's a personality trait, I think. And people who play, high division or any sport, right? Regardless of the level you played at, I think your approach to, how you approach your sport is how you naturally approach something like trading as well.
I like that in terms of reviewing the preparation time, the competition. You watch film on your jumper, you watch film on, plays as running through practice. And essentially that's kind of what we're doing here, whether it's a practice account or when you got live trades going, it's kind of the same. So I appreciate that insight. Dobie right now, we're moving sideways in the NQ. Let's take a look at the tilt. 50-50 there. What do we see? We saw a 70% short, Dobie, right before we started Power Hour?
No, I don't even remember what we saw. We're at like 50-50 right now, though. And like average long and average short is about the same. Chris Cope had a really funny question, though, for Isaac. Isaac, do you ever go to the YMCA and just like crush like dad bods who are trying to ball like in their 50s?
Great question. You're on mute.
Sorry, I was muted. No, I do not. That's not. I don't think I've ever done that.
Okay. Is that like in bad taste? Is that right? Is that like bad etiquette for a D1 athlete to go to the local gym and just crush noobs at basketball?
I think it would just be more boring than anything. I don't see what's.
Oh damn!
No,
that's like the worst insult. Your game is boring.
I like that. I like that a lot. Boring. Probably would be. I get it.
You walk into a gym, you walk in there, you're like, the first thing you do is see who's playing. And, you see some guys who are elite, you kind of like, what? Okay, yeah, I can
where'd
run
he
with these
go?
guys. But if it's guys out there just throwing it around, it's not fun.
Me.
Oh, am I lagged out?
You lagged?
I think it's me. I see you, Dobie.
I see you, Dobie. I see Isaac.
I didn't hear anything for a minute. I missed like your whole story. That's too bad.
Oh, that's no mess. Internet can be tricky sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, go on. Sorry. So
playing an away game. Playing an away game right now.
Isaac, you're saying sometimes, you see who's playing, you see who's good, who's not. You might want to go challenge the competition, right? The ones that can actually play a little bit. Those are the ones, obviously, you'll hoop with. But obviously, you have no business playing against guys like my Dobie and myself. I assume is where you're going with this.
Bro, I'm 5'6". I'm not touching a basketball court.
There's an understanding, like in the basketball community. It's the players that don't know how to play that usually get you hurt. So it's not even worth the risk.
Yeah.
Oh. So you're even doing risk management on the basketball court. That's great. Nice little tie in here. That's a nice little tie in here to risk management. We saw Dobie manage his risk. Unfortunately, got bottom ticked out there. We are trading sideways, folks. I wish we could pull the trigger for you guys like we normally do in Power. Nothing really happening. We're going to keep an eye on that MOC imbalance. Maybe that gets us going.
What happened, though? That was crazy.
What did just happen? I don't know. Was there a volume spike on that?
I don't know. I don't have volume. I don't watch volume on my chart.
Yeah,
that's
yeah. There was a volume spike.
Okay. All right. So yeah, there was some paper came in and probably hit the bid through a few prices. I don't know if that was brutal. Yeah. So you got to be.
I want to actually run some orders down at the 30s and see if we can test the 30-minute range, test the bottom of the 30-minute range again. So it's if we did that before, I'm going to see if we can do it again, but even deeper. And maybe we can try to get long and then catch a move to the upside. It's pretty speculative if we can even get down that far, but you never know with NASDAQ.
I hear you. Isaac, there's a question for you here in the chat. Maybe you've touched on this, but you can go into it a little bit more. Does Isaac have any trading educational content, or what trading strategy does he use? From Chris Muldoon.
Yeah, so I post a lot of stuff on YouTube. I do have a mentorship program as well. As far as my trading strategy, I'm a price action guy, right? I want the buyers and sellers to let me know what they're doing, and I want to be on the winning side. I always say that traders are the ultimate, like we're the bandwagoners, right? Like my favorite NFL team is either going to be the Chiefs or the Niners come Sunday.
Oh,
right. I just want to be on the winning side, whether it's on the upside or downside. So that's kind of how I approach trading, right? You don't need to make things too complicated. Just find out who's winning. Where's the volume? Where's everybody going? Okay. Where's everybody wanting to go in the market, and just ride the train.
Love that. Yeah, I also that's
size in the market.
We do not have size. I compare us to, we are surfers. Essentially, we need waves to surf, and waves are created by the big paper orders, the big institutions, the big funds. They're the ones that move the markets. We simply just surf and ride the wave that they create. If there's no waves, like there's no waves right now, we can't go surfing, so we can't go trading. When those waves come in, like we saw this morning when we blew through the 5,000s in the ES, you got to get on board that and ride that wave, just like Michael did earlier today. So that's kind of, I think you're saying the same thing. You got to figure out who's winning at that moment, the tug of war, supply versus demand. So it's kind of the way, I think we're all saying the same thing here. But like Dobie said, you need size to move these markets. That's how you get on board.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no one cares about our one lot, believe it or not.
No, they really
or
don't.
2 lots or 3 lots. It's like no one cares. It's all lost in the wash.
Yes.
Those got to go full court, bro.
I mean, I might honestly, if we get up to like 66, it's not that bad of a time to do it because like the volatility isn't that high. So like if you do get filled, you're probably going to be able to get stopped out at a reasonable time. And if it goes your way, it's going pretty slowly. So why not?
Why not? The evolution of full port to pulled pork has just been absolutely amazing to witness. I'm just glad I've been here for the ride, dude. It's been absolutely incredible. You absolutely nailed it, dude. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. We have Team Pulled Pork. It's a team of 1 currently. We are taking applications for people who enjoy bacon and 15 lots.
It's a one-man show, dude. We gotta make wine out of water. We gotta make wine out of water with this sideways price action. Come on, market, do something. God. Oh, top quiz winners. Maybe we got top quiz winners back. We got top quiz winners back there. That'd be perfect timing if we can pull those out because markets have just kind of said ran out of gas, I guess. But
I still think we're getting test down lower. I feel like my bones. I think we're going to do a run. I think it needs more liquidity to push the upside. So I think we're gonna go back down and test. We're gonna fill me, and then we're gonna run to the upside. That's my call.
Hell yes,
that is my call.
Hey. Shout out to Rips here in the chat. For those of you that know, shout out to Rips. Rips, we will see you tomorrow afternoon here at we got the 1 o'clock Central, and we got the Power Hour. Everyone's favorite. Dolby, myself, Rips. We train that Power Hour. Even if it's not, we don't get fireworks. Rips always brings his A game, and we are just moving sideways here, folks. I don't know what we're gonna do for the next 30 minutes here. We got
thing about Rips. His microphone quality. His quality is so good.
Yeah.
His microphone quality is actually amazing.
Yeah.
Professional. It's professional. His microphone quality, his voice, his knowledge from the markets, the Fed speakers. I mean, he has a scouting report on every Fed speaker. Be sure to tune in for that. It's a wealth of knowledge that we only provide here. Rips, I heard, Rips killed it today. That's what I like to see. We had a tough one yesterday.
I was telling my
look at him coming.
I was telling my friends about Rips and how he was able to really navigate FOMC like it was bread and butter. It was ridiculous, honestly.
It was impressive, dude. That was fun to trade with him. We were piping in the FOMC stuff into YouTube, just watching it live with him. That was a really, really fun time. First time we've ever done that on TopstepTV. That was excellent.
Yes, it was. That was very intense. That was intense. That was the most intense Power Hour we've ever had. And yeah, who navigated cool. He was the captain of the ship, and everyone felt safe on board that ship. So please tune in to tomorrow. We got Rips, Hoag, myself at the 1 o'clock and the 2 o'clock power hour. You know who? 3 amigos, Dolby, myself, and Rips. Rips says, "What's up in the chat, Isaac?" Yeah, that was a lot of fun. We got 50-50 here at NQ. 60% short bias in the ES. Be careful, shorts. I know what we're trying to do here, but every time we try to take it lower, the buyers come in and squeeze it. Okay, real quick.
Imbalance is up there, Andre.
Hit me. What do we got?
All right, hot off the wire early MOC imbalance, 71 million on the buy side.
Okay, wow, buy side at these levels. Okay. Can we hear Janet yell it again? They want to hear that Janet.
I hope so.
They want to see that Janet yelling bit again. It does. I think maybe we can do it. We'll see if what production has up their sleeve back there. Maybe we can do it to close out the day after the closing bell. If we got it
if you haven't seen it, it is worth seeing. If you've seen it once, it's definitely worth seeing twice. It is so well done.
Agree.
Maybe we'll close out with a little Janet Yellen bit again for all those who missed it the first.
Agree.
It was legendary.
It was pretty funny. Janet's she's on a trip. No pun intended. She is on a trip. She was on one, man. Yes.
Nice, dude.
Mostly choke out. Yeah. So all right, we asked production if we can possibly show it at the after the closing bell. For all those that did not see it this morning, it's definitely worth a view. And a round of applause to Jack and all the guys back there that were able to put that together. It's really good stuff.
Yeah. Jack, who used to write for The Onion, his skills clearly coming through in that video. Excellent writing and video editing, some good jokes as well. It was so funny.
Yes, it was. I was, boy. All right, NASDAQ, we got nothing popping here. So, all right, I got a question for you, Isaac. Are you trading bell to bell? Are you watching the screens bell to bell? I think I've asked you this before, but how much screen time are you putting on any given day?
Yeah, so I'm a 45-minute to an hour and a half guy. Honestly, I'm in and out the market. Again, that for me, I used to have a problem staring at the screens all day and taking really bad trades through the course of the day, right? And I was like, okay, I need to limit myself somehow because in the market, you're the only one. Like you're the sheriff in town. You're the only one who could control what the rules are. So that was kind of a rule I had for myself, and I kind of stuck with it. And now I'm able to just, it's a nice feeling. Get in, get out, enjoy the rest of the day, hop on Power Hour with you guys, and take it one day at a time.
Yeah, that's awesome. I was just saying on my last segment how much I enjoy just trading for an hour a day. Like I still feel like I get excited about the markets. I leave a little bit on the table to make me wanting more for the next day, and I feel like you concentrate so much more on your setup when you're only going to be trading for 45 minutes or an hour, and there's so much opportunity in the market. That's really all you really need to commit to, in my opinion, at least.
I think you're spot on.
Yeah,
I think you're spot
absolutely,
on there, Dolby.
absolutely.
Yeah,
because in reality, most people they watch the markets or they try to trade the markets more than the markets, which I think is a kind of backwards. They'll be trading 9:30 to 4 p.m. Eastern and only studying maybe an hour a day. Right? You got to actually, you got to put in the time. So it's like practice, right? You practice weeks and weeks and weeks for just one course, right? So the preparation is the money is made.
Definitely.
Yeah, especially if you're trading NASDAQ with some leverage. It's like, dude, you can hit a 4-figure trade in like 5-10 minutes and just be done. Like, it sounds incredible.
Absolutely. Yes, we have 20 minutes left here. 25 minutes left here in Power Hour. Unfortunately, the markets are not being very Power Hour friendly right now. Obviously, the market is rigged against me, Dolby says. I don't know about that, Dolby. I think the market's been friendly to you. Especially the big trade when Danny Trades called up Pelosi. I'm pretty sure that you were able to make some coin that day, too.
Yeah, that was fun.
They're coming after.
That was good.
It was fun.
Oh, yeah, the chat's getting aggressive. It's okay. They want the 15 lot. Obviously, I can't give it to them with this range. There's nothing going on. But I still think we're going to get this little stop run on the 30-minute range. So I'm going to keep these long orders here at 32 3/4 and 27 3/4 and see if we can take kind of a similar trade as last time, but just on a larger time frame, and see if we can find some buyers down here and stop out some weak longs who have their stops right below some of these 30-minute candles that we have. So that's going to be the game plan. We're sticking with it.
Get Pelosi on the phone. I agree. Let me see here. Hey, Eddie, real quick, what was that MOC imbalance? Oh, you put it up here, 71 million buy side. We'll see if that changes as we get closer to the close here. But we are trading sideways, folks, and we're not going to force too many trades. Here's the close. Isaac, have you made a trade yet in Power Hour? I don't think you have you?
No, I have not. It's been pretty garbage.
Yes,
It is
well
garbage.
said. Well said, man. Well said. Yup, they all can't be the 4th of July fireworks show that we like sometimes. Hey, James, if you got them, man, we can show them now. We're just kind of riding this one out. We want to do
Let's
top
do
quiz
it.
winners. Yeah, I guess we got 245 liquidity. So if you got them, throw them up. Hang with us, guys. Also, keep hang around for that Janet Yellen video that we'd like to show here after the close.
All right, here are your top quiz winners of the day.
What are these names?
Not so
Top
bad.
pork.
Never win this shit. It's your lucky day.
You sure did win. Top pork, that's pretty good. Papa Scalpa, Mr. B. I am Cass. All right.
Yeah, pretty tame. Tame list.
Tame names today. Good job, chat. Good job, and congratulations.
Yeah, very impressed.
Congratulations.
Yeah, GGG. That's just not even like a real thing. That's just someone just smashing their keyboard for a name.
When they say GG in the chat about a trade, what does that mean, Dolby? GG.
Oh, GG, good game.
Oh, good game. That play. Okay, I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah. Then if it's like GG, no re, is good game, no rematch. I think that's like StarCraft gamer lingo.
Gotcha. Good gains. Good gains. Good game. Good gains. Okay. Interchangeable. Thank
Definitely
you guys.
not good games. It's definitely not good games. GG is definitely good game. That's like a change, a trading change to the terminology is good gains. That's not how I know it.
All right. Well, we got a lot in the chat.
What's chat say?
Chat is saying good gains, good game. Good game. Some pretty nice.
Good going.
Nice job.
No, okay. Some of these are questionable. Got it. Yeah. Okay. All chat. You are just you're in a mood today.
Yeah. Chat's gonna.
Chat has some sass to it. It really. Chat does not like not volatile markets for Power Hour. It wants to see some action.
Yeah, we do too, but we cannot force the action here. We can simply just react to it like Isaac just said. You know, who's winning the game right now? Right now, it's a tie ball game. It's 0-0, and the ball has barely even been kicked off, if you want to call it that. We are not going anywhere right now, which is okay. Maybe catching a little bit of a bit here in the S&Ps, but nothing popping. Maybe we can test these highs of 50-20. But yeah, Dolby, what are we thinking, man? Do you have a trade on or are you flat?
No, I have working orders. They're the same ones. It's just the 5-minute range is really, really tight. Really, really tight. And I'm just not used to NASDAQ and how it behaves all that much. So, I mean, I still think we can do a rundown here, but it looks like buyers keep on coming in pretty aggressively. But we can't really make new highs, so I'm kind of confused as to what to do, which is why I think we get a further stop run further down. But we got people in chat saying NVIDIA, Microsoft are running right now, so that's going to drag everything higher.
Thank you. I believe we have Disney earnings after the bell as well today, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
Maybe we're just waiting for Disney earnings. I think they are announcing some new partnership, ESPN, Discovery, or something new, some new sports bundle, something along those lines. I just saw the headline. I didn't click on the article to read it, but I know they have an announcement to make regarding streaming and packaging and bundling streaming to inevitable consolidation that was going to happen.
Right, back to TV. That's all we're doing.
Is that what it is? Is that what's going? Is that what's going on, Dolby?
Yeah, pretty much. It's just they're just going to package everything back up again. It's like how Mama Bell got broken up into like a bunch of different pieces, and then it reformed to another conglomerate. I feel like the same thing is happening with all the streaming services. So, it is what it is. I don't know. I only have like a handful of subscriptions, I think. I just watch TopstepTV. Who needs Netflix when you have TopstepTV?
Exactly. Right. Agree. That's what we're here to do. We'll do the entertaining. 7 hours, bell to bell. Bell to bell.
Yeah.
Everyone's asking about bell. No, I don't know if we have bell to bells this week. Got to tune in and find out. Maybe this week might be next week. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe the week after. We take care of you. You scratch our back, we'll scratch yours. So make sure to keep tuning in and trade your best. Your Empower Hour, 50-50 across the board. Yes, NASDAQ. So we are round and round we go.
Yeah, also we're not making new highs in the 5 minute, at least not yet. So it's just like a little triangle thing going on.
What do you mean by triangle?
It's on my chart. Just lower highs on the 5 minute, higher lows on the 5 minute.
Gotcha.
And eventually it's just ranging super, super tight. Very well coiled. I do really enjoy that setup, though. I love that chart formation because typically it will not stay in this range forever, and it will eventually have to break out of that range. And we want to try to get long bottoms and short tops. So that's why I had that entry like kind of stacked down, trying to capture some of the stop run. Unfortunately, we were just on the firing line for that one, unfortunately. Ghost, the 50 contract trade. Oh, how did that happen? Well, first, the required a phone call to Mick, the risk manager, to let that happen in the first place. And then MP channeled his inner Danny's trade and went long, I think, at 5,000 in the ES, and then held it for a little bit. Had a little bit of a snafu with closing some of the position out. Ended up doing, I think, half. He started peeling some off, and it was, $8,000 later, he was doing just fine. Look at that.
Yeah.
Easy peasy 50 lot trade.
Make sure to go back and watch. Make sure to go back and watch. I'm sure we'll clip it and repost it. But, for guys that are, in the chat per se, that's not a good example, so to speak. Just please understand, Michael's been trading for 25 years now. He has the account size to handle it. So, he's one of the rare few people that can actually do it. It's not gambling. As you see, we haven't even touched 5,000 since. So, be quite honest with you, it was a very solid trade. It was a setup that he's seen before from the 25 years of experience. So for those saying, is a gamble 50 lots a bad example? Bad example for people like you and I. For someone like that with that experience and that account size, he took on some more risk, but he knew that there was Mark was getting a running start and going to play the momentum. So, different strokes for different folks.
I'm sure the trade would have gotten flattened, super quick if it wasn't going his way. You know what I mean? You just smash the flatten button and you're out. NASDAQ is starting to roll over a little bit here. So what's that, 17 minutes to a close? Dude, I think we're going to have just enough time here.
Okay.
To get me filled and rally back up to the top side. I think we're going to have just enough time. We'll see, though. Yeah, hit a stop. I think some people... Oh, okay, now we're pushing a little bit more.
We're pushing lower. Here we go.
Yeah, I had these longs in about 20 points ago.
He needs to set a proper example for those who are trading. The proper example is stay in this game for 25 years, and you too will be trading 50 lots. That's the example to be learned from that. They look up to him and try to replicate the same thing. We're at different points and showing you what's possible. We're at different points in our career. And I'm not trying to be abrasive about this, but that is what the lesson is here. You too can reach those heights. It just takes the screen time and effort and working at it. So, we're getting there. We're all getting there. It's all our journey in trading. 25 years into this, you'll be trading 100 lots before you know it. So it's a long game of longevity.
Also, size isn't for everybody. Some people don't even like trading size. There's plenty of traders who trade ones and twos and have great win rates and make, 6 figures a year. Then you have some people who trade a ton of size and they also make 6 figures a year. It's the same thing. Trading size doesn't necessarily mean more money. It just means more variance in your P&L and how much risk you can handle. We almost got filled on our long. Dude, the market is just really messing with me today. So we had we had a long at 32 3/4, and it looks like the low was 34.5. So once again, did we miss out by a tick or two, maybe a point on that long? So unfortunate, very, very unfortunate.
Dolby, it's one of those days, man.
It really is. It really is. Stop to the tick on one and then miss by a tick or two on a long. So let's see. The market's not done yet. So we still might get filled on this, actually. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see.
You loving this session or what, Isaac?
I mean, I'm with Dobie. what the heck?
My man, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, this is probably just reinforcing in Isaac's mind why he only trades for 45 minutes a day in the morning. So this is what I'm missing. Yeah, you're not missing the whole lot. These are not optimal trades. However, I did make some really good calls so far. But
yes, you have. Yes, we have. Let's take a peek at tomorrow's schedule. We got some good stuff. I'll let Eddie tell you guys what's coming out for tomorrow, but we got a nice schedule. Jam-packed. Bell to bell. Yeah, stay tuned. I think you guys will like it. Toady, eh? Toady. Not sure what that word means. But, I'm sure it's a compliment. I'm sure it's nothing but roses being thrown at my feet. Looked like we were going to roll over there, Dolby, but nothing popping.
I thought Tom Hoagland traded DAX. I don't think he traded CFDs. But maybe he does. Maybe he does both.
Size?
No, product. Someone in chat was saying he trades CFDs. I thought he traded DAX. I was like, why is he trading CFDs?
DAX.
Seems weird.
He does. No change. MOC still.
That's what I thought.
Okay. Thank you, chat. Well, we got some speakers tomorrow. Let Eddie take over that. But yeah, we got some stuff tomorrow. Like I said, okay, so the action was this morning. And like KV told us, once the Fed speakers started coming out at 10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern, we started to see the market going sideways, start trading sideways, and there hasn't been that. Unless you're range trading this, which you definitely can. You have to identify that we have it in a range. Nothing's changed. But yes, since the Fed speaker started, we have not really seen a movement one way or another. Maybe we're just taking a breather for another push to the upside. We never know. But it's definitely something we'll be here tomorrow to trade it up and capture some profit.
Yeah, I mean, the only really good trades so far are just range-bound trades, which are totally fine if that's what you're expecting. Like if you just want to scalp the range for a couple points, like that's totally feasible, especially in a market like crude oil. Like today, it was range-bound pretty much all day, and you can just print money if you're just hitting the ranges. That's still something I want to do. It's like on my bucket list is like find a nice range-bound market and just hit buy and sell and just buy the bottoms and sell the tops for like 4 or 5 times in a row just to see if I could pull it off.
Agree. Hoag calls it the cash register.
Identify that market. Yeah, if you can identify that market state early, like you can really, really do some damage. You just have to make sure you identify it right. That's part of it. That's part of it.
Yes, and for all those that are asking about all in short. Is he saying this on his channel? Oh boy.
Someone said that. Someone said Danny said that. So this might be a little game of telephone. So I'm not sure.
I don't. Yeah. True. Well, if Danny said it, I mean,
tweet. Moving the market.
Would you go all in short? I mean, yeah. I mean, it sounds like something Danny would say, though, Dolby. You got to admit that.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I mean, I could see him taking like a momentum short here. Like, why not? There's a lot of room to the downside. I think like my entries are a great place to run some stops. I could see it. I just don't have the confidence to short NASDAQ. I don't think that's the ideal move. Not in this current state. I would much rather try to get long and make money that way.
Yeah. The shorts have been getting gobbled up here. I mean, time we finds a bid every time.
We're almost at 60%. 61% short now in NQ. Average short is 44. So relatively new shorts, if I had to guess. Because they're only about like a point or two away from the current price. So I think this is a relatively new shorts hopping in. I still think we're getting filled though. We've got 1 minute to MOC.
1 minute. 1 minute. Let's do this.
Actually, one time, that's one of like the most favorite things. This is why I like having so many different guests on, because they all have different bits of advice, and like you don't necessarily know which bit of advice you need from whom and at what time. But when Danny just said, just go full port and trust yourself, like that really stuck with me, because I think for me that's kind of one of my bigger weaknesses right now is like just trusting your system and letting it play out. But having someone do it and then execute it live, and just having like the trust and faith in themselves to pull off a trade like that's really inspiring stuff. That's why I love having all these different traders on.
Agree. Different perspectives. different backgrounds, different parts of their trading career, different perspectives. We got a D1 athlete here, got a couple of traders here. We get his perspective about, I don't even know you. I don't know how hard you work at this. That was very illuminating. All right, Dole, we've got that 250 liquidity injection. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're under the 15 EMA currently. Whatever that means. VWAP is still in an uptrend, though. I still think I'm getting filled on this order, though.
The MOC imbalance took a turn. We are 750 million on the sell side now.
Oh, interesting. Okay. It's interesting as longs actually have a pretty good average price at 41, like 42. So some longs did a good job getting long here.
Isaac, you trade the close very often? I know you do your 45 minutes to an hour and a half. Is that typically in the mornings then?
Yeah, that's usually in the morning time. I don't really trade towards close. Power hour, yeah, like the first 40 minutes, all good to go. But usually closer to close, I'm just hands off.
I feel that's good discipline.
Let's see, we got some liquidity in between my orders too. There's 100 lot floating around. It's at 30 evens right now. And the NASI, it's at 30 evens right now. It's like 112. There's a couple 20s and 30s floating above that too.
I got you.
So it looks like those are all moving up and down in tandem. So I wonder if whoever is managing that has like 100, 50, and a couple 20s. Sorry, what?
You said you had 100 lots loaded up, ready to go?
Oh, dude, always. That's what my backlog pocket's for. It's for the 100 lot. I can't have MP be trading 50s and I'm trading like 1s and 2s.
Showing up.
MP had 50?
He had 50 on. And live account. All that with that trade.
He slapped the 50 lot today. Pretty dope. He showed that market who's boss today. It was all-time highs, man. He bought into the all-time highs. He showed that market who's boss, and we just kept moving.
See, trading made easy. Nice. Dolby, do you have a job to earn a living? You're looking at it, buddy. This is my job.
They asked me the same thing. The old...
In addition to many, many other things, but this is part of it. This is part of it.
The power
hour.
You got the attention, chat. You got what you're looking for. Congrats. We said your name. Congrats. We did it. Mission accomplished. All right. We got...
Chat, do you think I'm going to get filled in the next 7 minutes on these orders here at 32 3/4 and 27 3/4? What do we think? Yes or no? Do I get filled in the next 7, 8 minutes? Let's see. It's like a 10-second lag before we get a response.
Yes, thank you. Yep, here they come. Here we go. Thank you, Roy Jenkins. Bell to Beller. All right, guys. All right. No. 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes to another liquidity injection.
It looks like mostly no's. I'm believing, man. I believe in this trade. I believe in this trade for a long time. I've had these orders working for a very long time, actually. Let's see when I put these in. I put these in at 120. These have been sitting here for over half an hour. So, Chad, how often do you leave a limit order sitting on for over half an hour waiting to get filled?
Question. What a sad power.
You guys want to see MP
Old Dune? Is he in there? What's up, MP? There he is. Mr. 50 lot himself.
50 lot maniac right here.
Mr. 50 lot himself. Buy you 50. Buy you 50, Michael.
He's trying to get long with 5 minutes left today, huh?
Yeah, welcome to power.
Oh, yeah. What do you mean? Oh, he knows. There he goes. Now you see him, now you don't.
Yep. It's the pleasure of being in the office with the man himself.
Yes. Did he eat anything today, Dolby? Or is he waiting for after?
No, MP, what'd you eat today, MP?
Mexican burrito bowl without the burrito.
Burrito bowl. Order filled. We got filled on one?
Oh, you did?
This risk is too much. Let's go down to 300.
All right, here we go. There's a
255. I got long. So we've had this order sit for 30 minutes. We got long on one. We have another one waiting. I think we can go back up, actually, because that was a pretty good run here. Let's go to 545 for. Actually, let's go to new. Run the new highs, maybe. Only risking 300 on this one. So we have hopefully some buyers come in based off of these 30-minute candles over here. So that's what I was looking for, is a little bit of a stop run and a pullback. Hopefully it finds some more liquidity, get the weeks out, week longs out, make a run to the upside here.
All
Why
right,
don't making
Isaac.
fun of me for getting filled? That's like what I wanted to happen.
I don't know. Chat's been really cranky today. I don't know what's going on with chat today. They've been cranky and really showing their teeth. They're showing their teeth today. This is supposed to be a fun hour, guys. We need better vibes than this, man. We got Isaac here in the house. Yeah, man. We got Isaac here, dude. It's been a quiet, dude. We're trying to make wine out of water with this market. So, we're trying our best.
Hey, whatever. This is a good entry. Our entry was actually filled to the tip. So far, we've taken no risk on it. But I actually want to take a little bit more because I really want the second one, because I want to run these candles, these 30-minute candles. Run the bottoms and head back up again. I mean, I'll flatten it at 2 flat. I'll flatten it at 2.
Yep. Okay.
I mean, we're basically just playing a 30-minute. We're playing a 30-minute consolidation range is what we're playing right now. So let's run the stops, get them out of here, then run back up again.
Who's asking, Paris? Who's asking? Who's asking? All right. All right. We got 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. Here we go. All right, Dolby, Balboa, the people's champ, Dolby time. Always putting on trades here in Power Hour like a real man, trading it up. Isaac, man, it's been quiet, but for the people, we've enjoyed you joining us today. I know you'll be back on with us. Maybe we can trade when we got some more fireworks trading this up. How would you feel about trading in front of thousands of people, Isaac? Would you be up to do it next time? Did we lose Isaac? Did we lose Isaac? On the mute. All right, we'll go back to Dolby time here.
Oh my goodness!
Start to see you're muted. Yeah, but if you would, you want to come on?
I'm in and out right now.
Okay. All right, cool. All right, well, all right. If we got some connectivity issues there, all good, man. We got 3 minutes left. We got 3 minutes left, and thank you for joining us. Next time we get you on, we're going to have you trade with us. Not a whole lot to trade. Dolby's sitting here, man of the people, pulling the trigger. Dolby.
Trade was badass. We're gonna keep this one, but that was like kind of the price action that we wanted. We just need to get a higher high in this 1 minute, but we're gonna keep this going.
Here we go. Keep it rocking, Dolby. We got 2 minutes. Keep it rocking, baby.
Yeah, this is good. I'm still gonna keep the second one in here. I don't think we're gonna be able to get profitable today, but I think we can maybe cut our losses in half today if we can get up to like 48s.
Oh man, the trolls are out today, Dolby. The trolls are out.
See, I don't like going break even. I don't like going break even. I have so many bad memories of going break even. I've lost so much money going break even on trades. I just feel like you just got to leave a little bit of risk on as just like a token for the market. You know what I mean? It's just like a little sacrificial thing you got to do for the market gods. Just leave a little bit of risk on so you don't get stopped out for break even and then it runs like for 100 points in your favor. You can do a spirit emoji. It's about time.
Oh yeah, what about the emojis yesterday with Cami Capital? That was funny.
Oh, that was so funny. Sarah, here we go. Spirit emoji is holding up to 1 minute right now. I don't know why y'all are hating on this trade. This is a really good trade. This was exactly what I wanted to have happen, and I called it about half an hour before it happened. And I took almost no risk on the trade, no heat. So I'm not sure why y'all are hating on this 30-minute trade. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. All right, let's see if we can get out for break even.
Like it.
Because I don't know how much.
Good job, Dolby. Doing the heavy lifting today. Wow, a lot of
we
liquidity.
gotta break this 1 minute. Break this 1 minute down. So I think we're good.
Here we go. Nice trade, Dolby. Dolby's the man. I agree. Did a lot of the heavy lifting today. I think I ran out of gas a little bit today. Entry couldn't be better. That's right. That's Dolby time for you.
What is this? All right, let's move the stop up just below whatever that new low was on the 1 minute. I'm just gonna leave it. Either we get stopped out or, I mean, the market's closed. Like nothing we can really do now.
No. I appreciate that, guys. That was fun. Eddie, take it away.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for being with us here today, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, just a reminder what we've got cooking for tomorrow on the eco calendar. We do have an early jobless claims at 7:30 Central. We also do have Speaker Barkin. Now, Barkin's going to be talking twice. At least that's what the eco calendar says. Initial jobless claims at 7:30. We also will be having wholesale trade at 9, natural gas at 9:30. Scrolling down here at 10:30, we got a 4-week, 8-week bill auction, and the WASDE report at 11. And that WASDE, it is the World Agriculture Supply and Demand Estimate report. So that's going to be taking care of soybeans, cotton, grains, and things like that. And I think that we're going to have a 30-year bond. We had the 10-year today, tomorrow, 30-year bond at 12 o'clock high noon. Atlanta Fed at 12 also. And I think that's going to be it for the day. As far as our menu for tomorrow, we do have a Thursday. We're going to have Johnny Hoag back in the driver's seat here. Opening call. We got Fast Markets with Andre, Michael Patak, Hoag, and Anne-Marie and Deanna. Little something special here. Shoulder tap, Mick and Hoag. Power players. Coach Paul's going to join Robert and myself. Top quiz with Vanessa. Group coaching, Hoag and JD. We've got a recapping. Rips is going to join us for the 1 o'clock Central Time spot with Andre and Hoag. And he's going to stay on there. We're going to have Rips, Dobie, and Andre for, yes, this infamous Power Hour. Don't forget also, right after this, well, actually right now, in our Discord channel, we got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. We also are going to have today at 6 o'clock, Coach Ray, Volume Profile Supply and Demand class. Coach Vince with our bar charts and TPO. And yes, that all-star we call Dakota is going to have the slow market segment at 8 p.m. Central Time. And I think that is it, but we've got that surprise, a little goodie before we shut the system down, right? Is that right, Andre?
Yes, please. If you have the yelling video again, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
All right, well, let's, for those that didn't see it earlier, sit back, relax, check it out. This is wild.
Hi, Topstep TV. I have some important news to share. But first, I just wanted to express how much I love the show, with the notable exception of Eddie. That guy is a grade A jagoff. On episode 42 of Topstep TV, Mr. Horn claimed that I, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, looked like a, quote, Christmas ham. Those were harsh words, especially coming from a man that looks like ZZ Top with alopecia, but I digress. By now, many of you have probably heard about my trip to China, during which I unknowingly consumed a number of hallucinogenic mushrooms at a local restaurant. The effects were mild, but not totally unpleasant. So in the spirit of exploration, I ate 3 grams of boomers about an hour ago, and my whole outlook on the economy has since changed. I now recognize that there exist economies within economies within economies, splintered across the void like a kaleidoscope, and that what we refer to as the unemployment rate is a red herring because it fails to explain why any of us work, or even what is work. You move words around on a computer, and then someone moves other numbers into your bank account, and that's how I eat. That's fucked up, man, right? Like, I want to eat, but I don't want to move numbers. You know what I'm saying? MP? Also, I don't want to eat meat right now, you know, because I can see the auras of animals. Please understand that I can see your auras, too. They're like Bollinger Bands coming out of your chest. Where was I going with this? Oh yes, my announcement. Well, while it's been an honor to serve as the Treasury Secretary, I've discovered that my true mission is to kill my own ego. Robert, can you put a poll up? How many of you have experienced true ego death? No, scratch that. How many of you have seen the shadow people? Because they're coming and you should know that. Sorry, there's simply no more time. I need to go back to the cave with Corbs. Stay golden, pony boys. Farewell.